Our hero, majestically seated on the throne, is Kinjan Chol, an ordinary graduate student. More precisely, to be exact, he had been that very ordinary graduate student until time immemorial, literally until yesterday. After all, it was just yesterday that the young man unexpectedly turned into Kratos, the Demon King, the final boss of the game he once loved to play so passionately. The story seemed surprisingly banal. The goal of the game, called Blood Paladin, was to revive an ancient hero who lay in eternal sleep. Of course, this game had a certain plot. However, in fact, it currently played no special role for Kinjan Chol. The main character was troubled by far more pressing problems. At that very moment, an assistant in an exquisite refined coat entered his throne room. The assistant was named Zephyros. He was a 15th level advisor and came to report that all preparations for the war had already been fully completed. Huge hordes of demons had already gathered outside the castle walls, led by the bloodthirsty Prince Asarat, who had an impressive level of 534. He wished to end hunger through victory in this war, and believed that the current lands were completely unfit for life, forcing them to sacrifice everything for triumph. One of the commanders was also a warrior called the Cold Monarch, Sergei, who had level 531. On guard was the misty Archduke Hartok, a fighter of level 555 and a strong warrior. Among the commanders was also the one called the Blackstone Tyrant, Baal, level 539. In the midst of this boundless army, together with his assistant Zephyros, stood none other than Kratos, watching as his troops barely restrained themselves from leaving only pitiful bones of the enemies. Gazing upon all this army, Kratos shouted loudly, attracting the attention of his army to himself. In an instant, everyone fell silent, listening to the words of their ruler. However, the main hero, looking at his generals, perfectly understood. They needed to end this war at any cost. Therefore, he ordered the commanders that from this very moment they cease their attack and switch to farming. Of course, at first the generals thought that Kratos had decided to make such an unfortunate joke, and then they even rebelled against their ruler, believing that he was speaking some kind of nonsense. And honestly, looking at their fierce and distorted faces, the former graduate student Kinjan Chol was quite frightened. However, even despite this, the ruler roughly ordered his people to stop and freeze in their places. And the whole point was that they simply could not start this war, because then a game character of the unimaginable 999th level would come for them, and at his hands Kratos would inevitably die. In his past life, Kinjan Chol entered graduate school in agriculture at Korean University in the vain hope of getting rich from farming. The young man was so clever and talented that he surpassed others in many ways, and thus he became the leader of the entire course. For this reason, the guy enjoyed colossal popularity among his professors. They constantly begged Kinjan Chol to mention theses from their books in his scientific works. Some teachers even asked him for help with their projects, because the main character was truly extremely good at his craft. There were also people who simply asked the guy to give them advice on how to better manage their farming business. It was precisely thanks to his sharp mind that Kinjan Chol very quickly turned into a first-class slave. The young man was indignant about his life, because despite how hard he worked, all the laurels still went to others. At that time, the guy became extremely furious, wanting to take revenge and convince all those greedy old men otherwise. And also because the young man's dopamine was running low, he began to slowly go insane. The only way to restore his strength was the game. However, it was extremely difficult to level up. No one had yet reached the 20th attempt due to the rapidly increasing difficulty. But the hero wanted to achieve victory, so he started playing this game non-stop. Thus, he became the first player to clear Bloody Paladin a full 19 times. Of course, Kinjan Chol could not help but rejoice, because at least in the game he became the strongest in the world. The young man also knew perfectly well that the 20th attempt would be monstrously difficult, so before starting the 20th Demon Kratos kill, he had to raise his level. His character had the best equipment possible in the game, despite its rather strange appearance. He had also reached the maximum level, 999. And to be honest, the guy no longer remembered when he started playing this game and how many years it took him to make 19 attempts. But finally it was time for the last 20th attempt, and he immediately accepted this challenge with unprecedented readiness. But suddenly, at that very moment, his screen brightly shone with a dazzling white light. It seemed that some kind of error had occurred in the game. However, suddenly the young man began to feel some strange changes in his body, and then his soul completely left his mortal shell and rushed somewhere towards the television. In the end, the soul was sucked inside the television, and at the same time, a new star brightly shone in the game world. This brightness of the newly appeared star was the graduate student Kinjan Chol, who ended up in a completely different world. At first, the young man could not even believe that something like this was happening to him, so he remained calm and did not panic. Considering that his body had acquired a bluish tint, the guy quickly concluded, simply his spirit had left his body. By this logic, he should not have died from the fall. And since the main character was carefully examining the landscapes around, he quickly realized. Before him stood the Tower of Life from the game Blood Paladin. Now he was rushing at full speed straight to the tomb of that very paladin. And obviously, the hero immediately became interested. After all, he could become a hero who had almost reached the maximum level. Then he would become invincible, the strongest person in the world. Well, finally the young man saw what his character looked like in reality, along with his rather strange girlish costume. And for this reason, Kim Jong-chol's desire to inhabit his hero suddenly diminished. And as if in response to his thoughts, the hero's body rushed far away somewhere. Of course, the young man truly panicked, not understanding what was happening to him and where he was being carried. Soon he ended up in demonic lands and rushed to the body of Kratos, the Demon King. Naturally, the guy pleaded with the game in a begging voice to change its mind and not inhabit this body. However, the system did not pity him the second time, so this is how he turned into Kratos. Of course, if that stupid thought had not flashed through his mind then, he would now be living as the strongest character. So the main hero was extremely indignant about his weakness. At that moment, Zephyros was calmly walking through the corridors, heading towards the throne room. However, suddenly the assistant heard the chatter of other demons who were absolutely sure Kratos had turned into a real weakling. Surely it was for this very reason that he was afraid to unleash war. Because of this, General Azarat even insisted on going together with the remaining commanders to behead Kratos and divide the power among themselves. After all, Kratos himself had reaped similar benefits in the past. However, Hartok, the Misty Archduke, did not want to take risks, because in case of a mistake, 2 out of 4 would either receive fatal wounds or die. Sergei agreed to participate in this plan only if Azarat agreed to take on the role of a human shield. The only Baal, it seems, was not at all disturbed by all these screams and quarrels. After all, the general just wanted to eat, and these people were disturbing him with their shouting. At that moment, the vampire prince came up with another plan. Not to storm Kratos head-on, but to find evidence that the ruler had weakened. In the end, all 3 generals decided that at any cost they simply had to get rid of the useless ruler while Baal still wanted to eat. Zephyros, as a loyal servant, carefully listened to the entire conversation and went to report to the ruler. Obviously, after what happened, the army's morale was completely broken. There were also increased cases of monsters attacking each other and even cannibalism. Some residents also began to leave the lands without warning. The 4 demonic generals were simply furious. They believed that Kratos had weakened and planned to unite to destroy him. And this scared Kratos seriously, because if they united, he would definitely die. But if he showed weakness, he would surely die at the hands of the strongest hero of this world. However, thinking about the heroes, Kratos finally realized, since he did not possess his body, that hero must have still been lying in the tomb. In that case, invading the human world would not be the worst option. And as if seeing his lord's concern, Zephyros brought a sphere with a video recording from the tomb. It was sent by General Ogmius. It was clearly visible there how that very paladin was now killing a demon on their lands with his magic wand, although they had asked not to be touched, since they had harmed no one. In the end, the recording was interrupted at the moment when the hero gouged out the eyes of the person who was filming. And honestly, looking at this recording, one could clearly say, the hero was a true madman, someone it was better not to cross paths with. This meant, Kratos at any cost had to remain on the demonic lands. At this rate, regardless of whether he shows weakness or decides to flee, the 4 generals will still kill him. And if he invades the human world, this hero will simply gouge out his eyes and kill him. Of course, Kratos began to panic, not understanding why he was unlucky to end up in this particular world, because it seemed there was not a single ray of hope in it. The only solution that came to Kim Jong-chol's mind was to solve the food problem and finally calm these demons. Immediately rising, the ruler apologized for the inconvenience caused and began to leave the throne room, explaining to Secretary Zephyros that he needed to find a place to grow crops. Naturally, to Zephyros this sounded surprisingly strange. He did not even understand what was being talked about. And the whole matter was that Kratos was known to everyone as a self-satisfied, arrogant, and completely ill-mannered creature. But at the same time, he had just apologized. Therefore, Zephyros insisted that Kratos no longer allow himself such nastiness. For Kratos himself, being reprimanded just now by his own secretary was astonishing, simply because he did not know the subtleties of the assistant's character in the game. He appeared only once, right before the battle with the Demon King. But it was precisely because of this moment that Zephyros gained colossal popularity. Then, politely addressing the noble paladin, he made it clear that the lord no longer wished to fight, so he asked him to return home. However, the paladin defeated him with astonishing ease with just one strike of his mighty hand. Zephyros quickly fell to the ground and, dying, only apologized to the Demon King for not being able to protect him. That is why the players were absolutely sure the advisor was either loyal to the king or deeply respected him. However, now he, as if nothing had happened, was reprimanding the Lord for his unprecedented mistake. After all, he had never before met a ruler who lost the trust of demons with such lightning speed. What was especially strange was that he wanted to do farming on demon territory. So Zephyros thought that the Lord had serious memory problems, and Kratos was struck by his impudence. After all, the advisor seemed to have forgotten that he was standing before the Lord of Darkness. However, then Zephyros simply led the hero to their lands, explaining that the previous rulers, like Kratos himself, had already tried to plant crops here, but due to sharp and extreme temperature fluctuations, these lands proved unsuitable for growing anything. And Kratos from the game knew perfectly well that these territories were called the Deadlands. However, he believed that he had every chance to finally bring these Deadlands to life. After all, although King John Chol was already quite tired of this farming in his life, the most important thing now was to survive. For this reason, the ruler immediately dropped to his knees and began digging directly into the ground with his hands. After that, having put the soil into his mouth, he began to gradually chew it. Zephyros, of course, immediately noted in his notebook that the Lord behaved extremely strangely and had become a reject, consuming the earth. And indeed, he continued to record every step of his with such condemnation. However, the advisor was simply performing his duties. After all, keeping the ruler's chronicle was the most important part of his duty. However, Zephyros was surprised that the ruler's ability to remember the simplest things had deteriorated so much. Of course, Kratos was quite enraged by the secretary's behavior. But by that moment, he realized that the soil contained absolutely no nutrients, including nitrogen. After all, nitrogen is an extremely important substance when it comes to growing any crops. Plants are unable to independently absorb nitrogen from the air, although it makes up 78% of the entire atmosphere, because nitrogen atoms form a strong triple bond which complicates the process of any chemical reactions. That is why humanity, with the help of chemical engineering, launched the process of nitrogen fixation, which led to a colossal increase in food production. And the main character wanted to repeat this in the game world, since there was not a single soil that could not become the basis for agriculture. This meant that the master needed to somehow carry out the process of nitrogen fixation in natural conditions. And then he realized that lightning would help him tremendously with this, because at high voltage nitrogen from the air oxidizes, becoming nitrites, nutrients. Thus they mix with rainwater and are absorbed into the soil. And the main skill of the Lord was something similar to these very lightning strikes. In battle with the hero, he would slash his own arm, releasing blood. With the help of this blood, he created the blood strike technique. This blood was as if charged with lightning, and at the same time also summoned moisture. With the help of this skill, fertile soil could be created, and of course, a person could be killed. Therefore, now Kratos demanded that Zephyros take a couple of steps back. Immediately after this, he clawed open his own arm to use the blood strike. However, he barely restrained himself from screaming in pain. It was hard to believe that that fool Kratos really used this skill every time, because it was insanely painful. However, at that moment, the ruler felt someone's attentive gaze upon him. It was all four generals, watching his every step, and making sure that now their leader had become a real weakling. And of course, Kratos was frightened when he saw these four peeking from behind a dry tree, observing his every move. Even Zephyros could accurately say that the Lord had become much weaker. And, honestly, from his constant dissatisfied comments, the hero only got the impression that Zephyros was a planted assassin sent here to provoke him and then kill him. But obviously making the blood strike was much better than dying, so the ruler immediately slashed his own hand, using the blood strike. And at first his blood even flew into the air, as it was supposed to happen. However, afterwards it began to drip in a puddle from his hand onto the dry ground below. And Kratos immediately pressed his wounded hand to his chest, writhing in pain. Because despite the demonic body, the pain was very human. And, looking at this pitiful sight, the generals no longer saw any point in waiting, so they immediately approached Kratos from behind. They, as if nothing had happened, with their demonic smiles decided to find out how the Lord was feeling, and if they could help him with anything. And, of course, anyone in this situation would have been scared, especially considering that Kratos knew perfectly well they wanted to kill him. At that moment the paladin stood on the border of human and demonic lands. He knew nothing. He simply had some memories of past lives. He remembered living his life more than a dozen times, and each time he came to this place. Before, because of the call of duty, he followed some kind of delusion. But now everything had changed. This call of duty fell silent, so the paladin had no idea why he should live now, especially considering that he was so strong. In the end, the hero simply turned away from the border of the demonic lands and walked away in an unknown direction. At that moment, the generals surrounded their ruler from all sides. The bloodsucker prince, scorching the demon with his gaze, reminded them of their laws. Only the strongest can be the ruler. And, honestly, the hero was frightened not so much by the words as by the very appearance of the commanders. All the generals were terrifyingly scary, like maniacs. Moreover, whoever you looked at, They were all insanely strong, and the main hero could not even use his skills. Therefore, goosebumps of fear began to run over the hero's body. However, the Bloodsucker Prince perceived this quite differently. He believed that even before the battle began, the ruler began to concentrate his strength to such an extent that his body trembled. However, even though his confidence had diminished, Aserat still did not retreat. And the whole reason was that he was sure the ruler could never defeat all four of them in such a miserable state. But, to his shock, the commander realized that by this moment the other three generals had already chickened out and hidden far behind. Of course, the shocked Aserat wanted to understand what these three cowards were doing. However, they explained that they would observe how they would fight from a distance. And if Kratos' chances of victory turned out to be small, they would join in. And at that moment, the vampire prince worried a lot, realizing that these freaks had decided to set him up. However, they, as if nothing had happened, reminded of their demonic nature. Such behavior was natural for them. At the same moment, Zephyros calmly explained to the duelists that according to tradition, a fight between demons continued until the death of one or both opponents. Surrender was not allowed. Of course, both opponents immediately asked Zephyros to slow down a bit. Aserat tried to accept the thought that he should not be afraid. He could win since the Lord was greatly weakened. Kratos himself had no idea what to do. After all, he absolutely did not understand how to use the demon's abilities. Recently, the ruler tested his physical strength, because, as is known, the Lord of Demons simply must be strong. But he turned out to be only stronger than an average person, so he had nothing to boast about. At that moment, having gained some confidence, the vampire prince already rushed into battle against his enemy, and Kratos had already encountered this move in the game. It was either a lunge or a cutting strike. However, now, being in reality, it seemed to him that it was simply impossible to dodge this blow. But unexpectedly, his body, moving on its own, turned away from the incoming strike. Honestly, Kinjan Chol did not expect anything like this. If it had been his past life, he definitely would not have been able to do something like that. In this realization, he noticed the slightest movement of the enemy. His foot was pointed forward. It turns out he was planning to make a lunge. All the movements of this opponent were exactly the same as in the game. In the end, once again the hero masterfully dodged the attack, not allowing the opponent's blade to touch him even slightly. The other generals watched the battle attentively. They saw that at the moment when the Lord dodged the strike, he looked so furious, as if ready to counterattack and tear off Aserat's arm. But he still did not do it, so they decided to observe. At that moment, the hero again dodged the incoming attack with a slight smirk. However, Kinjan Chol still could not understand what was happening. Every movement of the enemy was exactly identical to the game. In ancient times, he still played passionately as a paladin when he first encountered this enemy and was in complete shock. Not only was the bloodthirsty prince lightning fast, and his movements unpredictable, but the number of attacks was also impressive. However, the young man survived many deaths, and finally, after leveling up, on the 128th attempt, he was able to defeat the opponent without letting him injure him. And in the next 19 attempts, he passed this stage without a single damage. This meant that the enemy would never manage to even touch him. However, it seems the bloodthirsty prince himself did not yet understand this, and was fully convinced of his victory. But the main hero laughed maliciously, as befits a true lord of demons. And from his creepy laughter, everyone watching the battle from afar got goosebumps down their spines. In the end, no matter what he did, the ruler evaded every attack with astonishing ease, although he didn't even try very hard. And watching this spectacle, it was completely obvious to everyone. The Lord was just having fun, mocking the loser Aserat and enjoying what was happening. The bloodthirsty prince, seeing how the Lord mocked him and wounded his pride, began to curse under his breath, and Kratos continued to laugh, feeling immense relief. Of course, this did not mean that in a full-fledged fight he could defeat Aserat, but he understood something extremely important. The laws of this world matched the game rules. And suddenly a system appeared before his eyes, congratulating Kinjan Chol on finally realizing the fundamental law of this world. It was exactly the same window that always appeared before heroes in various comics. The system window also praised the hero for managing to dodge the enemy's attack while maintaining maximum concentration. As a reward, some parts of the game system used by the game character would be unlocked for him. At that moment, the aiming function became available to him. Then the hero saw a green target lock mark appearing when using a special skill. So now the ruler once again slashed his own arm, releasing fresh blood from the already healed palm. Throwing her towards the enemy, he immediately used the blood strike ability. As a result, the opponent was instantly roasted by the lightning that enveloped his blood, and he screamed piercingly in agonizing pain. The other generals fearfully opened their mouths upon seeing such devastating power from their lord. At that very moment, all the demons watching the battle through screens began to exclaim enthusiastically, supporting their cool and strong ruler. However, the main hero was shocked when he approached his opponent. He survived even after a direct hit from the blood strike. Moreover, in the game, His body should have long since been incinerated, which would have led to inevitable death. This made Kratos understand one thing. Aserat had monstrously strong regeneration. He could recover in a matter of seconds. Therefore, the ruler continued to attack him with Bloodstrike, like a real whip. Even the generals were shocked by this cruelty. After all, it is known that Aserat could not die from pain, but the Lord continued to mercilessly torture him. In the end, no matter how much Kratos beat the vampire prince, he still remained alive, though severely wounded. At that moment, another system window appeared before the hero's eyes, congratulating him on destroying all the opponent's clothes, leaving him naked. For this, he unlocked a new useful feature, an inventory for removed armor. Obviously, Kratos hoped that he would see some good equipment in this inventory. However, there were only the things that were already worn on him. There was absolutely nothing that could help him. But first, he needed to deal with the opponent, since it was unlikely that Kratos had enough strength to kill him. And since the regeneration of the Prince Vampire was at the highest level, he will recover after some time. However, fortunately for Kratos, he noticed a very useful function in time. Thanks to the fact that Aserat was still alive, the green reticle was still on him, and the ruler could continue to use his Bloodstrike. This was an excellent opportunity to abundantly fill these lands with nitrogen. However, the main character saw that the other three generals were scared to death. But for Kratos, this was not a problem, but merely a way to prove his power. For this reason, he immediately called Sergei to himself. The ruler ordered that she bind General Aserat more securely. And obviously, for Sergei, it was a real humiliation to tightly bind a naked man. So the warrior woman felt that in this way Kratos wanted not only to humiliate Aserat, but also her at the same time. But there was no choice. She had to tie him up, and in such a way that now the body of the vampire prince served as a lightning rod. Soon the tied-up man finally began to regain consciousness. His body started to regain its former pale greenish hues. When he fully recovered, he laughed loudly, convinced that the Overlord had definitely become weaker since he decided that Bloodstrike could kill him. Therefore, the warlord decided this time to be sure to tear off the enemy's head. However, at that moment, Kratos had already begun the second step of his cunning plan, to activate Bloodstrike. With the help of this, nitrogen atoms were oxidized, becoming nitrites. But first of all, Kratos turned to another general, Hartok, ordering him to immediately cover the entire area with fog so dense that even clothes would get soaked through. And Hartok quickly understood that the Lord wanted to moisten the air around so that lightning would strike Aserat more powerfully. And he was amazed by the Lord's malicious inventiveness, so he immediately set about helping him. As a result, the third step was also completed. The thickest fog descended on the earth. After that, while Hartok maintained the density of the fog, Kratos continued mercilessly beating the body of his enemy with bloody blows. Of course, the Lord himself felt some pain. After all, each time he had to slash his own arm, which healed quickly. But he had no choice, so he continued to attack. And Zephyros, watching this, did not even know how to comment on what was happening. Everyone, even Aserat himself, was deeply struck by the madness of their king. But he only laughed and rejoiced, understanding that thanks to this battle, he would be able to properly saturate the soil with nitrogen. This meant he could grow a dense crop. As a result, these tortures lasted until the moment the sun began to hide behind the horizon. And to take a little rest, the Lord knelt down to check the soil. However, he quickly realized that the soil needed to continue being enriched with nitrogen. Still, because it was too loose, it poorly allowed oxygen to pass and drained water. But for farming, a crumbly soil with a granulated structure was really suitable. This meant that the next goal for the hero's plan was to create fertilizer. Therefore, he instantly ordered all the demons present to give him their excrements. And of course, all the generals immediately thought that after such an abuse of Aserat, their lord wanted to smear him with feces even more. Even though they were demons, it seemed to them an incredible cruelty. Meanwhile, the paladin was calmly walking through the vast sprawling forest. However, suddenly from the nearest bushes he heard someone begging him for help. When the hero looked behind the bushes, he saw two young men there. The servant was crying, explaining to the traveler that a whole pack of goblins had attacked them, so he begged to help his master even for a generous reward. However, when the hero approached closer, they were struck by his appearance. He looked as if he had escaped from some anime, although obviously no one in this world had heard about anime. So the paladin had to calmly explain that he was not some strange person with unusual inclinations. However, literally his entire appearance indicated otherwise. He looked far too suspicious. At that moment, fully stepping onto the clearing, the paladin saw that the man had seriously injured his leg. Therefore, without much thought, he threw him over his shoulder and then carried him along. And he ordered the servant to walk beside him and show the way to where the master needed to be taken. Of course, the aristocrat himself was amazed by the traveler's incredible strength and hurried to introduce himself. He was a messenger. His name was Revyask Azrakhan, and the servant walking beside him was his faithful servant, Diol Frontera. After that, the aristocrat decided to carefully find out the name of the hero who saved him. However, he explained that he had never known his own name. It was precisely for this reason that the paladin set out on a journey, to finally find out what his name was and everything else about himself. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's castle, 3 generals were sitting. Hartok thought for a long time, unable to understand how they should start collecting the excrement. Bale, on the other hand, was worried that they might need to make a pile themselves. However, Sergei considered it true madness, especially a dirty and disgusting matter. Baal had already explained that since he hadn't eaten for so long, he had no poop, so he offered to help Sergei. However, she only got furious that Baal dared to talk to her about such a thing. Hartok by that moment realized that even if they could produce excrement, no one was eager to supply their own. And so, the best solution was to catch a couple of low-ranking demons and force them to defecate. Soon they came to the demon village with this purpose. The village was filled with screams. Another low-ranking demon begged the warriors to turn away and not look at him, at least to step outside the door. And the knights only fumed, because the others also claimed they could not do their business. At that moment, the Misty Archduke returned to the room, to whom they reported that the demon claimed he could not provide them with excrement, no matter how hard he strained. The frightened demon tried to explain that he hadn't eaten for a long time, and no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. But despite the explanation, Hartok still strangled him. In the end, Hartok came up with nothing better than to cut open this demon's belly and get everything he needed directly from his body. And of course, the demon screamed fearfully, fearing for his life. But fortunately, the arriving Bale managed to stop the Archduke's hand, preventing him from attacking. Of course, Hartok was angry that someone dared to interfere with his work. However, the restless Bale hastened to explain that if the demon's belly was cut open, he would die, and therefore would no longer be able to defecate. And it was more profitable for them if the demons defecated more, then they could collect more. The foggy Archduke understood that Bale was right, although it was surprising that he was the one to say such logical words. However, the Archduke had a brilliant idea. To feed this demon a glutton like Bale, then they would definitely be able to obtain the much-needed feces for them. Of course, Bale did not like these words. The two stood, scorching each other with their gaze. The energy seeping from them was so powerful that even the demon, who was still lying without pants, felt unwell. At that moment, unable to bear the tension, both generals fiercely rushed at each other to fight. However, the enraged Kratos intervened in time, completely not understanding what these two had started doing. In the end, striking both generals with a bloody strike, the ruler irritably explained that not only demons and humans can go to the toilet. After that, he gathered these scorched commanders in his throne room, explaining that they did not need to use feces that did not contain nutrients. They simply needed to find suitable raw materials for fertilizer. After that, the ruler explained in detail to Zephyros that fertilizer is special additives capable of enriching the soil with all necessary nutrients. Usually, sawdust, weeds, and black soil were used as fertilizer, as well as chicken manure. Chips and weeds could be obtained from those old abandoned houses. It only remained to find shells and chicken excrement. And the longer the hero thought about it, the more a very strange idea came into his head. Therefore, he sent the secretary to bring him a map of the area. Soon a large map was already on his desk. The map was, fortunately, exactly the same as in the game that Kinjan Chol had completed more than once. This meant that there were regions where he could get everything he needed if he got there. After all, those high mountains were the habitat of demonic seagulls. In the game, they flew in flocks over human lands, from which it followed that they fed on something in the human lands, but defecated and laid their eggs here, in the demonic territories. Looking at what the Lord was so fixated on, Zephyros quickly understood that the Lord wanted to collect the droppings of the demonic seagulls. However, the advisor immediately warned, "This place is known as the cliff from which no one has ever returned. There is not a single ledge to grab onto, and if you fall, you inevitably fall under the power of the raging waves below." However, Kratos knew this better than anyone else. After all, this place was practically inaccessible to ordinary players. But the most experienced of all players in this game, Kinjan Chol, knew perfectly well how to get there. Thus passed several days of travel before they found themselves near these cliffs. All the generals only guessed what their ruler was thinking about. Since ancient times, many brave men tried to hunt these seagulls, but each found only their own sad end here. The main hero calmly explained to the servants that he would climb the mountain, collect the shells and feces, putting them into a bag, and their task was to catch this bag. And he promised, of course, that if they managed to finish this task, then everyone could eat to their fill. The only one who was touched by these words was Baal. When they were in that village, he paid attention to the destitute demons, among whom even children were dying of hunger. The main hero recalled the events when he was still playing the game in his former body. It then took a whole 30 attempts to climb up. He tried all possible methods, and it is even difficult to describe how many times only death awaited him. But in the end, he managed to complete his mission. So now he only had to repeat everything exactly. As a result, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the hero managed to cling to the rock with his claws. Immediately after this, he remembered how a bug he had found long ago worked. So he immediately opened the inventory and took off all his clothes. Obviously, those standing and watching the Lord were shocked by what they saw. Now only a few parts of the Lord's body stuck out of the rock, including his bare buttocks. However, Kratos seemed to pay no attention to them and immediately rolled over the edge. Immediately after this, sensing something was wrong, Sergei hurried to cover her eyes. But fortunately, at that moment the hero was already hurrying to dress himself. Now he was stuck again, but in a slightly different way. After that, he continued taking off and putting on clothes, rolling over again and again. Unfortunately, soon he managed to climb to the top of this rock. Now he finally managed to put all his clothes back on and take on a more manly appearance. In fact, the hero was not sure that everything would work out. He just realized that since this world had a game system, an inventory, and even a map edge that logically could not be crossed, by combining all these factors, he conducted an experiment, and this experiment turned out surprisingly successful. At that moment, Baal remembered the Lord's words that he would help feed their people, so he decided to help him. Despite Zephyros's frightened beliefs, the commander still rushed forward to help his lord. After that, he shouted loudly, explaining to Kratos that he wanted to help him, and the hero himself was in complete shock, not understanding what this fool was doing. In the end, obviously, since Baal was a character in this game, he failed to accomplish his plan, so he began to fall. But the main hero hurried to the edge with the texture and managed to catch him at the last moment. But honestly, Baal was an insanely heavy boar whose weight almost tore the hero's hand off. At that moment, the guy didn't even think about why he ran to save his general. After all, he was one of those who wanted to betray him. It would have been much better to let go of that hand. At that moment, Qin Jianchul fully realized that he had no reason to help this Baal. But at the same time, he remembered events from his past life. Then a crying friend came to him, asking Qin Jianchul to help him just once, because the professor did not want to accept his corrections to the dissertation, so he would remain his eternal slave. He begged, pleaded to ask the professor to at least look at his work. Still, as is known, the professors adored Qin Jianchul. Perhaps he would have listened if the hero had asked. This man was junior to Qin Jianchul, and also always followed him like a tail. Of course, since the hero was a first-class servant of the professors, they could listen to him. However, Qin Jianchul was too afraid that he would never be able to repay the professor for this indulgence and would put himself in a difficult position. Therefore, he refused to help. After all, it was none of his business. And he simply left. And now, only having become a demon and disappeared from the past world, the hero realized that he could have helped that boy. Therefore, even now, although he had no reason to help Baal, he tried to gather as much strength as possible, all in order to help at least Baal, who sincerely needed his help. But in reality, Qin Jianchul hoped that then, in his memories, a smile would appear on his junior's face. In the end, despite the crunch of broken bones and joints, Kratos spun his subordinate, adding momentum to the movement. Immediately after that, he threw him onto the top of this mountain and followed him, making his way up. By the time Baal came to, the Lord was already fortunately safe and sound on the rock. However, Baal could not understand why Kratos was saving him, even despite the wounds he had received. He also knew Kratos had no reason whatsoever to help him. However, with demonic rage, he explained that his wounds hurt insignificantly compared to the pain of losing a subordinate. Moreover, his hand had already healed, so there was nothing to worry about. And at that moment, unable to bear these words, Baal began to cry. In this face, Qin Jianchul saw the face of his younger self and endlessly apologized to him for not being able to help back then. But these were not all the gifts of fate, for ahead of him, the system window appeared again. It congratulated him on being able to use demonic power, although he had not fully restored it. As a reward, he received immense gratitude from Baal, one of the 4 demonic generals. Thanks to this achievement, a new opportunity appeared for him. A system that provided subordinates with a feeling of boundless happiness, which brought him a huge number of points. After that, of course, the happiness point system itself was unlocked. However, as the hero remembered, these points could be used to get a discount on ice cream, but it seemed there was no place in this world where it was sold. The system, as if responding to his thoughts, explained that he received 1 happiness point when the soldiers of the demon army enjoyed the feeling of satiety, and these points could be used to improve characteristics. Now he had access to only 20% of the true power of the Demon King. He had to try to raise all his characteristics to 100%. And the very first upgrade the hero chose was to increase endurance by 10%. But this was unavailable to him, because for this upgrade he needed 59 happiness points. But he could also upgrade the skills he had already unlocked. However, even to upgrade the Bloodstrike skill, he needed 250 points. And although he didn't have that many points right now, if, in theory, all this farming worked out, he could get those points in large quantities. So Kratos decided to become the strongest in the world, and also to survive. Well, of course, he had to receive gratitude from someone. All of this was extremely pleasant. So, despite the problems, he liked his future life. And honestly, at that moment his face looked so frightening that Baal thought Kratos would kill him if he didn't do everything he was ordered right now. He had already realized how evil a demon their lord was. Suddenly the lord approached the edge of the cliff, because the ruler had still managed to collect the necessary feces in half of the shell. And now he had to drop it onto the ground. The generals and the secretary were given the order, no matter what, to catch this shell. In the end they caught it, but obviously, literally everyone was splattered with bird droppings. The main hero was glad that he was lucky to find everything necessary on this mountain. So now he could begin to implement his plan. As is known, the first step in creating fertilizer was the use of seagull droppings, shells, and wood ash, ready for plowing the soil. Next, everything needed to be thoroughly mixed. Therefore, the hero gave the order to Surga to crush and cut all this pile. Of course, the demoness was furious. After all, her swords were not made for mixing bird droppings. She went mad and began to scream fiercely. However, the hero was angry that he had given her the simplest task, and she was dissatisfied. After that, he pointed to Aserat hanging on a stick. The girl could have replaced him if she did not want to get smeared in excrement. And obviously, she had no choice left, so she immediately began to cut everything with her demonic swords, like a real blender. Jan Chol finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. After all, he almost had a real heart attack because all the generals were extremely hot-tempered types, and it was simply impossible to relax even for a moment near them. But still, the main hero was now in the body of the Lord of Darkness himself and had to achieve his goal at any cost, no matter what it took. The second most important step in creating fertilizer was adding water, so the ruler ordered Hartok to create a thick fog over all this foul-smelling pile. But he boldly dared to argue, claiming that the moisture would only intensify the stench many times over, and he categorically refused to carry out such a disgusting order. However, the hero again, without any unnecessary comments, meaningfully pointed to the vampire prince hanging on a stick. In the end, having no other choice, the misty archduke immediately flew, spreading the thickest fog over the foul-smelling piles. At that moment, Baal carefully felt the ground after the fog appeared. It became pleasantly soft, exactly as the main character had said. So now they had one last, final step left. The fertilizer needed to be stored in a dry place and carefully covered with a blanket or fabric made from seagulls. However, creating even a small amount of fertilizer took too much precious time. And to create a sufficient amount of fertilizer to nourish this vast territory, it was necessary to involve absolutely all demons in the work without exception. Of course, the hero was sincerely worried that rebellions and uprisings might start afterward. But he could do nothing about it, so he decided to make full use of the absolute power of the demon lord. At that very time, in an abandoned village, a worried father sat by the bedside of his dying daughter. The weak girl quietly called her father, and he immediately leaned closer to her bed, listening to every word. However, she, exhausted from crying bitter tears, suddenly suggested to her father that he eat her. Of course, he immediately scolded his daughter for that night. After all, she was saying terrible nonsense that was not even worth mentioning. However, suddenly the girl confessed that she missed her mother very, very much. Once, a huge hungry monster came to their village, mercilessly devouring everyone it saw on its path. And then a little girl crossed his path, who, because she had fallen to the ground, could not run away. But at that moment, the mother of this girl stood as a barrier in front of the child. She only smiled gently at her daughter one last time, as if to let her know not to worry about anything. And at that very moment, right before the little girl's eyes, this huge monster swallowed her whole. The head of the family, after the tragic loss of his wife, saw the whole meaning of his life in his surviving daughter. Therefore, he had no idea why he should continue living if she suddenly died of hunger. But at that moment, uninvited guests unexpectedly entered their modest home without invitation and without knocking. When the frightened demon turned around, he saw his lord accompanied by Baal and an advisor. When the hero saw that this man still had some strength, he immediately ordered to take him along. Of course, the father was extremely worried. After all, the daughter would be left alone, and those high-ranking demons wandering around would simply eat her. However, Baal still grabbed the man with a death grip and dragged him along. By that time, this unfortunate man was already the 20th demon captured. They needed at least 30 more workers. But before leaving, the hero still lingered and looked around at the girl lying on the bed. She was barely breathing, yet she didn't even have the strength to run after her father. And Kratos remembered how he played the game back when he was still a paladin. Then he saw that very girl in the village. But from hunger, she had already turned into a zombified monster, so he had to attack and kill her without hesitation. Therefore, now the hero, turning away from this sight, walked away, understanding that he could not help her at this moment. At the end, he only ordered that the soldiers not allow the other demons to devour their own kind. And he ordered the advisor to gather the remaining 30 demons, for from this moment on, each had to collect fertilizer for the great cause. Of course, this could seem cruel and inhumane, but to achieve his goal, he could justify such tyranny. For without sacrifices, True success cannot be achieved. This was the harsh truth of life. Thus, soon the demons taken to work continued tirelessly to create fertilizer. However, the man, so cruelly separated from his dying daughter, did not understand why he should waste his last strength on all this. For agriculture was a completely stupid and hopeless idea. His comrade fearfully tried to explain to the fool that it was better for him to be silent immediately, for the Lord himself might hear him. However, he saw no point in silence, for they would die of hunger anyway. For this earth would never become fertile, and even if it did, nothing grows on these cursed lands anyway. As usual, he was unlucky, for as his friend warned, Kratos really stood behind him and heard that the man did not believe in his grand idea. Therefore, the ruler immediately ordered him to abandon work and follow him at once. It turned out the hero found a plant that could take root here. On the day when his generals were closely watching how he used his power, he accidentally noticed a small flower. It was able to take root even without fertilizer on this dead land. This meant that with fertilizer it would live even better and grow many times. The demon was genuinely surprised to see these unremarkable flowers. And when the hero told that they would grow its roots, and that Baal and the other commanders had already found the rest of the flowers for seedlings, he couldn't believe his ears. He tried to explain to the Lord that the roots of these plants are completely inedible. Consuming them causes terrible pain, and one can even suddenly die in agony. But, unfortunately, this was the only thing they could feed on in these harsh lands. So only a test for edibility could resolve their disagreements. Of course, the demon became extremely curious about what kind of test from the Lord was being referred to. However, he calmly, almost matter-of-factly explained that this test would be conducted on the daughter of that very demon. Of course, he immediately ran back to the village to his little daughter in fear, understanding the horror of the situation. He did not understand why, out of all possible demons for the test, they chose his daughter. He burst into the house and immediately ordered his daughter under no circumstances to eat what was given to her. However, what he saw made his heart skip a couple of beats. It turned out the girl had already eaten her fill. Moreover, she no longer felt the excruciating pain in her stomach and was completely full. The father could hardly believe what was happening. After all, his daughter looked much healthier and rosier than before. And she calmly explained that Mr. Zephyros and Mr. Baal had fed her well yesterday, and now she really felt much better. By that time, the Lord himself had joined them. He explained that long ago, people from distant lands were also able to make poisonous plants edible. They successfully cultivated it and solved the hunger problem once and for all. And this wonderful plant was called the potato. The girl could not believe that the Lord himself was so kind to such a low-ranking demon like her. And, obviously, because the girl was sincerely grateful to the hero, he immediately received his first precious happiness point, which the system promptly notified him about. The main hero carefully looked at the grateful face of the little girl, and an epiphany came to him. Obviously, there was a huge difference between how she was when Kim Jong-chol played the role of the paladin, and now, when he was the Lord of Demons. So this made him understand the most important thing. The role of the Lord of Darkness did not always require him to be an evil and gloomy tyrant. So with a somewhat strange, awkward smile, he explained to the girl that a little one like her should eat well and grow healthy and strong. However, for some reason, his facial expression literally screamed that he planned to fatten the girl up and eat her later. So even an innocent child was struck by the demonic malice of the Lord of Darkness. However, in reality, Kim Jong-chol was sincerely convinced that he looked completely different now. It just seemed that his face was not adapted to showing kindness and softness. In this game, the heart of the demonic realms had the majestic name Shavin Deantor, and the road to the castle was divided into 4 stars, from the first to the 4th. At night, the temperature here dropped below 0, and during the day there was scorching sun, a climate reminiscent of a real hellish highland. But many centuries ago, people in similar conditions suffered from hunger, so they found a way to eat wild potatoes, which are deadly poisonous when raw. And of course, everyone knew. Human nature is such that they always invented ways to eat what was considered poisonous and inedible. Here at last, the inspired demons have spread all the potatoes across the garden beds, just as it should have been. Now it is time for General Baal to take on his role. He immediately jumped high and with all his colossal strength fell down onto this potato. Before pressing it, the root vegetables were frozen for 5 long nights and then thawed in the open air. And now Baal was crushing them with his terrifying ability. Meteor Fall. Thus, the poison from the root vegetables flowed out and evaporated completely. They were frozen, thawed, crushed, and dried. After thorough drying, they could be stored and subjected to heat treatment. Now it was a full-fledged food product. Therefore, when the first batch was finally ready, Kratos ordered Zephyros to gather all the farmers involved in manure production. Now it was time to have lunch, and the hero sincerely believed that they would like this food. Unfortunately, there was not so much food, so each person got 2 modest potatoes. Of course, Zephyros reminded that there was still some untreated potatoes. However, the hero perfectly understood that it was still not enough. Even feeding the entire army would not suffice. Moreover, the rest of the potatoes had to be planted to multiply the potatoes thousands of times in the future harvest. Of course, the demons were extremely doubtful whether they could eat this potato. After all, their relative once ate it and died in terrible agony. However, the demon father reminded that their lord had found a way to cook it so that it was completely edible. Even his daughter had eaten the potato many times, and she was fine. However, just looking at the one crazy face of the demon lord, it did not seem like he was the one who wanted to feed them to fullness. He looked as if he wanted them to die in the most excruciating agony. But despite this, the demon father unconditionally trusted his lord and immediately swallowed the poisonous potato whole with readiness. After that, he cried from boundless happiness and the wonderful taste of the potato, and began to fervently praise his lord. Seeing that the demon ate first and survived, the others followed his example. In the end, they were deeply amazed. After all, their lord really gave them genuine food. After that, they all at once began to enthusiastically praise the Lord Kratos. However, for some reason, the fact that everyone called him simply by name did not satisfy the hero at all. So he decided to definitely change this in the future and invent some majestic title for himself. But his facial expression was misunderstood by the advisor. He thought that Kratos looked so confident and majestic because he was convinced that he could produce food and finally solve the hunger problem once and for all. At that very moment, the hero had 50 precious happiness points in his account. This was already a rather good result, for which he could afford to buy a small attribute boost. But he still did not know exactly what to choose for leveling up first. Therefore, while our hero could not decide on a final decision, he decided to continue collecting precious happiness points. Moreover, the ruler wanted to divide all the farmers into two groups. Some were to gather wild potatoes in the district, and others to produce fertilizers. Zephyrus at that very time gave the demons the order to return to their dwellings and tell everyone the joyful news. Their mighty lord had found a way to cultivate these lifeless desert lands and grow crops on them. Each demon who would gather wild potatoes would be given food coupons, that is, for processed and ready-to-eat root vegetables. And this was truly a wise decision by the advisor. Although the assistant was sometimes overly pedantic, at the same time Zephyrus was the most effective of all the close aides. In the end, he developed the perfect plan, in which simple demons would be occupied with searching for potatoes for the ruler. The generals would start processing the entire harvested crop of root vegetables, and some would engage in fertilizer production. Aserat, meanwhile, continued to play the unenviable role of a living target for the main hero. Kratos repeatedly moved the vampire prince to different lands in order to produce nitrogen in various places, after which the ruler once again began diligently fertilizing the soil with nitrogen time and again. Finally, when the young man had beaten the unfortunate Aserat enough and the produced nitrogen was quite sufficient, a completely new stage began. They had to evenly distribute all the prepared fertilizer across the vast territory. But it was truly a huge territory. As is known, the work quota for demons was only 2 potatoes per day. They simply would not have enough strength for such a titanic task. Therefore, another brilliant idea came to the hero's mind: to use the vampire prince. After all, he did not require food, and he had endured endless tortures for an incredibly long time. It seems Kratos simply had no other choice but to continue using Aserat. While the ruler was pondering this idea in his throne room, his faithful Zephyros came to him, bringing news about the letters sent to the Lords of the Stars. It turned out that the assistant had written an order on behalf of Kratos to halt the offensive on several fronts. He ordered to recall as many soldiers as possible to assist in agriculture. These messages were sent to the generals commanding each of the zones. However, no response came from anyone, and of course, the hero first thought that the messengers could have died of hunger on the way. However, he really had too few people to engage in fertilizing the lands. At that moment, the events shift to the demonic lands, to the zone of the first star, which was also called the Rocks of the Dead. A scout arrived there, who reported to the ruler of these lands that Lord Kratos had indeed taken up farming and even produced some amount of food. Obviously, the ruler of this territory was absolutely sure. The hero acted this way solely out of fear of him. After all, the Lord of the First Star, also known as the Father of the Dead, became more powerful the more demons died in the war. This meant that Kratos had deliberately stopped the war and now wanted to deal with the famine so that fewer demons would die. All for one goal: to limit the growing power of the Father of the Dead. It was precisely for this reason that the Father of the Dead gave the order to deal with the messengers who were heading to the other Lords of the Stars. So now the other rulers had no idea about the cessation of the war and farming. Everything was designed so that the Father of the Dead would grow stronger on the demons who died of hunger, who would become his food and army. So this man intended to kill Kratos and personally become the new Lord of Demons. After that, he gave another order to his advisor. He was to destroy the fields that the hero had developed, as well as everything connected with those fields. Thus, after some time, the servant of the father of the dead came to the fields. At that very moment, the bloodsucker prince was still hanging naked on the cross. Seeing him hanging there, the servant was struck by the incredible cruelty of Kratos, who had turned Aserat into a living corpse to make him a terrifying example for the others. However, the advisor promised the unfortunate one that his suffering would not last much longer. After all, the father of the dead respected Aserat's aggressiveness and would accept him into his troops after killing Kratos. After these words, the advisor immediately turned to the ghosts, sending them to destroy the fields. Everything so that no one and never could grow any plants on them. Immediately, the ghosts rushed on their way. However, to their greatest surprise, they saw no fields. All that appeared before their eyes were only fertilizers, which were neatly covered with cloth. And the advisor ordered his ghosts to scatter this fertilizer all over the land so that Kratos could no longer gather them together. They had to thoroughly mix the fertilizers with the soil and bury it as deep as possible. However, Aserat, who was watching everything happening, perfectly understood how foolish the ghosts who invaded here were. Not long ago, he heard the hero's words that they needed to grind the manure into a fine fraction and evenly mix it with the soil. However, this was such an extremely difficult job that no farmers could handle it. And now ghosts came here who were doing the same thing, literally helping Kratos and his farming to continue to prosper. In the end, the night ended, morning began to come, and the work had neither end nor edge. The ghosts were furiously angry when they saw one of them relaxing. And if they did not bury even the smallest particle of fertilizer, the Lord of Demons would make this land fertile. However, ghost number 2718 was never known for diligence, so he did not see why he should try so hard. However, his ghostly friend explained that for some unknown reason, when he looked at the plowed fields, he was filled with strange feelings of pride. It seems, for the first time in his life, he felt that they had done something truly meaningful. However, his ghostly friend understood that it actually sounded a bit silly. But he decided to be a fool along with the others and help dig up everything here to the last handful of soil today. Finally, when the sun began to appear over the earth, there was very little work left. But unfortunately, they worked so hard that they lost track of time. The sun began to mercilessly scorch them. But even in such a case, the ghosts did not regret that death had caught up with them, because it was not in vain at all. They fulfilled their duty to the very end. Immediately after that, their souls evaporated and flew high into the sky. The advisor of the father of the dead stood, watching the evaporating ghosts. But he was still grateful that they had completed their task entirely, and now could go to where they would be better off. He hoped that what they had done with the fertilizers would forever destroy all attempts of the hero to grow anything on this cursed land. The hero at that very moment was in the shed, watching his potatoes. Now the root crops were in a state of rest. Besides, there was an unimaginable darkness here. However, what troubled the young man was that these potatoes would not sprout, even if planted. The whole reason was that while the potato is underground, it peacefully dozes. But if it is suddenly pulled out of its earthen bed by the roots, it loses consciousness from stress and falls into a deep sleep. They only needed about 3 to 4 weeks at a temperature of 4 degrees Celsius. Then the dormancy would end. Then the tubers needed to be moved to a dark and warm place. Of course, he would have ordered Sergei to create such a temperature here using cold magic, but she is as angry as a chained dog right now. Moreover, Hartok also seemed to be plotting something. If the hero angered them, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle both. So he wanted to find another way. The ruler wanted to raise the temperature in the barn to 23 degrees, so he made the workers squat here all day. But unfortunately, they had too little strength, which made them tire extremely quickly. Therefore, since the hero had no other choice, he immediately went towards the fields to do everything he could. At the very least, he could work on saturating the soil with nitrogen. But when the young man arrived there, he saw that all the soil was completely mixed with fertilizers. Moreover, the top layer of soil was perfectly plowed, and the air smelled of fertilizers. It was like some real miracle. After all, the land had become suitable for sowing overnight from being completely unsuitable. Advisor of the father of the dead, watching this, knew that now Kratos' jaw would drop in amazement. They had achieved unprecedented success. But he did not know that at that very moment Baal himself was already waiting behind his back. In the end, grabbing the uninvited guest by the clothes, the general brought him to the ruler and showed him. Of course, the hero immediately recognized one of the bosses of the dead man's rocks. However, he assumed that he came here at the behest of his master, and began the interrogation. Just as the spy began to think of what to answer, Kratos suddenly struck him in the face. And looking at Zephyros's astonished gaze, he explained that the one who came into their domain behaved as if trying to hide something from him, and torture is the best way to prevent lies. Of course, the spy was shocked by the cruelty of the Lord, but declared that he would tell the Lord nothing. Therefore, while Baal continued to hold him, Kratos mercilessly beat him. He stopped to rest only when he was truly exhausted. Here the hero once again remembered his characteristics. which he could improve thanks to happiness points. In the end, he used them to increase endurance, and with unprecedented enthusiasm continued beating the opponent. In the end, he confessed that he was ordered to spoil their sowing field so that everyone would starve. The longer the hero tortured this spy, the more he learned. For example, that the murder of their messengers was the work of the father of the dead. In principle, Kratos was not even surprised. The more demons died, the more numerous Saruthul's army became. However, Zephyros could not ignore this rebel. It was a magnificent chance to execute the ruler of the first star, and then all the others dissatisfied with the cancellation of the offensive on human lands would perceive it as a stern warning. And indeed, the hero perfectly understood that these monsters would still continue to sabotage his farming. The best solution was to uproot this problem. Well, of course, as Zephyros warned, killing Saruthul was not easy at all. After all, he could become immaterial, like a ghost. In the game, Saruthul pursued the player character throughout the first star zone, which was already an incredibly difficult level. The entire playthrough consisted of a deadly game of hide-and-seek with him. But as is known, if a pest is hard to kill because it hides in a burrow, then it must be pulled out by the nose. That's how the hero acted in the game. The little demoness standing in the plowed field finally saw Aserat, who was acting as a lightning rod. Of course, the vampire prince was extremely curious why the little girl was looking at him. However, she shyly explained that she came to thank Aserat, because thanks to his sacrifice they would have a harvest. After which the little girl quickly bowed in an awkward bow. However, the vampire prince was simply furious. He thought that the girl was mocking him, and loudly shouted that he would nail that little brat as soon as they untied him from here. In fact, Aserat was really indignant. After all, for all the torment and humiliation that Kratos subjected him to, he definitely had to take revenge. But suddenly the prince heard the loud voice of the ruler approaching him. He was walking ahead of everyone, loudly clapping his hands, and behind him they carried banners. It turned out they were celebrating the appearance of the second lightning rod together with all the farmers. Of course, Aserat was surprised that someone else had appeared who could endure these endless tortures. But the happiest news was that finally he would be free. He would no longer have to roast like a grilled chicken all day long. But the most amazing thing was that they were simply placed next to each other, without even being untied. Immediately after that, as Kratos always did, he began beating the two of them using the blood strike. Finally, Aserat understood what the celebration of the second lightning rod meant. And now the two of them had to take the lightning strikes upon themselves. The father of the dead was carefully observing everything happening from the side using his glass sphere. He almost burst into tears when he saw that the demon lord dared to treat his subordinates that way. Saruthul saw someone suffering, writhing under the merciless attacks of the demon. He could not hold back tears, literally feeling all that pain himself. The hero stopped, ceasing to cause pain to the prisoners. And at that moment, Kratos noticed some sound nearby. It was a scout bird that had appeared earlier in the game. This meant that the father of the dead Saruthul was watching him closely right now. However, Kratos was determined to make this man deeply regret trying to destroy his crops. Finally, when evening came, the hero's whipping was finished. At the same time, the girl returned again to the plowed field and dug in the soil. Aserat silently watched her for a while. However, soon he saw the hands of this little demoness, which were not only dirty, but also covered in bloody wounds, and her nails were all cracked and broken. Therefore, the vampire prince became extremely curious why she continued to dig in the field despite everything. However, the little girl calmly explained that the Demon King and the 4 heavenly rulers, all adults, were trying to do farming, so she wanted to help them somehow. But of course, the vampire prince knew perfectly well that the little lower-class demoness would not help with anything here. He even sarcastically praised Saruthul's assistant, who had plowed more land alone than all the others and helped them a lot. However, the girl was genuinely surprised to learn that it was this very high demon who helped to dig up the field. Moreover, he agreed to become a lightning rod. Therefore, she began to thank him, and the prisoner was truly amazed at how sweet this girl was. So he even had the feeling that all these sufferings he endured were not in vain. At the same time, the blood-sucking prince could not understand what good he had done. Not the field that the ruler would grow on this cursed abandoned land. Even that damn potato they planted did not sprout. Although it was said that if you heat the potato warehouse, the tubers will sprout. Aserat himself did not notice how he blurted this out aloud. Therefore, the girl immediately, after saying goodbye and thanking him, ran headlong to the potato warehouse. However, Aserat perfectly understood that this little demoness would not be able to help the problem anyway. Finally, the sun disappeared below the horizon. However, the hero was still in his palace, and Zephyros accompanied him. The assistant was worried that the trap would not work. After all, Saruthul surely understands that this is a trap and will not come to save his subordinate. However, the hero had a perfect plan. First, he decided to send his people to visit him. After all, as is known, for Saruthul himself to jump off his cliff, they will have to kill all the people of this invader so that not a single one remains. Moreover, at this moment, the advisor Sarathul himself was guarded by a whole army of farmers led by Baal. The bird flew nearby, broadcasting everything happening to the Lord himself. Everything indicated that Kratos was convinced. Sarathul and his warriors would definitely show up to the hero to take revenge. And honestly, the father of the dead really had such a thought, but he had one true goal that was more important. Therefore, as attackers, Sarathul decided to use the spirits of gluttony, whom he sent to the warehouse to destroy all agriculture. The spirits immediately rushed forward to trample and destroy all the potatoes. However, the most amazing thing was that as soon as they burst inside, the hero himself was already waiting for them. He knew in advance that these very spirits would definitely come, so he warmly welcomed them in their personal grave. These spirits were also well known to the hero from the game. When he first encountered them, he puzzled for a long time, not understanding how to deal with them. This was the second army of Sarathul's followers, and the problem was that they always attack in whole groups. Well, even just touching them, they become incredibly annoying monsters that stick to the player and rapidly age him. Moreover, they could completely copy all his skills. But nevertheless, the hero found a way by which he could finish off these creatures, and it was precisely a lightning attack. Therefore, he decided which group to roast first. Obviously, the spirits immediately got scared, realizing they had fallen into a trap and desperately wanted to escape. However, this was not yet a real trap, but the true trap awaited them ahead. Then the spirits saw the blood that began to soak absolutely all the walls of the barn. The hero had applied it to the walls in advance. And then he began to create a spell that the original Dark Lord used in his second phase. He immediately touched the ground where his blood had been poured and spread lightning throughout the building. This technique was called Mass Blood Strike, which struck absolutely all the spirits inside the barn. Now physical attacks could be used on them, so the ruler summoned the farmer troops. And immediately, bursting inside, they began mercilessly beating the parasites that resembled lizards. Of course, these farmers looked skinny and unremarkable. However, they were still characters from the final map. This meant that despite their miserable appearance, they were not so easy to deal with on a physical level. The longer this battle with the ghosts went on, the more the hero felt like a true alpha demon king, with no trace of mercy. Moreover, he had a sharp mind, so he fit quite well into this world. But suddenly Kratos noticed one spirit that was not yet sufficiently roasted. Therefore, the hero immediately attacked him using Blood Strike, deciding to deal with him personally. However, the most amazing thing happened when he landed on Potato Mountain. There he saw a little girl stuck up to her neck, with no slightest chance to get out. And the hero simply could not recall when she could physically be here now. While the baby was stuck, she could do nothing against the spirit that was already rushing straight at her. Her father was also busy with his own battle, so he could not get to his daughter. The hero was indignant because among the potatoes there was a sweet potato. But he had no choice. And most of all, he was worried that from such a long distance his blood simply would not reach the enemy. In the end, the first thing he got his hands on was a potato, which he threw at the ghost, although he himself understood how stupid an idea it was. But the most unexpected thing was that the ghost still caught this potato with its tail. He realized too late that everything went off plan. However, the spirit had already begun to read the characteristics of this so-called enemy. And very soon he turned into a potato, after which he fell to the ground dead. Immediately after this, the enemies who managed to survive immediately ran away. Only then did the hero approach the girl and see the potato fallen on the ground. However, the most amazing thing was that there were sprouts on it. And only then did Kratos recall the main feature of these perfumes. They accelerated aging. It turns out they restarted the biological clock of the potato that had stopped. So the hero immediately pulled the girl out of the potato piles and praised the little one for coming up with such a wonderful heating option. He had no idea how sinister his smile looked at that moment. But the main thing was different. Now the plans of the farmers had changed. The operation to lure out Sarathul was stopped. Now it was much more profitable for them to invade him directly. At that time, Aserat continued to hang tied to the pole. By this moment, he had already lost track of time and even forgotten who he was and why he lived. He was grateful to the sun, which kept him company. The star was a source of life with which at least he could meet face to face. The most amazing thing was that his stomach continued to growl even in such a deplorable state. He still had a thirst for life. At that moment, the very same little girl came to Mr. Aserat. She thanked the man for telling her about the potato sprouts. In the end, everything worked out, and she was given dried potatoes as a reward. Mr. Kratos gathered all the farmers and went with them to plant potatoes. As soon as the blood-sucking prince saw the demonic food, he immediately became insanely hungry. However, he could not say anything because there was no strength left in his exhausted body. And the little girl quickly realized how hungry the demon was. In the end, she threw a potato at him. However, she couldn't aim for the mouth. It hit him right in the eye. Of course, the enraged demon immediately swore that as soon as he was untied, he would beat that girl. And she, apologizing, threw 3 more potatoes, only one of which hit the mouth, and the rest hit the eyes. However, even despite this, the tubers were damn tasty. So at that moment, he felt gratitude to the Lord of Demons, thanks to which the hero earned additional happiness points. This time, for dried potatoes and new farmers, he was awarded a whole 300 points. However, he did not know where he got the rest from. Although it was not that important, fortunately, he had those points now. This meant he could use them to fight Sarathul, as there would definitely be a suitable use for them. By this time, all the farmers had already taken up their weapons and went on the attack for an unforgettable harvest. This is how they ended up on the lands governed by the Father of the Dead. As soon as the ghosts saw the uninvited guests, they immediately decided to collapse the bridge. As soon as they cut the ropes, the bridge rapidly fell down into the abyss, and the ghosts laughed, understanding that the demons would never cross without the bridge. However, at that very moment, the hero had already jumped to them, since the absence of the bridge was far from a problem for him. Of course, he did not reach the very entrance, so the ghosts began to laugh loudly at this idiot, saying he just jumped into the cave like a complete fool, gaining only death. But the most surprising thing was that the ruler got stuck in the game textures, as if glued to the ground, just like he had done before. After that, he began to turn over and crawl, scorching his enemies with his dark gaze. Of course, they were frightened by how disgusting and repulsive the demon lord behaved, and immediately, seized by fear, scattered away. Meanwhile, the hero signaled to his fighters, letting them know that everything was going exactly according to plan. Right after that, he ran away, praising himself for realizing that the spirits of gluttony would be afraid of potatoes and would start accelerating its growth. Moreover, surely Sarathul, upon learning that Kratos came alone and without the cursed potatoes, would immediately send his spirits of gluttony forward to defeat him. Still, the task was difficult. The gluttony spirits only needed to touch the hero, and victory would be out of reach for him. Just as they were flying towards him, a plan for the final attack flashed through the young man's mind. But before that, he needed to avoid the attacks using the teleportation technique with a quantum leap. In the end, his body got stuck in the ground, and then he completely disappeared into it. Of course, the gluttony spirits were seriously frightened, as they had no idea that the demon lord had learned the technique of passing through walls. But at that moment, they saw him crawling on the ceiling. However much they tried to catch him, each time he vanished in just a single instant. It was obvious, since the man who had played this game 19 times knew the map inside and out, like his own home. If he passed through all the regions where these spirits spawned, he could gather them all in one place, and his plan succeeded brilliantly. Unfortunately, while crawling and exploiting game bugs, the main hero became very exhausted, as even the Demon King had his limits. However, now he did not need the Demon King's abilities. He just needed to remain a hardcore gamer. He shouted loudly, and upon hearing this, Zephyrus immediately signaled his demon farmers. As expected, they immediately began a fierce bombardment of the gluttony spirits using their potatoes. In the end, all the potatoes that touched them immediately sprouted and fell to the ground. Zephyros, who was observing this, was quite surprised, as he had initially been very skeptical about the idea. But in the end, the Demon King was right once again. When they planned this venture, Kratos explained that by gathering the spirits in one place, Zephyros was supposed to take command of the farmers and lead them according to the map given to him. On this map, there was only an old canal depicted, which Zephyros perceived as a dead end. However, he was very wrong. Still, in the eyes of someone like a hero, it was a secret shortcut that he discovered after thorough searching. When the young man ran away once again from the terrible dead rock before moving to the final map, he came here. But he quickly realized that this was a dead end, and he was just wasting time. However, suddenly he noticed that the textures of the dead end were suspiciously different. In the end, he managed to break the spell on the wall, and he found the place where all the paths and caves converged, and now they led to the first battle with Sarathul. It was precisely in this place that he was able to obtain the elixir of transformation, which the hero would not mind taking now. The peculiarity of the elixir was that whoever consumed it could change their appearance once at their own discretion. By this time, when the spirits of gluttony had all scattered, the demons descended, looking around at the sprouted potatoes. Everyone was insanely happy, looking at this unprecedented harvest and realizing that now they could live with full bellies for the rest of their lives. At that moment, the hero remembered his grandmother, who always met him after university, knowing that he was hungry. She wanted her grandson to be fully satisfied, so every time she cooked for him with love. And the last thing that happened to her was that one day he didn't manage to return, staying late at his studies, and the grandmother no longer waited for him. Of course, these memories lay heavily on Kim Jong-chol's soul. However, he was angry at himself because when he tries to help other needy people, the memories only bring him the most unpleasant moments. At that moment, the faithful Baal also arrived to the Demon King. He knew perfectly well how strong the father of the dead, Sarathul, was, so he wanted to help Kratos in the fight. However, he rudely ordered his subordinate to go and help carry the potatoes, because the fight with Sarathul was a matter for the leaders. At that very time, the Father of the Dead was summoning the great heart of the ice spirit. It was supposed to capture more and more spirits with its mighty frost in order to give Saruthul an ever greater army and power. But, not letting the man finish the spell, as if out of nowhere, the hero appeared, who immediately shoved the old man face first into the dirt. Of course, that one panicked extremely, not understanding how Kratos found him so swiftly. However, the leader of the demons did not want to waste precious time on some empty chatter, since initially he needed to destroy this pest. However, Saruthul seemed very naive and foolish to think that the Lord came here alone, hoping to defeat him. He realized that during all the time they had known each other, Kratos apparently had never seen his true powers. He did not even know that the hero was well aware of all his tricks, because he had already defeated him 19 times. If Kratos continued to chase Saruthul, running through every corner of these cliffs, he would constantly encounter his warriors. In the end, he would kill almost all the local monsters, and then Saruthul had to escape to the room where the heart of the ice spirit is located. This is a terrible artifact, which, they say, was created at the cost of the life of an ancient dragon. All the dead are held in the world of the living by chilling frost. In this place, Saruthul tried to summon more warriors using his power, but before that, a paladin appears, and the final battle begins. Right now, the man had to use the ability that the hero had faced 19 times already. He spun in the air, creating something like a powerful tornado around himself. Moreover, he praised Kratos for being truly strong enough. However, having completely copied his appearance, he made it clear that in this fight the Lord of Demons would not win. The peculiarity of Saruthul was that he masterfully took on the appearance of the opponent and even copied his enhancements. Because of this, Saruthul's characteristics were exactly the same as those of the character Kinjan Chol. Moreover, he became even stronger by the end of the game. With a powerful attack and practically cheating evasion, he barely managed to win at the last moment. But now Saruthul was copying the Demon King Kratos. This meant that he was not as strong, certainly not like the paladin whom Kinjan Chol played in a past life. Taking a run-up, Saruthul immediately rushed at the Lord of Demons. However, at that moment the guy used luck points to acquire a dexterity characteristic enhancement of up to 30%. Therefore, he easily managed to dodge the attack that the Father of the Dead had prepared for him. Immediately after that, he aimed at his stomach and struck him with all his might. Following this, the hero also used points and improved some of his characteristics. By the time they met fist to fist, Kratos had already received a significant boost in characteristics, so he felt no pain at all. While Saruthul was shouting at the top of his lungs, clearly not realizing how Kratos could be perfectly fine. However, the demon leader calmly declared that for the prosperity of agriculture, a sharp mind and a clear head on the shoulders are absolutely necessary. Immediately after such wise words, the Lord of Darkness significantly increased his magical power and also raised his intelligence characteristics to a dizzying 30%. In the next moment, the Lord unleashed a strike of bloody magic on the enemy, not revealing his true intentions and not allowing the opponent to get close. Naturally, from such a crushing force, the enemy's body immediately began to undergo terrifying metamorphoses. The flesh was incinerated like parchment in flame, boiling and writhing in agony. Very soon, that very majestic ghost, the Father of the Dead, transformed into a disgusting substance, most resembling thick sour cream. In the end, the main hero spent all the accumulated points in this brutal confrontation, raising each of his attributes to an impressive 30%. Thus, the ruler, unknowingly to himself, completed the most complex development task, and as a generous reward received a new ability, summoning the landowner's throne. This was the very majestic throne on which the master of the land sat. The throne also allowed materializing various sturdy agricultural tools, which was a perfect gift, considering how huge an amount of equipment the protagonist needed to continue his farming labors. But at that very moment, the ghost showed signs of life again. Although the ancient ghost was just a shapeless puddle, this substance trembled and bubbled once more. The Father of the Dead warned that his battle with the Lord of the Landowner was far from over. Only then did Kinjan Chol recall. It was time for the second phase of this epic confrontation. Now Saruthul took his true form of the ancient evil dragon. The monster truly amazed the imagination with its gigantic size, possessed a crushing attack and a colossal reserve of vitality. It was no wonder that this monster was the final boss of the entire region. However, it was quite obvious that it was not so easy for the dragon creature to defeat the main hero. At that critical moment, breaking down the metal gates, Baal burst into the hall along with the entire army of farmers marching under his command. The protagonist was well aware. Now the Father of the Dead Saruthul could never defeat all the inhabitants of the region united against him. The dragon creature immediately lost its arrogance, so the monster hastened to offer the warrior peaceful negotiations. But instead of diplomacy, the enraged crowd fell upon the serpent, using their agricultural tools as weapons of retribution. They fiercely attacked the giant for daring to obstruct their sacred farming. The ancient dragon could only beg for mercy under a hail of merciless blows. Of course, Kratos could have defeated this serpent on his own. However, the Lord felt somewhat awkward killing with his own hands one who still speaks and moves. The ruler also understood perfectly that his farmers, no matter how long they beat the dragon, still could not destroy it completely. They needed something more effective to deal with this creature. Therefore, spending the last 100 precious points, the Lord summoned the landowner's throne. Immediately after activating the ability, the majestic throne crashed down straight from the heavens beside them. However, to the greatest regret, the throne landed very awkwardly, hitting the dragon right on the head. Even Kratos himself did not expect such an outcome. But the demons only admired their lord, who with one crushing blow shattered the dragon's skull and finished off the serpent. They, the tiny bugs, could never compare to the power of the master. Therefore, the subordinates immediately began loudly praising and exalting Master Kratos. And although the protagonist himself did not foresee such a development of events, he also supported the roaring crowd and shouted along with them. Obviously, after Saruthal breathed his last, strange metamorphoses began to happen to his loyal subordinate. Very soon the servant's body dissolved into the air following his master, and the servant went to the afterlife following his lord. In the end, by this triumphant moment, not only was the entire field plowed and loosened, not only had the potatoes sprouted, but all the pests threatening the crops were mercilessly destroyed. All that remained for the farmers was to plant all this potatoes on the fertilized lands. However, unexpectedly, the stone behind the main character's back sparkled with magical light. The artifact praised the warrior for having managed to capture the citadel of Saruthal 20 times already. Honestly, the protagonist did not expect that this victory would add to those 19 playthroughs of the game. But fortunately, as a generous reward, a secret event was revealed to him. It was a source of power locked in the heart of the Spirit of Ice. It finally awakened. Of course, the Lord of Darkness immediately approached to accept the gift offered to him. However, the very source of the cold turned out to be a tiny little dragon, appearing from behind an ice crystal. As soon as the baby saw the main character, his pupils dilated with amazement. The little one took the warrior for his mother. The Lord himself immediately stretched out his hands to the creature to lift the newborn. The little dragon was not afraid of the Lord at all, behaving like a gentle kitten in his arms. Moreover, the little one was very scared while he was inside the egg, because it was cold and dark there. But now the baby had finally hatched and was happy that the parent had finally found him. However, the protagonist's facial expression seemed to make the baby change his mind. For, unfortunately for all the inhabitants of this world, Kratos looked as if he was eager to devour them all. And the other demons, seeing that the Lord had a dragon, immediately suggested to the master to try eating this little one. The baby was extremely frightened that he had barely hatched when they were already going to eat him. And the Lord of Darkness hastened to silence these fools, for when the dragon grows up, even more meat can be obtained. In the end, the little one understood. The father really intended to eat him. Thus, arguing and bickering, they reached their own domains, where a huge crowd of demons was already waiting for them, bustling in the fields. Looking at the returning farmers led by the ruler, the subjects rejoiced. Moreover, the warriors returned with sprouted potatoes. Immediately, the husbands reunited with their families after completing a dangerous mission. And the little dragon, watching the demons, was amazed. For warmth emanated from all these creatures. They were not scary at all, thought the little one. However, when the youngling looked again at his parent, his opinion changed drastically once more. Soon the little dragon found himself in the throne room, where he hurried to hide in a secluded corner. Periodically he, of course, glanced at his parent. However, each time what the little one saw made him even more frightened, and press himself harder against the wall. The poor little one felt that Kratos was just waiting for him to grow up to eat him. But in reality, the protagonist simply had no idea what to feed the dragon. It is usually said that dragons feed on precious stones. However, the Lord had only rusty iron. Precious stones were out of the question. Fortunately, at that moment Zephyros arrived with a report. However, the report was not as rosy as Kratos had expected. The subjects encountered serious problems with the construction of boundaries. These are embankments made of earth, which are erected on the borders between fields or between garden beds where agricultural crops are planted. It is obvious that soil is required for their construction. However, their land was too rocky. No matter how much the peasants tried to dig it up, they either broke their tools or constantly ran into heavy boulders. When the little dragon saw how hard the demons were working, he was afraid that he would be treated in exactly the same way. At the same time, Kratos himself was indignant about these cursed lands. After all, they now resembled a quarry more than a fertile field. But if everything continues to develop so slowly, the subjects will spend a huge amount of time just clearing the fields of stones. Of course, they could hire many workers, but the supplies of dried potatoes would run out very quickly. And even if other lords sent assistance, it would not solve the problems. And the Lord very much wished, like the main character of some comic, to summon a monster here that could clear an entire field of boulders at once. At that moment, the ruler's gaze fell on a little demoness who was laboring sweatily, plowing the earth. Looking at her exhausting work, the protagonist felt ashamed, realizing that he needed to stop complaining and come up with some way to solve the problem. Unfortunately, due to the rocky nature of their holdings, unforeseen difficulties arose from time to time. However, at this critical moment, the Lord heard the loud cries of the subjects who saw the wind of blades. It was a giant-sized whirlwind rushing through their lands, which Kratos somehow completely forgot about while playing the game. In these wastelands, these blade winds appeared randomly. If caught in their deadly flow, the unfortunate one would be immediately chopped into tiny pieces. Therefore, the Lord instantly ordered all his farmers to take shelter behind the rocks. They had to run to where the shadow falls and lie flat on the ground as low as possible. Even though the epicenter of this hurricane was quite far away, the wind itself was monstrously strong. In the game, it looked like a joke, but as is known, natural disasters are the main enemies of agriculture. But what was most astonishing, while everyone was fleeing, one girl was rushing straight towards the whirlwind. It turned out the little girl wanted to save the tied-up Master Aserat, who could not go anywhere. Of course, the father also rushed after his daughter, frightened for her life. The protagonist was indignant at this girl who got into trouble again. Having no other choice, the Lord immediately gave his little dragon to one of the men. He demanded that the farmer look after the little one and warned, "Anyone who follows him will die." Of course, Bal begged the master to stop, not to take the risk, because it was too dangerous to go to the very epicenter of the wind. And the Lord himself realized this, but could not lose two precious workers. After all, agriculture is not just the peaceful gathering of pears and apples. Aserat himself, when he saw the girl, panicked, ordering her to run away. But she did not give up, continuing to try to drag the blood-sucking prince with her. At that time, the protagonist was approaching them as quickly as possible. At that moment, approaching, the Lord ordered the girl to leave immediately. After that, he lunged and knocked the beam to the ground with a powerful kick of his leg. Obviously, Aserat, who fell with her, immediately sprawled flat on the ground. At that very moment, the first cut flashed across the main character's face. Wounds also began to appear on the girl one after another as she desperately tried to untie the rope binding Aserat. The Prince Vampire himself knew perfectly well that the rope immobilizing him was tied by one of the 4 generals, so the little one could never untie it. She just had to run. Fortunately, at that moment Kratos arrived and managed to catch the girl in his arms. Immediately after this, the ruler grabbed the crucified prisoner and immediately rushed towards where all the others were hiding. The little dragon, watching its parent, understood that it was not strong at all. After all, the power emanating from this creature was not that great. But despite how the father struggles, overcoming the fierce wind to protect his people, the cub could conclude, his dad is a kind creature. Therefore, the little one immediately broke free from the farmer's hands and rushed towards the parent. After which he shouted loudly and spewed frosty cold from his mouth. The wind of blades weakened significantly, feeling the icy chill, which seemed to muffle the hurricane's flow. Only later, already losing consciousness, the Lord noticed the tiny dragon who was weakening the wind flow. However, Kratos was convinced that it was just a hallucination. After all, the little dragon could definitely not cope with such a storm. At that moment, while the cub was holding back the whirlwind with all his might, the assistants managed to run up, immediately grabbing one injured person each, dragging them to the shelter. Soon after the cataclysm ended, the wounded Kratos was taken to his palace. There the ruler rested while the generals could not find a place for themselves. In the end, the confident Hartok together with Sergei decided to unite and cut off the Lord's head while he was unconscious. After which Sergei suggested dealing with those 2 idiots, Baal and Aserat, so that only those 2 could claim the role of the new ruler. Until all these plans are completed, the conspirators decided to declare a temporary alliance. The most astonishing thing was that when they approached the Lord's chamber, there was not a single demon near them guarding the quarters. So the 2 generals sneaked into the room without any obstacles. After which, without a moment's hesitation, they immediately attacked. However, upon closely examining their lord's face, they saw his serene expression. Only then did the conspirators realize. It turned out Kratos had known from the very beginning that they would come here. Nevertheless, even so, understanding that there would be no other chance to attack, they rushed into battle. But, to the traitor's misfortune, at that moment Aserat and Baal appeared to find out what these 2 were up to. First of all, Baal warned the 2 that the Lord was sleeping. He must not be disturbed. Only then did they realize with what a strange expression Kratos was resting. Without a doubt, he was a worthy Lord of Darkness. Baal kindly warned the generals that they would deeply regret it if they woke Kratos. However, although Hartok was not surprised that the Blackstone tyrant was loyal to the Lord, the fact that Aserat supported the Lord who had turned them into farmers was astonishing. However, the Bloodsucker Prince explained that recently he owed his life to the Lord, and he very much disliked being in debt. Hartok was already amazed at the stupidity of these two. After all, growing potatoes had brought them many problems. But if the crop dies and they starve to death, then it turns out all this suffering was in vain. It seems only Baal and Azarat understood the purpose of all this torment. The prince remembered the little girl who was digging the earth with all her might, knowing that it would help the demons avoid hunger. And looking at her, even the bloodthirsty prince was ready to stake his life. However, he was fully aware that he could die and was ready to at least fight for survival, considering it a worthy deed. Although Hartok listened carefully to his speeches, he still understood that these two would definitely regret their decision. Immediately after this, two conspirators turned around and left, leaving their original goal for a short time. Fortunately, at that moment the Lord finally came to his senses. However, he was very surprised when he saw Asaret in front of him. Of course, the Prince Vampire himself thought that the Lord was deeply touched by the fact that the prisoner took his side, and hastened to explain. In fact, he simply did not want to remain indebted after having his life saved. And in reality, Kratos was just furious that a living lightning rod wanders around and talks to everyone as if it were normal. Immediately after this, the ruler struck him with a bloody blow, causing him to scream throughout the entire palace. This is how they ended up in the field, where Kratos immediately ordered everyone to be summoned in order to continue uprooting the stones. However, it turned out that the boulders were almost gone thanks to Zephyros, who had gathered them all. Of course, the protagonist immediately came to find out from Zephyros himself what had happened. He saw that the subjects were working hard, creating and laying beds of earth. Therefore, after greeting the advisor, the ruler decided to find out where all the stones had actually gone. However, he explained that all the boulders had been piled up in one heap far away. But there was no one there, only a tiny little dragon flying here and there. It turned out that all the stones extracted from the ground were immediately eaten with pleasure by the little one, all because he was too small to cope with the blades of the wind, so he decided to swallow everything in hopes of growing faster. Soon the baby dragon noticed the protagonist, who was calling him from the ground. He also flew into his arms, while Kratos himself was rejoicing over his little pet, who had helped them so much. And all because, although the blades of the wind do not appear often, their formation still happens from time to time. But if the little dragon watches the skies and stops the whirlwinds in time with his icy breath, they will be able to avoid disaster. This was their only way out. Considering that the fields were almost ready for planting potatoes, as the protagonist called them, the farmers faced two enemies. The first of them was the weather, and the second was the costs. And these were the walls they needed to overcome. At that moment, Sergi finally locked herself in her chambers. Removing the heavy helmet, the warrior woman anticipated at least a brief moment of respite. But to her disappointment, the stench of manure ingrained in her skin did not disappear, even after a whole day of exhausting labor in the fields. Suddenly the Lord himself appeared at her door, eager for negotiations. Previously, the ruler had never acted so boldly. Although the magical general was stunned, she had no intention of letting the uninvited guest in. The warrior was convinced. They had nothing to discuss. However, Kratos insisted, explaining that he urgently needed her assistance and begged her to open the door. But the general only grew more heated, suggesting the Lord spare her the pointless chatter and simply leave. The protagonist, however, did not give up, realizing that talking to the general was necessary at all costs. Therefore, despite all the quarrels and the lady's indignant cries, the Lord began to squeeze through the locked gates, using that very glitch with undressing. Naturally, Sergi turned cold with horror. After all, no sane man would break into a lady's chambers in such a manner. However, unexpectedly, Kratos knelt before the stunned warrior woman. The Lord made the girl understand. Without her help, he would not manage. And to be honest, despite her bad temper, she froze, stunned. The protagonist was ready for any humiliation if it would help save precious resources. Right now, the Lord desperately needed her sharp blades. The embarrassed maiden agreed at least to listen to what the Lord desired from her. And to be honest, she behaved so strangely that even Kinjan Chol could not comprehend the reason for such behavior of the general. Soon the ruler led her to the potato storage, asking to chop up the entire harvest. Before planting, the tubers needed to be cut in half. Obviously, Sergi was stunned by such a task. She could not even imagine that it would be about this. The warrior believed that the Lord was hinting at something more than just cutting vegetables, so the girl was terribly offended. This bastard shamelessly played with her feelings. In fact, the logic was simple. Tubers with 3 or 4 eyes should not be touched. And if there are more sprouts, then the potato must be cut, so that each half has approximately an equal number of sprouts. The Lord hoped that he had explained the task clearly enough to the girl, so he asked her to start working. However, the general was furious. She absolutely refused to tolerate such mockery. But Kratos, as if he hadn't heard her angry retorts, immediately began throwing potatoes at her. The warrior instinctively sliced the flying tubers, and most astonishingly, perfectly in half. The protagonist froze, struck by her incredible skill. After all, the halves came out even neater than he dared to expect. In the end, the Lord was convinced that the only being capable of handling this painstaking work was only Sergei. The girl felt a flicker of embarrassment. Could it be that the ruler truly appreciated her talents? However, very soon the warrior woman recognized the trick. The Lord is trying to enchant her with sweet words, being a real scoundrel and villain. However, unexpectedly, the protagonist stood up, forcing the confused general to retreat backward. After that, the ruler carefully took the blade from her hands and gently wiped the soiled edge so that it would shine again. Then the Lord explained, because of his request the weapon got stained with potato juice, so he is obliged to clean it. But Sergei was frozen in shock, unable to comprehend why the Lord was treating her this way. Now he looked incredibly sincere and gentle. The girl did not understand what was happening. She had no idea. The protagonist acted that way solely because he knew that if the juice was not immediately wiped off, it could harm the rest of the crop. Cleanliness and sanitation had to be maintained. After that, the ruler once again explained to Lady Sergei. Only she alone is capable of helping him. After all, the warrior woman is the only one who can cut through the tubers without piercing or damaging them. And in the end, still giving in to his seductive speeches, the girl agreed to provide assistance this time. The warrior woman could not help but feel sympathy for the foolish lord who was absolutely incapable of accomplishing anything without her. Immediately after this agreement, the warrior rushed to prepare boiling water and grab as many rags as possible. After all, it was obvious that none of them would be able to sleep today. After that, they proceeded to the most responsible work. Of course, periodically the girl cast suspicious glances at the lord, considering his care deceptive, when he helped her wipe the sword, and also asked if she was tired. Also, to cheer up the warrior woman, the Lord sang songs to her so that she would not lose concentration. Seeing this, Hartok quickly realized. Even Sergei had joined these fools. Just a couple of compliments. And here she was already ready to crawl at the Lord's feet. At that very moment, Aserat himself continued to hang on the pole. The vampire prince did not understand why he had to spend his life as a lightning rod. He could not even say for sure if he was alive at all, for this existence was filled only with suffering. Fortunately, a tiny demoness came to the prisoner with potatoes that the adults had left. Therefore, the little girl suggested playing a game with him. Of course, the vampire prince made it clear to the girl. He, one of the generals, would not entertain demons. If she unties him, the first thing he will do is devour her. However, when the girl threw the potato and missed, Aserat only became enraged. After all, the little one didn't even know how to throw properly. Therefore, the prisoner opened his mouth wider, allowing her to aim better. Hartok, who was watching this pitiful spectacle, quickly realized there was no hope for the bloodthirsty prince either. The warrior had been made a real laughingstock. The general's soul was in turmoil. At that moment, the protagonist appeared on the field, summoned the squad to himself, and explained they had brought split and dried potatoes for planting. Everyone immediately rejoiced that they would be able to sow a new batch of crops. Then Hartok glanced at Bale. However, he was always an idiot, so it was not even worth being surprised by his treachery. At the same moment, the farmers bowed to Sergei, thanking the warrior woman for chopping all the potatoes for them. And she only clearly embarrassedly turned away, pretending that she disliked the praise. Hartok stood stunned by her somewhat silly behavior. Seeing a magical general of demonic troops behaving like an ordinary girl was an absurd sight. But the most amazing thing, everyone truly rejoiced over the sprouted potatoes. The demons almost cried, although their stern nature was not at all suited to that. So Hartok was convinced. Everyone he had ever encountered was a complete fool. And he was the smartest of the high demons and was supposed to take the throne from the ruler. At that moment, the protagonist addressed the farmers, asking them to prepare for the potato sprouts to soon appear from the ground. As soon as that happens, the eyes would need to be cut out. Obviously, Baal immediately thought that it was about real eyes and promised the ruler to help deal with the eyes of any possible victims. However, the protagonist quickly silenced him and explained to the farmers. A potato has at least 3 sprouts, rarely 5 or 6. After that, the Lord decided to find out the demon's opinion on what is better, more sprouts or fewer. Everyone believed, the more the better. However, this opinion was mistaken. The demons still could not understand why a smaller number of sprouts is preferable. After all, more sprouts are more profitable. Therefore, the subjects were convinced. Their lord was mistaken. However, Hartok only sighed heavily, amazed at the worthlessness of these idiots who were absolutely incapable of understanding anything. And he explained, they will understand why fewer sprouts are better if they strain their brains even a little. After all, each sprout requires a certain amount of nutrients, just like the roots they consume. If there are too many sprouts, the potato will not be able to properly nourish the rootstocks. The protagonist, having listened to this explanation, was, honestly, impressed by Hartok's knowledge. The Lord thought, the man must have studied agriculture somewhere, since he knew this fact. However, Hartok himself thought, learning such primitive wisdom is not necessary. After all, the sprouts and roots of the potato are connected to each other and feed on the same substances. Then, to test Hartok's knowledge, the Lord of Darkness decided to find out what the ideal number of sprouts is. However, the general believed the ideal ratio would be no more than 2. Of course, someone might mistakenly think that 1 sprout is enough from the point of view of nutrient distribution. However, if this single sprout broke, then the rootstocks would stop receiving vital nourishment, dooming the entire tuber to death. Then the Lord decided to ask the Duke what the next stage awaiting them after cutting out the islets was. And this, obviously, was the preparation of healthy soil. It was necessary to add compost and carefully dig the earth, saturating it with life-giving oxygen. However, such fertile soil will appeal not only to potatoes. Various weeds will also crave to obtain these nutrients, so farmers will have to get rid of the parasites. Surely the Lord would have figured this out on his own if he had used his brain even a little bit. However, the Lord of Darkness was not offended by the words of the Misty Duke. Instead, the ruler instantly ordered the demons to applaud the incredible genius of agriculture standing before them. And to be honest, Hartok at that moment, when everyone admired him, looked extremely angry and embarrassed at the same time. In fact, the reason lay in the fact that the general remembered how his mother considered him an unworthy, weak, insignificant offspring throughout his cursed childhood. However, now he was clearly embarrassed and almost cried, like some sentimental idiot unable to cope with the overwhelming emotions. The protagonist immediately approached Hartok for a serious conversation. He considered the general the wisest and most knowledgeable demon among all subordinates. Therefore, he asked that from this moment he lead the farmers' squad as its head. Of course, Hartok opposed such a proposal. After all, his sharp mind is needed for demonic deeds like theft, murder, and cunning intrigues, not for some pathetic farming. However, at that moment the Lord of Darkness ordered the demons to immediately show their deepest respect to the Supreme. And then everyone at once began to exalt Hartok even more, praise and glorify him to the skies. Of course, the general was extremely enraged, and even longed for those insignificant creatures to fall silent. But in the end, he gave in to temptation, and ordered that from that moment on, they obeyed his orders unconditionally. Then he could help them a little in their miserable endeavors. As a result, the protagonist emerged as the victor in 3 out of 4 psychological battles. He worked through Baal's lonely childhood and made him his loyal subordinate. The Lord also gave Aserat a friend, whom the vampire prince had never had since birth. Now his cruelty indicators were significantly reduced. Also, the ruler won the heart of Surga, a warrior who had never known the sweet taste of love. And, of course, the Lord granted Hartok what the general desired most in the world, recognition and respect from others. Now the protagonist could use 200 precious fame points to unlock a new skill, blood vision. However, this ability did not exist in the game. It allowed one to see the near future for 6 hours. But what interested the Lord of Darkness the most was that the object of his surveillance could be a living being, an ordinary object, or even the heavens. And this was the perfect gift. After all, if it was about the heavens, then by studying them, the ruler could even predict the weather forecast. Invaluable knowledge for a farmer. As is known, somewhere between the abandoned lands of demons and the territory of humans, there was another land. The village located there was called the Village of the Exiled. It was precisely there that the noble paladin arrived to ask for help for the rescued lord, who had finally stood on his feet. Now the aristocrat could walk independently again without needing outside assistance. The gentleman was also immensely grateful to his companion, who, through many trials, cared for him with incredible diligence. For unfortunately, the young man was unlucky. He was born not in the most resilient body, lacking strong health. The servant himself dreamily remarked that he would like to be born a wealthy aristocrat with a pile of gold in the next life, in order to rule everything around without restrictions. But unfortunately, just as an aristocrat is not given to be born resilient, so a poor man is not destined to be born rich. Such is the cruel law of this world. Finally, the aristocrat explained to the noble paladin that they were going to return to the kingdom and offered the warrior to go with them under their protection. However, unfortunately, the paladin did not know what to do. After all, as he had already mentioned earlier, he does not know who he was before awakening in this strange attire. However, the young man was almost certain that he came from the territory of humans, not demons. When he had just entered the village, it was immediately clear from the hostile looks of the residents that he was not welcome here. Still, it was not surprising, considering how intimidating he looks in his dark attire. No one could rejoice at his arrival, seeing in him a potential threat. The aristocrat and his servant pondered this dilemma for a moment. However, the master quickly suggested to the young man to simply change into ordinary clothes. Then people's opinion of him would change drastically. However, instead of completely changing his attire, the paladin agreed only to wear a cloak over his garments. So the aristocrat and the servant concluded. Perhaps the warrior was very attached to his new image and did not want to part with it. And in reality, the paladin himself would desperately long to take off this cursed clothing. But unfortunately, no matter what he did, no matter how he tried to pull the fabric, he simply could not remove it, as if it had become an extension of his skin, fused with his body forever. At the same time, the aristocrat approached one of the villagers, thanking him for the help and hospitality. So he solemnly promised, when meeting the king, he would definitely tell their story and try to change their bitter fate. And of course, the paladin was struck by the nobility of the aristocrat, who by royal decree was exploring the nearby lands. There was not a trace of unnecessary pride in him, and he was kind and attentive to ordinary people, not shunning their company. However, the warrior himself was eager to find out. Who was he in that case? All this time, he simply continued to carry out the mission sent to him from above by a mysterious power, and only killed again and again without asking questions. So, obviously, the paladin was convinced. Someone like him was simply incapable of anything noble, except merciless cruelty and bloodshed. At the same time, the demons continued to carefully watch over their crops with trepidation and hope, until finally the first long-awaited sprouts appeared. Of course, everyone immediately flocked to make sure these were really sprouts, and not an optical illusion. There were not that many of them, but still it was a grand achievement, that even in such cursed lands the potatoes had sprouted, overcoming all obstacles. The girl immediately rushed to report everything to Asurat, burning with impatience to share the joyful news. However, the vampire prince was only angry that the little girl was bothering him again with her chatter, not giving him peace. Just at that moment, Kratos appeared, attracting the squad's attention with a loud shout. He reminded the farmers that it was time for hilling. Their brilliant leader Hartok was supposed to report everything necessary. The embarrassed Misty Duke explained, "During hilling, it is necessary to carefully cover the sprout's stem with soil, creating a small mound. This will prevent the potato from bursting out under the harmful sun rays. Otherwise, the color of the root crop will change, and the taste will become bitter and disgusting. In some cases, poison may be released in the tubers, which will prevent demons from eating it. So the potato will literally become cursed and unfit for consumption." Immediately after these wise explanations, Kratos applauded, calling for applause for their genius, and the others joined the ovation, praising Hartok. Now the ruler needed to check the weather using the newly acquired skill. He invested a whole 200 precious glory points into the ability to forecast the weather. Now his blood vision was significantly enhanced, gaining unprecedented power. However, the activation conditions turned out to be harsh, not to blink for 200 agonizing seconds. And, to obvious disappointment, it was a very difficult task, causing the Lord's eyes to water profusely, and his eyelids to tremble from tension. Seeing the Lord cry, the demons apparently thought he was immensely happy about the appearance of the first sprouts, and could not hold back his emotions. But fortunately, at that moment the system activated with a message. Warm and dry weather is expected for the next 6 hours. Artificial humidification of the air might even be necessary. Despite his aching eyes, Kratos rejoiced at this news. After all, at least today they were not expecting deadly blades of wind, so the little dragon could rest well without straining his strength. Meanwhile, the arriving Zephyros addressed the Lord with urgent, alarming news. "It turns out a subordinate of the second Star Master has arrived." Soon the newcomer introduced himself. His name was Laploet. He was a loyal advisor to the second Star Master, and came to greet the Lord immediately after receiving the order to cease fire and send aid for agriculture. The third Star Master attacked their territory, claiming that the ruler was weak and pathetic, therefore he thirsted to take his place by force. And of course, Kratos did not reveal his true emotions at this news, not understanding deep down why all the demonic bastards were the same, forever craving power and blood. Obviously, if the Star Master gathered a healthy army, uniting forces, it would be difficult for them to cope with such an onslaught. This was the absolute truth. Although the ranks of the warriors were low, the number was huge, overwhelming. Therefore, obviously, before the second Star Master set out on a campaign, it was necessary to hurry and defeat the invader first, before he could fortify himself. But at the same time, Kratos could not abandon his fields and crops to fate. They required constant attention and care. The territory belonging to the second Star Master was located at the far foot of the Death Rock. It was ominously called the Swamp of Decay. If compared to the game map, the swamps were 10 times larger than the abandoned lands, and were located very far from Kratos' holdings. The abandoned well, controlling buffs and all changes in the game world, could help them get to the second Star Master's territory faster, shortening the path many times over. But, to the greatest regret, the well, which was located deep under the demonic castle, had not worked for God knows how long, covered with a thick layer of dust and oblivion. Therefore, the protagonist desperately tried to figure out how to combine farming and bloody battles into one whole, without sacrificing either. But very soon Kin Chol remembered something important. He was the Lord of Darkness and the final boss, who never fought with his own hands, leaving the dirty work to his subordinates. In the end, the ruler turned to his generals with a proposal. and Sergei shyly indicated that she would help in this matter, although she immediately reminded that she was not eager to fight for the ruler just like that, without a good reason. Baal, as always, was ready to do absolutely everything the ruler commanded, without asking unnecessary questions and without hesitation for a moment. As a result, in this way, 2 of the 4 generals will lead the military campaign. The Lord decided to send with them also several strong but somewhat foolish demons, who were no help in the fields, only getting underfoot and breaking equipment. As soon as they enter the final boss zone, 2 short paths should open through the game mechanics. This way, the generals will reach the sinister swamp of decay faster, reducing travel time. But the protagonist, using Duke Hartok as a brilliant universal wide-range sprayer, will focus all his precious attention on growing potatoes, without being distracted by military affairs. Somewhere at that very time, a fierce battle was raging in the territory of the 2nd Star Master. The kneeling lord immediately realized the 3rd Star Master was plotting a vile betrayal, since he dared to break the sacred order of the Supreme Overlord, and he did not even hide that it was pure betrayal. However, he believed he simply had no choice, because if he did not serve as a weapon of war, it would lead the entire people to ruin and decline. He could not bear it, watching his race weaken and degenerate. Of course, the 2nd Star Lord reminded, the Demon Lord is greening the lands, and with the help of this noble endeavor, they will be able to feed absolutely all demons, without attacking humans without reason, and without unleashing senseless wars. However, the problem was not at all in the food, because of which demons were dying of hunger. The 3rd Star Lord simply believed battle is the pride of the demonic race and their glorious history, written in blood. Without war, demons lose their essence and turn into miserable farmers. However, when the rebel was already about to strike to kill the exhausted 2nd Star Lord with a fatal blow, 2 of the 4 great generals came to the rescue, like angels of vengeance. As soon as the demon trader saw their formidable silhouettes, he twitched from sudden fear. He was seriously frightened. Sergei, as if nothing had happened, calmly admitted, in some ways the 3rd Star Lord was right. Their history is full of bloody battles. They once liked it. They enjoyed killings and destruction, reveling in power over life and death. But the warrior could not understand. Since when did this become an unalterable norm? And when did their life turn into continuous meaningless battles without respite? At that moment, a little girl ran to her father, begging him to hurry to the field to see the miracle. After that, he called the others with him, and their joyful eyes beheld an amazing sight. The field was entirely strewn with the most beautiful flowers of blooming potatoes, shimmering with all shades in the rays of the setting sun. This was what they were most proud of in the world. Not blood, but creation. Seeing this miracle, Sergei saw no point in continuing further, only to kill again and again. There was neither beauty nor meaning in that. After that, the tiny little girl also ran to the Lord Demon Ruler. She honestly admitted that the potato field was so incredibly beautiful that she had never before seen such mesmerizing beauty in these cursed lands. And the warrior smiled, for she was very proud that the Lord's plan had succeeded despite all obstacles. In the end, Baal, sneaking up on the enemy, grabbed him by the neck from behind with a death grip, allowing Sergei to deliver countless crushing blows without mercy. The rebel begged to be released, for he did not understand. Why had killing ceased to be a reason for pride? After all, demons would never have said so before, in the good old days. Moreover, from the trader's point of view, Sergei contradicted herself, for she did not want to kill people, yet tortured him with blades, claiming that sometimes killing is necessary to achieve goals. Where is the logic in these words? At the same time, Kratos ordered his subordinates to mercilessly cut all useless flowers, leaving not a single one. Of course, the demons were extremely upset by this news. Asurat was especially upset, as these flowers had greatly pleased him with their beauty and fragrance. So the bloodthirsty prince even wanted to climb down from his crucifixion to punish the cruel ruler for sacrilege. Hartok was already struck by the fact that even when seeing such a picturesque landscape, their ruler remained absolutely ruthless and cold, like a statue made of ice. But despite all doubts, the general ordered the demons to start cutting the flowers, as the Lord commanded. An order is an order. In the end, the demons set to work with heavy hearts. However, to be honest, this task was very difficult for them. After all, on their cursed lands, they had not seen such fragile beauty for a long time, capable of touching even demonic hearts. And soon the farmers simply gave up, dropping their tools to the ground. They could not do it no matter how hard they tried. They had grown these flowers with such effort and care, and for the first time something so beautiful and pure had bloomed on their land. However, Hartok knew, if they left everything as it was, the nutrients from the sunlight would go to the formation of flowers and seeds, not root crops. And the great plan of the Demon King was that all the precious energy would be concentrated exclusively on the growth of potatoes, yielding the maximum harvest. And understanding this harsh necessity, the demons still had to start cutting these beautiful flowers, overcoming the pain in their hearts. Kratos, on the other hand, was quite pleased with this sight, for even lying in his chambers, the Lord felt the potatoes beginning to grow faster and fill with juices. And looking at his malicious, satisfied face, everyone was convinced he was the true ruler of darkness, who liked such merciless destruction of beauty in the name of practicality. At that moment, having finished their bloody battle, two generals took the traitor prisoner and delivered him to the Demon King for trial. Of course, Kratos decided to ask this rebel, why did he start the uprising? After all, even the first lord of the fortress fell by the hand of the overlord, so the traitor certainly could not have won in an open confrontation. However, the demon only plaintively begged the ruler to kill him immediately. After all, a demon who lost honor in battle and was taken prisoner is no different from a dead man, unworthy of life. And the protagonist decided to fulfill what this demon asked of him, showing mercy. Therefore, the lord instantly attacked the prisoner with a blood strike without hesitation, but he failed to kill the opponent. This body was a solid, hard shell, like a fortress wall. Therefore, such attacks were like a mosquito bite to him, causing no damage at all. So Kim Jong-chol came up with a better, more sophisticated idea. He turned the traitor fighter into a lightning rod. Just like that, simple and practical. In the end, the Lord continued to torture the prisoner to azotify the land with his sufferings and decay. And then all the unfortunate demon desired was simply a quick, merciful death to relieve the torment. At that very moment, Kim Jong-chol demanded that one of the demons immediately come and untie the first lightning rod, Asurata. Lately, the blood-sucking prince had been poorly handling lightning strikes, weakened from hanging for a long time. So it was time for him to retire, making way for the new lightning rod. As soon as the prisoner was untied, a little girl immediately ran up to the Lord to help him stand on his feet. However, he only laughed in a sinister and strange way, anticipating revenge. And when the little girl was right in front of him, Asurat reminded himself he had promised to kill this little demoness who constantly teased and mocked him. So the prince decided to deal with her first, and after that, to deal with Kratos himself for all the humiliations. However, although the warrior tried to fiercely attack the little one, in the end he helplessly fell flat right at her feet, as if cut down. Unfortunately for him, he had hung on the pole for so long that he simply forgot how to walk. His muscles had atrophied. Approaching Baal, seeing this pitiful spectacle, was convinced. It seems their vampire prince had regressed to the state of a helpless infant. But the prince himself was quite angry that Baal had become smarter during this time, and even started to ponder such intricate and convoluted words that he had not known before. The demon himself, as if nothing had happened, picked up Asurat in his arms like a bride and carried him to the castle as if he were a fragile princess in need of protection. However, since the prisoner did not like such humiliating closeness to this idiot, Baal soon had to tie the prince from behind, like a baby in a sling, and still drag him along despite his screams and protests. Not that Baal did this out of special care for his comrade. It was simply a direct order from the Demon King. So he had to watch the prince without taking his eyes off him. And, of course, Asurat could only rage in powerless fury and swear. He would never forget this experienced shame and would definitely take revenge. In fact, initially, when the protagonist planned to release him, he was worried. The vampire prince would cause a bloody uproar here and destroy everything around. But before that, the Lord used the skill of the Blood Eye on the prisoner and released him. Having learned from a vision of the future, the demon would not be able to move for about 6 long hours after being freed. After that, the Lord ordered all the demon farmers to speed up their work, sparing no effort, for the long-awaited harvest would soon come. Moreover, the flowers began to disappear in the blink of an eye with the help of Sirga's high-speed lawnmower, cutting them with incredible speed and precision. So this pressing issue was quickly resolved. And with Hartog's ultimate, watering the field was no trouble. Magic worked wonders. But, unfortunately, their dried potato supplies were not as large as they would have liked. Therefore, with each passing day, this problem gradually reduced the farmers' wages. There was less and less food, and even if the demons ate smaller portions and got used to constant hunger, the Lord already saw how all of them were exhausted and worn out from work. Especially the children, who also tried in every way to help the adults, overcoming fatigue and hunger. But at that moment, a second star ruler approached the ruler from behind, saved by the generals. He wanted to thank the Lord of Demons for saving his life and the lives of his other subjects, to express deepest gratitude. However, the protagonist was quite angry at the news he heard. He did not understand. How could someone come to thank the ruler? And with empty hands, as if a beggar. Perhaps this simpleton had not heard that normal, well-mannered people come with gifts. With a bottle of sparkling wine, or at least ginseng as a sign of respect? However, the star ruler hastened to explain with a respectful bow. He, together with the third lord, will gather all his subordinates together and send new diligent workers here to help with agriculture. Only after these encouraging words did the Lord of Darkness finally recall with belated realization These demons had nothing to fill their stomachs with. He could not get used to the colossal difference in mentality of demons from the Korean way of thinking, where gratitude is expressed with gifts. Moreover, the protagonist perfectly understood. If the potatoes yield a rich harvest, then it would be necessary to collect the precious fruits as quickly as possible, dry them properly, and make a substantial stock for the long winter. He longed to see his workers full, satisfied, and full of strength, and for this, a couple of dozen extra hands capable of speeding up the process would not hurt. However, while the Lord was engaged in agriculture day after day, he had already forgotten why he originally started this farming, what the true goal was. At that very moment, the second Lord respectfully bowed and decided to go reorganize his scattered troops, bringing them to combat readiness. When that one was leaving, Kim Jan-chol recalled from game memories. This opponent was a low-level boss without any particularly impressive skills. He demonstrated incredible blind loyalty to Kratos, asking no unnecessary questions. And considering that the second-star ruler was essentially a plant, perhaps he could be somewhat useful in agriculture, bringing additional benefits. Now, walking slowly over the fertile soil, the Lord Plant felt. It was full of nutrients of incredible concentration, which he had never felt in the foul swamps of decay. Since the time when he was just a tiny seedling breaking through the dirt, he had never seen anything so nutritious and edible in their cursed lands. But this soil, created by the Demon King with his own hands, was simply perfect, rich, alive, granting strength. So, thanks to it, the demon plant decided to become significantly stronger, accumulating power. For this, he approached a secluded corner of the field and sucked into the ground with his roots, spreading his root system all around like a web. Also that, having absorbed these priceless nutrients, he would soon become the new Demon King, overthrowing the current ruler. At the same time, unaware of anything, the protagonist ordered his farmers to perform demonic exercises to maintain their form. Immediately after that, by his clear command, they began diligently warming up their stiff arms and legs, as well as squatting in unison, like an army. In fact, this was partly a test of the farmer's physical condition, an endurance test. Before, these guys were good for nothing, weak, sluggish, useless. But now they followed his instructions with incredible discipline, which meant their demonic power had significantly increased thanks to their labor. Even when the Lord gave them sudden, unexpected orders, they executed them perfectly without the slightest hesitation. Still, to work as farmers on such harsh fields, they needed to be at least somewhat physically developed and strong. And now they handled instructions perfectly, even without constant help and control from Kratos. They worked independently, like a well-coordinated mechanism. But at that moment, a worried Bale hurried to the protagonist with a concerned face to report a critical problem. It turned out that all the potato tops had yellowed in a threatening way. It seems some destructive disease capable of destroying the entire crop has attacked them. Of course, the frightened protagonist immediately rushed to check what had happened to his creation, without hesitating for a moment. And indeed, all the sprouts began to slowly wither and wilt, losing their life juices. Zephyros counted with anxiety in his voice that perhaps they had overdone the flower pruning, disrupting the balance. Hartok did not know what to do with this, looking around the field in confusion. He was worried. Perhaps the plants lacked enough fresh wind or life-giving water. The general even became disillusioned with agriculture, bitterly considering it a complete fiasco and the collapse of all hopes. However, when the demonic plant overlord arrived, he immediately decided to curiously ask the milord what had happened to the fields. However, the protagonist silently interrupted the general anxiety and panic. He simply confidently pulled one stem out of the ground, showing it to everyone. Then everyone saw. Although the tops were pale and withered, the roots turned out to be much bigger and thicker. They became 2, or even 3 times larger than those of the first batch of the harvest. Therefore, Kratos hastened to explain with relief in his voice. The potato tubers have simply awakened for the final surge. They grow, sucking all the nutrients from the leaves to the last drop, to become even bigger and more nutritious than before. This is a natural ripening process. Therefore, the Lord thanked all the farmers and generals for their tireless work and dedication. After all, he had now managed to grow potatoes on these cursed lands. The impossible had happened. And everyone, seeing this miracle with their own eyes, burst into tears from overwhelming emotions. Even those stern warriors, from whom such weakness was impossible to expect, wept. They cried from joy and relief. After this triumphant moment, Kratos gave all his last orders to his subordinates and went to his chambers to properly rest from exhausting labors. He still could not believe that he had truly managed to grow potatoes on this dead land. It seemed like an incredible achievement. The Lord recalled warm memories from his past life, from distant childhood. Back then, he and his beloved grandmother grew cherry tomatoes in a small garden, and she praised her grandson for his success, proud of him. He still remembered that terrible moment when she was dying, and he could do nothing to help her. powerless and desperate. However, these sentimental memories in Kim Jong-chol's mind were useless and inappropriate. Obviously, his Dark Lord personality type did not allow him to succumb to such weak sentiments and nostalgia. Moreover, soon they would be able to eat potatoes to their fill, enjoying the fruits of their labor. But it was too early to relax. Too many dangers lay ahead. Obviously, if they ate only potatoes day after day, and some parasite or deadly disease struck them, they would all starve to death. Just like during the Great Famine in Ireland, caused by potato blight, which was the main food product in Ireland at that time. Now Kratos was simply trying to solve urgent pressing problems with potatoes, plugging holes. But he needed to get seeds of other crops as soon as possible, diversifying the diet. But at that moment, the Lord felt something extremely wrong, as if the whole earth convulsed in spasms beneath his feet. And after that, he saw with horror how cracks began to rapidly spread across the castle building and huge roots started to grow, breaking through the stone. Of course, the protagonist rebelled, not understanding in shock. What on earth is happening to his estates? At that moment, a little girl was carelessly wandering through the potato fields, but noticed something strange and alarming. Earlier, the Demon King had explained, the potatoes grow actively, so the leaves die off naturally. But now they were all dying at once, as if scorched by fire. Therefore, the little girl immediately began to dig the soil with her hands to understand what had happened to the crop. But, to her greatest horror, there was no precious potato left in the roots. Absolutely everything was gone, as if someone had sucked out the tubers. So the girl ran away frightened to tell the adults about this nightmare, calling for help. And at that moment she noticed a terrible sight. The demonic castle was already levitating in the air, wrapped in huge roots, as if in captivity. With these roots, the protagonist himself was tied hand and foot, like with ropes, helplessly hanging in the air. And all this was the vile trickery of the second star ruler, who was laughing maliciously at Kratos, who looked like a pathetic crushed bug in his grip. He explained triumphantly, the potato field was full of nutrients of incredible concentration. So thanks to this generous field, he grew so huge and powerful, having consumed the entire harvest. And now the protagonist bitterly realized what had happened to their potato field, which they had planted with such incredible effort and care. Everything was stolen, sucked out by this traitor. Looking at the fear and despair of the protagonist in this agonizing moment, the second star ruler decided to laugh even louder, enjoying the sight of the Lord raging with helplessness and fury. However, he understood. Kratos still could do nothing, bound hand and foot. Therefore, he immediately began mercilessly beating him with roots, dropping him onto the hard ground again and again. At that very moment, from the collapsing building, crumbling with stones, Hartok began hastily leading the demons to a safe place, saving lives. Baal was already about to go out in desperate defense of the Demon King, sparing no effort. However, the other generals did not let him go to certain death, holding him back by force, for they understood that then he would surely die pointlessly. However, the reason for his stubbornness lay in the fact that Baal learned an important truth. Their Demon King was physically weak. He realized this revelation when he lifted the Lord in his arms. He was light, fragile. Therefore, Baal had to help him now at any cost, protecting his ruler. At that moment, the huge giant tree had already grown to unprecedented colossal sizes, overshadowing the sky. It simply threw the protagonist down from a great height, sending him to the hardest ground below. Obviously, falling from such a height, the Lord would be smashed to death, turning into a pulp. At that moment, the huge tyrant tree calmly explained to the demons waiting below with bated breath. Now their king was dead, shattered on the stones. They had to remember the old demon customs. Power comes from strength, not from some pathetic sowings. And from this moment, he was their new king. They had to bow before his absolute crushing power without objections. Finally, Hartok bitterly realized. The second Star Lord absorbed all the nutrients from the earth, deceiving trust. After Kratos' death, the strongest in these lands was precisely him, the usurper. Obviously, demons had to follow the strongest. Such was the cruel law of their race. Therefore, Hartok was the first to bow deeply before the new tyrant, acknowledging his power. Following this, the other three generals also bowed submissively, lowering their heads as a sign of obedience. Thus they acknowledged the new ruler of these cursed lands, resigning themselves to a bitter fate. The only one who continued to stand proudly upright, unbending, was Zephyros. The advisor remained loyal to the fallen lord. And as soon as the bloodthirsty prince noticed this defiance, he immediately and angrily ordered the advisor to show proper respect to the new king by bowing. However, Zephyros clearly did not want to bow before this disgusting monster traitor who had killed his master. In the end, he had to do it under pressure. But at the same time, the advisor sobbed bitterly in despair, unable to believe that this nightmare had really happened. Everything collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, the protagonist's consciousness returned to his real world as if in a vision. However, he retained his previous demonic appearance, unchanged externally. He saw the very same idyllic park where a mother and a little boy decided to play hide and seek, a simple children's game. The woman gently asked her son to close his eyes tightly, count slowly to 10, and then go looking for her in the park. And the boy obediently went to a tree, tightly covered his eyes with his palms, and prepared to count, anticipating the game. However, very soon the little boy began to cry bitterly and call for his mother. He could not find his mommy anywhere, no matter how hard he looked. She never returned to him, leaving her son alone forever. And seeing this heartbreaking scene, Kim Jong-chol could not hold back his emotions and simply burst into tears, just as he had in childhood. Memories overwhelmed him like a wave. But at that moment, the system strictly ordered the player to immediately come to his senses and act. As a result, he woke up from the vision, returning to reality. However, he obviously remembered with horror. His real name was written in the text window, not the character's name. Obviously, he bitterly thought that he had died completely and irrevocably. However, the system window insisted. The protagonist must move to survive at any cost. Giving up is not an option. Unfortunately, the protagonist could not move an inch. The body did not obey. It seemed that where he lay buried, there was not even the slightest space to turn around or take a deep breath. Fortunately, he could at least move his right hand a little, which had retained mobility. Therefore, he longed to try to dig his way out, to escape from the grave. The new Demon King ordered the advisor Zephyros to come closer to his roots. He introduced himself respectfully and greeted the new Demon King with a strained smile. And the ruler arrogantly ordered Zephyros to record in the smallest details this significant historical moment. The first step where demons will invade the land of humans and will rule over them absolutely. They will raise and eat these miserable people like cattle. Of course, the demons understood. This would be the starting point of their merry former life, where they could fight and kill to their heart's content without restrictions. Obviously, the demons were forced to live differently only to stuff their miserable bellies with food, forgetting the glory of war. However, for some inexplicable reason, this bloodthirsty thought maddened absolutely all 4 generals. They did not want to return to the past. At the same time, the protagonist continued counting heartbeats while digging the earth with his hands, desperately trying to escape. But unfortunately, he was catastrophically short of air. He began to suffocate in the earthen captivity, losing consciousness. At the same time, the new tyrant ordered the other demons to immediately take up arms and go on a bloody military campaign. But Zephyros immediately hastened to explain to the ruler with concern. It will be difficult for them to enter a prolonged battle now. The demons had only a few miserable potatoes left for sustenance. This was far too little for a full-scale military campaign. The army would weaken from hunger. However, the new ruler only sneered contemptuously and was convinced. The advisor was far too stupid and short-sighted if he did not notice how much food they had around. After that, he immediately attacked and grabbed the little demonic girl with his roots, holding her in front of him like a doll. He explained with sadistic pleasure, "Weak, worthless demons are perfect for them as food and provisions on the march." Of course, the girl immediately screamed in horror, proving to the new king through tears that they were no longer such terrible monsters. They could survive with dignity, without even devouring each other in despair. All this became possible thanks to the ruler Kratos, their true, genuine king who gave them hope. And of course, enraged by these daring words, the ruler immediately let the girl go, sending her into a freefall down to crash. At that moment, the protagonist felt the condition was getting worse and worse with every moment. It seemed his heart was gradually stopping, fading like a candle in the wind. However, in these last moments before death, the protagonist remembered his people, fully aware that after his demise they would surely starve and suffer from hardships. Therefore, there was simply no choice left. In order to restart the stopped heart, the ruler inflicted a blood strike on himself, piercing his own chest. And all because he was a farmer by calling and could not allow even one of his people to starve and die of need. Immediately after this, the resurrected ruler began to dig in the earth like a mole, burrowing through the soil to get out at any cost. At the same time, the little girl was caught by the bloodsucker prince, saving the baby from certain death under the collapse. The Lord of Darkness, every time he lost his last strength in his hopeless underground captivity, struck himself again and again with a bloody blow, which gave him at least a grain of energy to continue the path. Of course, it was insanely hard to break through the rocky bowels. The hero had no idea how long he had been crawling in pitch darkness and whether he was moving in the right direction at all. He only hoped with all his heart that his desperate plan would work. At the same time, all the other generals froze in place, stunned as they watched Azerat decide to save the girl from certain death. The new ruler was quite furious, not understanding how to interpret such unexpected behavior from the bloodsucker prince at all, and he was fully aware of the fatal mistake he had made when he so openly saved her in front of everyone. Therefore, the prisoner pretended that this girl was his emergency food supply, saying that he had long had a hungry eye on her and decided to save her to eat before she spoiled under the rubble. However, obviously the newly minted lord did not believe this pitiful deception from the general. Therefore, the tree monster immediately struck Asurat with its roots with crushing force. Immediately after this, the prince flew back like a ragdoll and momentarily lost consciousness from pain. The ruler once again repeated that the demons needed to prepare for the holy war without delay. However, unable to endure this madness, Zephyrosus loudly proclaimed that they simply had no reasons for war. After which, of course, the arrogant lord already intended to punish this audacious high demon for disobedience. However, the General Baal unexpectedly stepped in to defend the advisor, chopping down the roots of the tree monster with a single swing of his mighty axe. After that, the giant reminded them their lord had already given the most important task to Zephyrosus. If the secretary fell in battle, no one else would be able to count their entire harvest with the same accuracy. In the end, the huge tree finally realized with horror these demonic degenerates had decided to stage a real rebellion against it. However, Hartok hastened to explain that the lord, it seems, misunderstood them. They were simply firmly convinced the path of the previous lord in cultivating the land was the most reasonable development option, and it should be continued for the good of all. Sergei also warmly supported the Misty Duke. After all, the previous lord had found a way to avoid many senseless deaths in wars nobody needed, so they had no reason to start a new bloodshed without a good cause. And of course, this infuriated the tree incredibly. These miserable parasites did not obey its orders. The monster reminded them that it was their legitimate ruler, and they were obliged to obey. However, the Misty Duke was ready to argue with that. After all, authority had to be earned by deeds, not just by force. So the generals prepared to accept this unequal battle without flinching. The other demon farmers also sincerely believed that their true lord was Lord Kratos, and only him. And they all longed to destroy this huge cursed tree so that he would pay fully for damaging their precious potato fields. In the end, a bloody massacre began, and the Misty Duke immediately used his secret technique of the Misty Veil, thus raising protective shields around the farmers. Now, no matter how desperately the tree tried, it could not reach the demon farmers with its roots, who stood on the ground under reliable protection. At the same time, Baal threw Lady Surga as high as possible into the sky, and she, spinning her deadly blades in a whirlwind of steel, began to cut the roots that stretched to her from all sides. After that, the warrior reached right up to the face of the new lord and decided to start by gouging out both his eyes, depriving him of sight. However, unfortunately, at that moment the monster defended itself with a huge root, knocking her down with incredible force. At the same time, Baal was already entwined with roots from head to toe, so the giant could not move at all. And the Misty Duke was even pressed to the ground by these roots, suffocating. Thus, the arrogant lord showed that they should not even try to resist him. If the demons did not want to believe in him blindly, he was ready to prove to them with his own hands that he was much stronger than the miserable Kratos, whom he had defeated before. Moreover, according to the tree, that miserable coward, to whom they were so devotedly loyal, did not even try to resist and died at the first danger. However, despite how strongly the tree monster grabbed and tormented them, they still remained loyal to their true lord without hesitation. Therefore, the enraged tree could not understand at all what was so special about this freak Kratos. At that moment, the only surviving advisor desperately tried to run away, carrying a little girl in his arms, saving her from death. However, noticing the fugitive, the tree immediately aimed its huge root at him, ready to pierce through. But the hero who appeared out of nowhere began to resent that the tree had such low self-esteem. After that, the lord stopped the root, which was supposed to strike the advisor, with a single punch, and delivered what seemed at first glance to be a light blow. But the blow instantly destroyed this root down to nothing, like a rotten branch. At that very moment, the hero was illuminated by a system notification. Thus, on the brink of death, he acquired a new attribute and skill. Now the lord could activate the nutrient concentration mode. It turns out that just 10 minutes ago, from the unbearable difficulty of moving underground, Kratos was completely exhausted, having lost all motivation to continue. And when he said this aloud in despair, before his clouded eyes appeared his late grandmother. She quietly asked her grandson, what had he just said? And he, retreating into a corner of his consciousness, complained that his life was too hard and unfair. He did not understand. Why live at all if it was so unbearably difficult for him? However, the grandmother gently reminded him, people were like seeds. Every living being was a seed. Even in the hardest times, they had to find a way from the depths of the earth to the air and give sprouts. And when the sprout appears on the surface, it will produce other seeds, and then the young sprouts will fill more and more space. And one day the whole world will be painted in the green color of life. However, the boy only got angry at the grandmother for talking nonsense. After all, the boy's father died from overwork in the fields, and his mother simply abandoned him without regrets. Literally everything indicated that he was a rotten seed in this cruel system, and he no longer wanted to try his best for others. He wanted to live only for himself, just like his selfish mother, to achieve success and live for his own pleasure. At the very last moment before death, when the grandmother was dying, she reminded her grandson, they were all like seeds, and their duty was to sprout. These memories angered Qin Chol so much that in the end he managed to survive the pain of death and rebirth thanks to his unyielding will and spirit. He overcame himself and unlocked a new unique characteristic, the mana seed. However, such a characteristic did not exist in the game at all. It turned out that as a reward for the third resurrection in a row, his mana seed opened immediately with 3 levels. The mana seed enhanced all the characteristics of a certain player, and all his stats were increased immediately by 30%. A unique ability also appeared, concentration of nutrients. He could concentrate all his strength into one chosen characteristic. However, this could only be used once a day, for only 10 minutes. But this time was quite enough for a decisive strike. Therefore, the Lord activated this very mana seed, after which he applied the concentration of nutrients to strength. Now his strength equaled a staggering 155% instead of the previous pathetic 30. That's how he finally managed to break through from the depths of the earth, using incredible power, which made digging much easier. Of course, when the second Star-Lord saw him, the tree monster wanted to understand. How did Kratos even manage to survive after that? However, for Kratos himself, that was an incredibly stupid question. So the Lord ordered the fool to shut up and never mention such nonsense aloud again. All the farmers who had survived by that moment rejoiced with all their hearts when they saw that their Lord was alive and unharmed. Even the little dragon burst into bitter tears of happiness and immediately rushed to his father, joyfully hugging him with his tiny paws. The other generals felt incredible relief that the Lord was alive and had returned. But they perfectly understood. The second Star-Lord was too mighty and dangerous. Their Lord would never be able to defeat him alone. And of course, the huge tree itself was well aware of this. So it considered the hero's return simply excellent news. Because now the monster could kill both it and all its pathetic subordinates in one fell swoop. However, the hero perfectly understood. Now that he had returned fully armed, the Star-Lord would not even be able to touch a single one of them with a finger. And the whole point was that no matter how strong this formidable opponent was, he still followed game behavior patterns. If you perceived his attacks as ordinary, just with an increased radius of effect, you could dodge them. And it was also worth considering this row of farmers, who had become a bit more effective after daily persistent training and flawless exercises under his guidance. So the Lord instantly ordered all the farmers to line up behind him in a straight row to start warming up before the battle. Immediately after that, when a deadly attack was rushing at them, the protagonist told the farmers exactly where to act, and everyone followed his orders like a single coordinated mechanism. In the end, no matter how desperately the tree tried, it never managed to hit the target even once. Watching this incredible spectacle, the monster began to panic seriously. The farmers seemed to be dancing an elegant ballet on the battlefield, and he could not hit them even once. Everyone dodged in an instant, as if by magic. And after such attacks, the tree would still have to recover its spent strength for a long time. And the hero decided to take full advantage of this. So the last stage of their warm-up was a facial expression, mockery, which everyone directed at the one who called himself the new Lord. Of course, immediately after that, the tree went berserk and spread its roots all around, falling into a real rage. As Kratos had predicted, up to this moment they had been using only game templates. But now it was time to use the logic of the ordinary real world. Of course, the Lord immediately sent his little dragon forward to use its ice breath at full power. As a result, the little one began gradually freezing the face of the huge tree layer by layer. This was absolutely necessary, because even though the power of the Lord of Darkness had increased many times, it was useless to just try to break through this huge body head-on. But in the end, it is just a plant. If you freeze it to extremely low temperatures, it will begin to expand from the inside, and its bark will crack. Then the wood fibers will simply begin to tear from the cold. And the hero only laughed at his pathetic appearance because, as is known, the bigger the cupboard, the louder it eventually falls. Finally, when the little dragon was completely exhausted from the effort, he returned straight into his father's arms, trying to catch his breath and rest. The hero immediately handed the baby over to his advisor Zephyrosis for supervision. Now it was his turn. He had to bury the monster in the ground forever. As is known, the weakness of any tree is its hollow in the trunk. So, flying precisely in its direction like a swift lightning bolt, the hero delivered his crushing blow there with all his might. As a result, cracks spread from the hollow at an angle, and then spread further and further along the trunk, and the tree began to break into countless pieces, crumbling. And watching this incredible spectacle, Zephyrosis could not believe it. Their lord had defeated this formidable opponent so easily and gracefully. In the next moment, the nutrient concentration skill deactivated. So the exhausted Lord of Darkness rushed toward the ground like a stone, losing consciousness. At that moment, Zephyrosis noticed with alarm. The face of the mighty tree began to gradually disappear into the air, as if the monster had died completely. The demon lord, who was still conscious, barely standing on his feet, found this very strange. After all, in the game, after death, the enemy completely disappeared without a trace within seconds. However, here the body was still in place, albeit crumbling. And all because the wood monster concentrated its strength, creating a smaller body in order to survive at any cost. Of course, the hero was indignant from helplessness, and now he didn't even have the strength to move a finger after using the skill. But the second star ruler, it seems, has grown stronger despite his reduced appearance. The whole point was that he absorbed all the nutrients from his dying body and directed these resources to create a new, more powerful form. Before, he was a seed that fell into a poisonous swamp of decay, rotting there as a rotten sprout. And now, having gained the power of the Lord, he will make the whole world drown in poison and decay. So now the monster attacked with new clawed paws, intending to kill Kratos first, and then finish off all his other miserable minions. However, Lord Baal slowly rose to defend the Lord, wielding his faithful axe. After that, other generals arrived, who attacked the enemy in every way to prevent him from reaching their ruler. The ruler himself, watching this uneven battle, remembered the seeds. All people were seeds that gain strength and sprout through hardships. Such was the nature of life. At that moment, Aserat sneaked up on the enemy from behind, choosing the right moment for a decisive strike. The prince struck the monster on the head with his sharp claws and ordered to pray for a bountiful harvest that the monster had spoiled. After that, he tore its head off the body with one powerful jerk. And at that moment, the monster's body finally began to break down into particles, as usually happened every time in the game. Following him, all his roots from that huge tree, which he had been before, also disappeared. After that, everyone was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, rejoicing in the long-awaited victory. However, Zephyrosis immediately began to fulfill his sacred duty as a chronicler. As soon as the enemy was destroyed, returning to the issue of betrayal, he testified and recorded the fact that the Lord's army had achieved a crushing victory. Immediately after that, not only ordinary farmers rejoiced, even the formidable generals began to praise their lord, paying him honors. However, Kratos immediately ordered all of them to be silent and stop this disgrace. And all because the entire harvest, which he had been tending all this time, perished in the battle. This means they would have to start everything from scratch, from zero. The demons would starve again, and he had to make them start all over after everything they had been through. And he simply could not allow himself that morally. Yet he still did not know how best to act in this hopeless situation. But at that very moment, the energy that scattered from the corpse of the majestic tree fell on the withered potato flowers and made them bloom again, as if by magic. At that time, Zephyrosos remembered his distant past. He was sitting in prison together with the other lower demons. There, the prisoners discussed that their lord had recently changed, which became known from the heads of livestock farming. However, the demons saw no point in mourning, because regardless of who the lord was, they, the lower demons, were still ordinary food for the higher ones. At that moment, a huge demon overseer appeared to take one of the prisoners as food for the lesser monsters. And the most surprising thing is that although all the prisoners scattered in panic, pressing against the wall in horror, Zephyrosos remained sitting, not moving from his place. In the end, the monster grabbed him by the scruff, after which it raised an axe to chop his head off with one blow. However, the executioner had not yet done anything when a new lord appeared and decisively stopped him. Immediately after that, the lord tore the demon overseer's head off with his bare hands to prevent him from rampaging on his land any longer. The lord was very curious why this little boy did not beg for his life, unlike the others. But Zephyrosis simply had nothing to fear. On the contrary, he considered death a relief for himself. It does not matter how they will fight. Food is food because it cannot live long. And the best way is to shorten the time when he trembles with fear awaiting inevitable death. For some reason, the Lord was only pleased by these wise words, since the boy was different from the other weaklings. Therefore, he decided to take him with him and appoint him as the new chronicler of the demonic race. It would be a waste of resources if someone like Zephyrosis were sent to the meat. Of course, in reality, the Lord understood that for some time they would still have to eat their own kind due to hunger. But someday he, the Lord, will solve this problem forever. After all, he could no longer watch this tragedy, where they had to kill their own children for food. Right now, looking at the ruler's grief, Zephyrosis turned around and immediately went to get the farming tools. Immediately after that, the chronicler began digging the earth under the watchful gaze of the Misty Duke. Therefore, without much thought, Hartok immediately ordered the workers to hurry and level the soil in order to build new beds. Of course, everyone immediately lifted their spirits and took up their already familiar tools. Naturally, the hero was amazed, watching how they plowed the field with such enthusiasm. Moreover, they cheerfully sang songs while working, despite the fatigue. And at that moment, the Lord remembered. He needed to somehow help his people. Addressing the farmers, he ordered the first group to immediately find at least one plot of field with living fruits. The second and third groups needed to grab hoes and go into battle against the destruction. He asked Sergei to cut the remaining potato sprouts for seedlings, and Zephyrosos helped wipe the blade of her sword. Meanwhile, Hartok and Aserat were supposed to bring the tools he just named. In the name of the miraculous harvest, they had to save their fields destroyed by the enemy. In the end, using General Bale as a real draft horse, the farmers managed to plow the fields faster, making new neat beds. Looking at this, the ruler realized he had almost forgotten what true farming is. Natural disasters, pests, price fluctuations, even climate changes. Farmers fight against all possible enemies. They fail and start again, because survival is war. At that moment, the girl noticed that they still had one living sprout left. She was happy that at least one had survived. So the little girl immediately tried to pull it out of the ground. However, nothing worked out, no matter how hard she tried. Fortunately, at that moment, noticing her pitiful attempts, Aserat arrived to help the little one. He asked the girl to hold on tighter to the sprout, after which they pulled it out of the ground together. However, to everyone's shock, the potato was truly enormous in size. No one had ever seen anything like it in these cursed lands. So obviously, the happy girl immediately ran to the master at full speed. She proudly showed him the huge potato they managed to dig up. The little girl explained that she pulled the sprout, and a whole bunch of huge fruits fell out of the ground. Only the guy remembered. Something similar was in the game too. After the victory over the second Star-Lord, after his death, small green patches of fertile soil appeared on the earth. It turns out his nutrients returned to the soil. Now the monster was 1,000 times bigger than in the game. That means there were 1,000 times more nutrients too. Therefore, the Lord ordered the squad of farmers to drop all their tasks and dig as deep into the ground as possible. And soon they began to find unrealistically huge potatoes wherever they looked. Although huge, the potato was still alive and unharmed. Of course, while digging it up, everyone immediately rejoiced that the harvest had indeed been miraculously saved. But Zephyrososu was curious. Could this be considered a real success? The hero was so happy that he simply burst into tears of joy. After all, this was the very wonderful harvest thanks to which they would finally be full and not go hungry. After that, Kinjan Chol returned to his throne as a farmer to sum up the situation and consider further actions. He began his reflections with the territory of the first Star Master. During his short stay in this world, Sarathul had already rebelled against him and was eventually killed. And after the destruction of the heart of the forest, all his minions disappeared without a trace. Now there was absolute emptiness and dead lands there. Next came the lands of the second Star Master. After his death, all his subordinates were in complete shock and did not know what to do next. Finally, there remained the territory of the third Star Master, who now served as a lightning rod in the fields. And the hero was still deciding whether to punish his subordinates as well for the rebellion. The fourth Star Master was the ruler who belonged to the reptiloid race. In the game, he was described as a fairly loyal demon from the second zone. And although it was quite easy to cooperate with the second and fourth zones, it was not worth thoughtlessly calling them all here. After all, although they would get additional labor force, the number of hungry mouths would also increase considerably. So it was better for them to wait until the next harvest before expanding. Appearing at that moment, Zephyrosos reported. As ordered, they had already begun the process of cutting sprouts for seedlings. So, thanking the chronicler, the hero ordered to make sure that each worker received their fair share of food. At that moment, a demon messenger also appeared, who sent the Lord's orders to all regions. So the hero immediately decided to find out who obeyed his decree. It turned out that everyone accepted the decree except the fourth Star Master, so the hero was furious at his disobedience. However, the messenger, unfortunately, did not even know the reason for the disobedience. It seems he did not even think that he should have inquired about it. Therefore, the furious hero immediately grabbed the winged one by his wings, and stretching them to the sides, growled. How stupid he was. After all, it was obvious that the Lord needed to know the reason for the disobedience of his lords. He, of course, pleaded with the Lord. The fourth Star Master had few servants left. Perhaps this was the reason for the refusal. Taking pity, the Lord decided to find out. What was the source of this information? Perhaps the messenger had thought to ask about it properly. However, when it turned out that it was just a guess, the Lord became so furious that his face froze in a grimace of terrible disappointment at the stupidity of his people. Zephyrosos, seeing the Lord's expression, immediately took up the chronicle and wept with admiration. He began to describe. Despite the exemplary behavior of their Lord of Darkness, his face remained just as expressively ugly. So even after tens of thousands of years, there would be no one more disgusting than him. After that, having finished his chronicle, Zephyrosos took the messenger and decided to talk to him instead of the Lord to find out the details. And the very first thing the winged baby said was, the fourth Star Master with his army invaded the territory of humans and decided to use human corpses as fertilizer for the fields. At first, the Lord's reaction softened for a moment. Only later did he realize what a nightmare his own lord had caused, and he could not believe the madness he heard. According to the game's plot, at about this very time, the ancient paladin, a mighty warrior of light, was supposed to awaken. He would mercilessly destroy any demon he came across, without distinguishing between right and wrong. And obviously, the longer they did not touch the humans, the longer the paladin would not touch them in return. And considering that during all this time the paladin had not yet appeared from his tomb, it means the hero's theory was absolutely correct. But if the fourth Star Master attacked the humans, then very soon the heroes of this cursed game would come for their souls to punish all the demons. Immediately after this realization, the Lord jumped up and rushed to stop this lizard overgrowth before it was too late. Of course, Zephyrosos fearfully suggested that the ruler at least summon reinforcements from the generals for safety. However, he was already rushing forward like a swift lightning bolt, understanding. Alone he would handle the task much faster, not wasting precious time. He remembered. After defeating that wooden overgrowth, his mana seed had improved all the way to the 4th level. Therefore, he immediately applied nutrient concentration, accelerating his agility by an incredible 160%. He decided to use all the game glitches and mechanics literally for everything to reduce travel time to the maximum. Soon the hero had already reached the abandoned lands of the demons. They were located not far from the Tower of Life, as well as from the sacred tomb of the Paladin. These were no man's lands, where the Paladin met a squad of elves in the game, and there was also a village of exiles where they stayed for a long rest. And if you go a little further, there was the border between the lands of demons and humans. It was the huge, strong fortress Magrat. There, day and night, served their faithful duty the ever-watchful soldiers, who constantly guarded the territory to see who was approaching their borders. And so the warriors on duty with the help of their spyglass saw 3 travelers, among whom was the already well-known aristocrat Envy Astrakhan. However, the soldier did not return with him. Only the ugly servant and another unknown stranger in a cloak. Of course, all the guards immediately came out to meet them to thank the aristocrat for his hard work and courage. However, the fortress commander was very curious. What had happened to the warriors who went with the Lord on the dangerous journey? He hastily explained with a sad look. On the way they were attacked by cruel monsters. They could not even get close to the border of the demonic lands. And of course, the fortress manager was very upset to hear this. After all, it was His Majesty's order to explore the lands of the demons. It was a special mission. So casualties were inevitable in such a matter. And all the warriors who went with the aristocrat were excellent fighters and loyal servants of the kingdom. After that, the commander invited the aristocrat to pass through the gates of the fortress inside. The only one he did not let through was the paladin, whom he blocked the way with his drawn sword. Of course, the aristocrat was insanely surprised that the captain reacted this way to his good friend and savior. And the hero himself was no less shocked by what was happening. So the paladin immediately glared angrily at the guard who dared to stop him so rudely. Honestly, even a battle-hardened warrior got goosebumps from that stern look. The aristocrat hurried to explain. This young man met them by chance in the demonic lands. He helped a lot when the Duke was wounded after a monster attack, saving their lives. However, the captain did not give up on his decision. After all, only those who have passed through these gates from the city can enter them again, and no one else. Such is the law of the fortress. The assistant quickly explained to the captain with a sly smile. It seems there was some annoying misunderstanding between them. Of course, they could not ask him to turn a blind eye to such a violation, at least not for free. So the servant tried to bribe him with a couple of shiny gold coins. However, in the end, for his insolent behavior, the scoundrel very quickly received a slap, after which he fell to the ground, holding his burning cheek. The commander himself was outraged at this bribing degenerate. He cursed that the children and even grandchildren of this scoundrel in the next 3 generations would be degenerates like their despicable grandfather. After that, the captain demanded that the paladin immediately remove his cloak for inspection. If the captain found anything suspicious under it, the guy would be sent to the dungeon immediately. Of course, the aristocrat was very frightened by this demand. After all, literally everything under that cloak on the hero was insanely suspicious and gave him away. And the paladin himself knew this perfectly well, so he was furious at the situation. He quickly racked his brains. How best to act in this hopeless situation? He looked very frightening and ready to fight. But fortunately, at that moment, a loud signal horn blared, distracting everyone from the guards. These pipes alerted the warriors that a large-scale invasion was being prepared against them. Only when they looked towards the demonic lands did the guards see whole hordes of demons marching their army towards them in a terrifying horde. The captain immediately rushed towards the walls and ordered his warriors to prepare for battle immediately and form a line for defense. At that moment, a familiar voice appeared in the paladin's mind, ordering him to kill the demons. It was the voice of Kinjan Chol, who used to do nothing else but kill these same demons in the game while playing as a paladin. Ahead of the whole planet rushed the hero using his upgraded agility. He hurried with all his might, just to prevent the demons from attacking the people, and he hoped with all his heart that they would not manage to touch anyone. Otherwise, all the demons would die by the hand of the paladin. At that moment, the demons led by the lizard leaders had already begun to break down the gates of the fortress. The people, in turn, kept attacking them with arrows from bows from the air to prevent the demons from breaking through the defense at any cost. And, in principle, the arrows were quite an effective weapon. After all, many were mortally wounded by them, or they simply caused serious inconvenience, slowing down the assault. But soon, tired of this barrage, the demons began to return fire with stones using slingshots they had brought with them. As a result, some defended themselves from the arrows, while others continued to break down the gates with powerful blows. At the same time, peaceful people sat behind the walls, waiting for the warriors to finally resolve this bloody conflict in their favor. The paladin, however, felt mixed emotions, recalling how at the sight of demons he instinctively wanted to rush into battle. Perhaps the cause was the memories of his 19 lives lived in endless slaughter. Everything that happened by the will of fate forced him to fight again. If the Duke had not held him by the shoulder, he might have rushed into the thick of the battle like a madman. Such was his fate and life path. He did not even understand his true desire. Yet he continued to tremble, as if his body simply could not resist this call of blood. At that moment, the walls were finally broken with a deafening crash. So the warriors hurried to retreat in order to prepare for the next phase of the war and the defense of the city. When the loud noise and screams outside were heard by the people waiting safely, they were obviously terribly frightened. But the lizardmen had already burst into the inner domains of the people. Their leader, standing behind the army, immediately ordered his subordinates to kill all the people in order to make excellent fertilizer from their corpses. Of course, the panicking captain immediately ordered the fighters to destroy the bridge over the chasm. If they did not do this, everyone here would die a terrible death. So it was better not to let these degenerates reach their homeland beyond the fortress. In the end, the order struck like a thunderclap across the entire territory, and the stone bridge had to be destroyed immediately. Immediately after receiving this command, the bridge was blown up with a powerful charge. It exploded into the tiniest particles of dust. Obviously, the Duke quickly heard the roar of the bridge explosion. This meant that they would never be able to enter the kingdom's territory through this fortress again. Even the assistant panicked, falling into despair. After all, this meant that he would die without ever meeting a beautiful girl even once. Therefore, the Duke tried with all his might to comfort his comrade by saying that even if they got out of this bloody slaughter, his friend still would never sleep with anyone, considering the obvious factors of his ugliness. And of course, the assistant was very angry at these cruel words, so he swore. If he became an aristocrat in the next life, he would force his current lord to a duel to the death. Immediately after that, the blast wave from the explosion began to collapse the building where fighters and civilians were hiding. Also, a huge lizard bruiser arrived at the scene, who with his hammer helped a small barrier on the way to these people finally fall to pieces. Right after that, the monster targeted the weakest of the people, a little girl who had been next to her mother all this time. Of course, the little girl immediately burst into tears, begging her mother to somehow help and protect her. And the girl's parents, just like the Duke, rushed forward to help this child. The only one who continued to watch the events without participating was the noble paladin behind, who did not know whether he should help these people. At the last moment, not allowing the monster to eat the unfortunate child, the hero cut the monster's body in half with a lightning-fast strike. Because of this, it quickly released its clawed paw, and the little girl fell to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, the aristocrat managed to run to her and immediately picked her up in his arms, saving her from a serious fall to the ground. The great hero himself rushed into the very thick of the battle to assess how great the losses among the people were. First of all, the paladin found an armored lizard and immediately realized he was the commander of this offensive. Therefore, he jumped down from a height towards him. And when he landed nearby, the wind from the accompanying movements began to flutter his cloak, showcasing his true weapon and armor in all their glory. And glancing at this strange man, the lizard quickly concluded something was clearly wrong with this man. However, the warrior, as if nothing had happened, calmly explained to the demons he had no desire to fight them without a good reason. Therefore, he gave them a chance to retreat peacefully. But the lizard obviously was not going to listen to some guy who was dressed like a wandering clown. He did not understand what the youth would do to him even if he refused to leave here. However, the warrior cold-bloodedly, without moving a muscle, explained if the lizard did not retreat immediately, he himself along with his entire kin would be buried in this fortress forever. Of course, the lizard did not believe the threat. He immediately rushed at this strange freak to kill him with one blow. And the paladin only sighed heavily, not believing that in this life he would have to kill. But it was the only way out. Still, if that was fate, he was ready to accept it and destroy all the demons on this planet as before. But fortunately, at that moment the Lord of Darkness himself arrived, who personally attacked his Star Lord, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. Immediately after that, the ruler, after a long run, fell to his knees to catch his breath and recover from the incredible strain. And at that very moment, the paladin was staring intently at him with a demanding, attentive gaze. The very one for whom Qin Jan Chol had been playing all the time, being a human. And of course, the hero was scared to death, not understanding why he crossed paths with the main hero right here and now. The lizard, it seemed, had no idea why the Lord attacked him. After all, he had done nothing wrong, only fulfilling his duty to create fertile lands. However, the hero immediately began mercilessly kicking this unfortunate creature, calling him all sorts of names for daring to come here and attack peaceful people without permission. The lizard somehow tried to justify himself and babble something in his defense. However, the hero continued beating him more intensely, hoping that this brainless fool would finally learn his lesson. After that, the Lord stopped briefly to check how the formidable paladin standing nearby was reacting to the beating. However, seeing that he continued to watch attentively without intervening, the hero resumed beating his subordinate with doubled force. He reminded him they were supposed to live in peace and harmony with humans, engage in farming, be lower than grass and quieter than water. He could not understand why this brainless lizard decided to attack the human race, although they were perfectly managing hunger on their own. The hero wholeheartedly hoped, after such a demonstrative whipping, the paladin would have mercy on them and decide not to kill all the demons. After all, everything was finally starting to get better little by little, and he could not allow a new massacre. At the same time, the paladin himself, looking more closely at the hero, finally understood who he really was. So he quickly assumed this man was the demon lord named Kratos, and immediately the guy was scared half to death, realizing it seemed now he literally had a place prepared in the cemetery next to his predecessors. At that moment, the lizardmen fighting against the humans finally heard the news. The Demon King himself had come. They saw him speaking passionately about something with the paladin. However, unfortunately, they did not hear a single word from him due to the distance. At the same time, the frightened ruler desperately tried to justify himself before the hero. He was no Kratos. After all, that name was perfect for a computer operating system, not for a demon lord. However, the paladin, who had no idea what a computer was, hurried to explain. He did not ask him any questions. He claimed that the demon lord standing before him was called Kratos, period. Of course, Qin Jan Chol himself panicked quite a bit. And realizing that the hero had already understood everything and uncovered his pathetic lie, he was completely sure of his identity. However, if he continues to lie so foolishly and incompetently, he will be attacked without mercy 100%. The best thing he could come up with is to use the tricks available in his arsenal. Therefore, he immediately bent down, falling to his knees all the way to the ground so low that his horns stuck into the soil. After that, the ruler stood on his head, raising his legs high in the air. And thus he continued to stand before the great paladin in this humiliating pose. Obviously, all the demons watching this strange scene from afar saw the enemy was in complete confusion. Therefore, the snake-headed ones obviously thought that their lord had come up with some new intimidating pose to scare the enemies. The paladin himself tried to understand what was wrong with the hero, what madness was going on. However, he hastily explained. He made a great bow, a gesture of the greatest gratitude or apology. Thus he tried to convey, the Demon King does not intend to invade the human world, and this outrageous fool acted on his own foolish will. So the king rushed here at full speed to stop him and prevent the massacre. Obviously, it was not easy for the paladin to believe the words of some demon, even if he was a lord. However, the hero continued bowing, explaining. Until his horns were worn down to the very brain from rubbing against the ground, he was ready to apologize as much as needed. However, even this pitiful bow was perceived by the snake-headed ones as a threatening pose of an enraged bull digging the ground with its hooves. They expected nothing less from their great king. He was always unpredictable. The hero himself perfectly understood how pitiful and shameful he looked right now. But if he did not start begging for mercy right now, all the demons could die under the paladin's blade. And all because, as a future leader who took responsibility for his people, he could not allow this under any circumstances. He remembered, earlier when he was just a little boy, his father acted in a similar way before an angry restaurant visitor. Of course, that one only laughed and mocked, watching how a pitiful man knelt and begged for mercy over a simple mistake in the order. However, that client still intended to leave a bad review, as if the father had not begged for mercy. Of course, Qin Jan Chol's father continued begging for forgiveness until morning, not rising from his knees. Looking pitiful before the visitor, he made it clear such a misstep would never happen again. He asked the visitor to turn a blind eye and not pay attention to the mishaps. At that time, little Qin Jan Chol did not understand his father's humiliation, feeling only shame. However, now he realized It was absolutely necessary for the salvation of his people, no matter how painful this bitterness was. However, even looking at all these humiliations, the paladin understood. The demon was simply trying in vain. After all, the heroes of this game existed only to kill this demon without hesitation. Therefore, now he was going to kill him first, and then finish off all his demon minions one by one. However, suddenly the paladin noticed some strange pattern in his bows. The lord constantly made exactly 10 bows in a row, after which there was a short break to catch his breath. For some reason, this sequence seemed painfully familiar to the paladin. And suddenly, recalling everything from his 19 past lives, he realized it resembled his own past, in which the number 10 constantly appeared. Even when clearing lands of demon hordes, he always counted exactly 10 kills. When he dodged or watched an obstacle, he always counted to 10. Even when he was riding around locations out of boredom, if there were no enemies nearby, he did it exactly 10 times in a row. And these phrases, which the ruler just proclaimed, were not at all characteristic of the Demon King. But they were incredibly familiar to the paladin himself. Therefore, he quickly understood. Before him was the one he called the Hand of Destiny in his prayers. The paladin had not the slightest idea why now this very hand appeared before him in the form of the Demon King. Therefore, he immediately ordered Kratos to stop all these useless humiliations and disappear away. Still, the paladin's thirst for murder was too great, and he barely restrained himself. Of course, the immediately delighted hero jumped to his feet, simultaneously showering with thanks. Taking the 4th Star Lord by the scruff, he promised never to forget the paladin's mercy until the end of his days. After that, the Lord loudly ordered the 4th army of the Demon King to retreat immediately, to run away as fast as possible before the paladin changed his mind. Of course, the lizard folk did not understand why they suddenly began a shameful retreat. However, they could not disobey the orders of the Demon King himself. Therefore, as agreed, they immediately dropped their weapons and started running away in all directions, headlong. However, unfortunately, at that moment the 4th Star Master finally came to his senses, already on the ruler's shoulder. Looking at the back of the departing paladin, the lizard was insanely furious at this miserable wretch. Therefore, without thinking about the consequences of his actions, he immediately lunged at the paladin, stretching out his clawed paws to rip open his back. However, the paladin did not even have to turn to the enemy, he simply threw his magic staff backward, and as a result, the lizard was blown to tiny bloody pieces from the blow. Immediately after that, the paladin looked angrily at the Demon King. After all, he was ordered to get away, not to allow an attack. However, fortunately, even the paladin understood that this attack was not Kratos' own decision. It was the will of that foolish lizard who could not restrain himself. Therefore, hastening to turn around, the hero went away, threatening at the last moment, Kratos better not appear on human lands anymore. If he dares to cross the border, he will obviously fall by the hand of the noble hero without mercy. Soon, when the demons retreated beyond their borders, the paladin returned to his friends, anxiously waiting in the fortress. Worried, the Duke immediately decided to ask the Lord what had happened to him. After all, they were all very concerned about how he suddenly disappeared. But the paladin hastened to explain with a smile. He had gone away to fight a little with those terrifying demons and drive them away. At that moment, the captain of the watchtower also rushed to the hero. He decided to bring sincere gratitude to the brave man for his help in dealing with those demons. They all saw. After he swiftly dealt with the leader of the lizardmen, the remnants of the demonic army fled, kicking their heels. Therefore, the captain wanted to apologize for his previous rudeness, realizing that he had acted wrongly towards the savior. And honestly, even the Duke was surprised by the praise from the captain himself. After all, he did not suspect that their new acquaintance was so incredibly strong. At the same time, the captain ordered his warriors to praise the Lord who defended their fortress and the people serving here. And everyone immediately raised their weapons in the air, loudly glorifying the Lord Paladin for his valor. And honestly, at that moment the warrior finally realized. In his 20th life, he was able for the first time to avoid an existence soaked in blood from constant killings and slaughter. In the end, he chose the path of the savior. Although he killed 2 enemies, he avoided a bloody massacre and mass slaughter. The hero, at that very moment, finally reached the abandoned lands, precisely the 4th region, the wasteland of Borg. He sighed with deep relief when they finally returned to their native demonic lands. Unfortunately, moving as a crowd behind him was too long and exhausting a task. Now, with no extra human eyes around, the Lord angrily ordered the lizards to sulk in their castles and homes, and not to even stick their noses outside. If they dared to show themselves in the human world again, a mere fright would not suffice. Death would be agonizing. Of course, they tried to excuse themselves plaintively. They were simply following their Lord's orders. But the ruler categorically refused to listen to any excuses. Therefore, he immediately sent them home like naughty children. He himself was indignant in his soul. Since he had to follow the gameplay, usually there were no glitches here at all. There were no shortcuts for teleportation. Therefore, coming here took too much precious time. and Kratos needed to return quickly to check how their potato fields were doing after the devastating battle. At that moment, he saw another abandoned well in the wasteland. If it worked properly, it would greatly speed up the hero's round trip. After all, as he had already explained, wells are a system of enhancement and teleportation between locations. Of course, Qin Jan Chol had checked them just in case earlier, but none of them worked, to his disappointment. And teleportation was now more necessary to the hero than anything else in the world. It seems they did not work because the hero was not a paladin, the main hero of the game. However, suddenly the well shone brightly with magical light, and the system explained. Thanks to meeting the paladin, a new game system had opened to him. Now he could teleport using abandoned wells all over the world. And after these words, he was immediately sucked inside somewhere, as if split into molecules. Now he was transported to another place at the speed of light. All the wells he had encountered since arriving in this world were activated automatically. This means that even the well in the basement of the Demon King's castle was working. So he immediately teleported directly to the basement of the demonic castle. But at that very moment, Aserat, together with his little friend, continued to sort through the ruins of their destroyed castle. He was already about to give up, realizing nothing useful had survived. But the girl kept digging with persistence, in order to save at least one farming tool. Suddenly the little girl reached the very spot from which a bright bluish glow emanated. And the first thing that appeared before her astonished eyes after this mystical glow was the terrifying faces of 3 demons rushing straight at her with incredible speed. The girl instantly jumped aside, allowing the Lord to materialize right in front of her. To be honest, the little one was so shocked by the sight that she simply lost consciousness and collapsed dead to the ground. Of course, Aserat was no less shocked when he saw, from the abandoned ruins, out of nowhere, suddenly appeared the Lord of Darkness himself. The young man, barely surviving such an extreme displacement, tilted his head to the sky and covered his mouth with his palm, desperately trying to hold back the rising nausea. But, to the greatest misfortune, no efforts helped. So the protagonist hastily emptied the contents of his stomach, not even noticing in his haste that the unfortunate girl had fallen unconscious right where he was vomiting. Fortunately, Aserat, noticing what was happening in time, quickly jumped to the little girl and turned into a living shield, taking all that unpleasant substance upon himself instead of the defenseless little one. The hero, as if not noticing the chaos around him, sat down to rest, his stomach twisted with unbearable pain. But unfortunately, he simply could not use the smoother teleportation that existed in the game. The frightened girl rushed to her savior, who at that moment looked truly disgusting, considering he was all covered in vomit. The Lord of Darkness, as if paying no attention to this tearful scene, realized vomiting just once for rapid displacement was a small price to pay for speed. Now the time had come to start mass-producing truly royal potatoes. The ruler's path led to the nearest warehouse. Crossing the threshold, he saw an amazing sight: a giant mountain of potatoes. Moreover, each tuber was perfectly clean, thanks to the invaluable help of the misty Archduke with his magical cleaning technique. However, at that very moment, one of the potatoes rolled down from the top of this edible hill and rolled straight to the feet of the Lord of Darkness. Of course, the hero was quite surprised. After all, the tubers kept rolling one after another, although they were supposed to hold tightly to each other in this dense pile. The protagonist hurried to pick up the potato, carefully examining it from all sides. And only now, when it appeared before him in perfect cleanliness, did the Lord notice what he had missed from the very beginning. Sorting through the rest of the potatoes, he realized with horror, all these potatoes turned out to be spoiled. Zephyros, looking at the tuber that at first glance seemed whole and unharmed, decided to find out. What exactly did the Lord dislike? However, he explained with fear in his voice, there was not a single eye on all these potatoes. Each tuber was literally perfectly smooth, like a baby's bottom. Obviously, Zephyros quickly made a grim conclusion. If all the potatoes lack eyes, then they will not be able to sprout. This could be compared to sterilized potatoes, as horrifying as that may sound. Therefore, having moved back to the Demon King's castle, the hero began to ponder how best to act in such a difficult situation. Gathering his loyal generals, he made it clear: if this potato is planted, absolutely nothing will grow from it. Hartok immediately understood from these explanations. The nature of the potato had unnaturally changed, leading to mutation and loss of reproductive function. Of course, the tubers were still edible. It was simply impossible to plant them again. Demons could only consume them as food. Moreover, another obvious fact was, they could not rely forever on a single variety of potato, as it was extremely susceptible to diseases. It was enough for one potato to get sick, and all the fields could be lost at once. This meant one thing: it was necessary to consider the prospect of growing other plants. However, Aserat reasonably noted, only potatoes could thrive on demonic soil. And it must be admitted, the prince was partly right in his judgments. However, the hero knew of a place literally teeming with the most diverse seeds. These were the fertile lands of humans, which of course shocked all the generals and commanders genuinely. The frightened Baal hastened to explain to the ruler, if they appear on human territory, it would be tantamount to declaring war for the sake of a banal robbery. However, Sergei knew perfectly well. There was nothing to worry about since, as everyone knows, their warrior hated senseless wars more than anyone. At the same time, after reflecting a little on everything that was happening, the protagonist decided how best to proceed. Therefore, the ruler addressed the secretary, ordering him to immediately prepare a gigantic amount of chunyo. Zephyros, however, was to stay here and continue assisting the Misty Archduke in managing the army of tireless farmers. At the same time, the Lord asked the cold monarchs Sergei, Baal, and Asurat for help of a different kind. They were to go sell potatoes in the human world, and with the money earned, buy precious seeds from them. After all, the hero's main task in this world was to avoid crossing paths with the paladin at any cost. As long as they stayed far apart, a way out of any situation could be found. Zephyros was quite surprised by such a bold and daring decision. The Lord was going to the human world to trade potatoes. Obviously, the secretary's tone sounded as if he considered the ruler's proposal completely absurd. However, he reasonably asked to wait before drawing conclusions. The Lord of Darkness carefully glanced at the three generals. No matter how you looked at it, they looked like real monsters from nightmare dreams. Even taking the vampire prince, he seemed like a walking red flag from the point of view of a sane person. He also resembled a serial killer because of his pale skin. As for the cold monarch, she literally looked like a humanoid squid with painfully pale skin, as if after a prolonged enteritis. Of course, people would instantly realize, before them were demons from a cursed race, and would immediately grab swords and pitchforks to drive both away at once. Right after this was said, Sergei together with Asurat decided to deal with this impudent one who kept insisting on such an obvious fact. So they had to approach the situation with a cool head, calmly and rationally. However, irrationally, they decided to turn the poor guy into squid sashimi. Only Baal believed that Zephyros was absolutely right. All the guys really looked quite strange. The demon thought that he alone was a handsome man, although it was obvious to any outsider observer that he looked the most like a monstrous demon. Hartok was amazed. None of the generals still noticed the obvious. After all, they all paled in comparison to his exquisite gentlemanly style. Although, in Asurat's sincere opinion, the Duke looked more like a walking corpse, and Sergei held back laughter at these offended creatures. However, the generals immediately ordered the enteric squid to shut up, because the warrior did not understand that she was the least like any kind of human. In the end, the trio quickly fought under the watchful eyes of the ruler, the secretary, and the confident Baal. The protagonist did not know what to do, considering that each of his generals had a colossal ego. For each, the question of appearance was incredibly painful, so the Lord even felt sorry for these unfortunate ones. Therefore, just to stop these endless disputes, he calmly asked the generals to stop. The ruler pondered how to defuse the tense situation, so with a forced cheerful smile, he simply stated the fact. None of them fit the human form. Of course, everyone immediately became downcast, and their self-esteem dropped almost to zero. But fortunately, they at least calmed down and stopped fighting among themselves. Then the hero remembered. He had asked Zephyros to pick up one important thing during the robbery of Saruthul's castle. It was about a mysterious chest found in a secret passage. There were special larvae stored there, which the secretary immediately brought to his lord. There were exactly 8 larvae. Of course, looking at these blue squeaking insects, Camellia became extremely curious. What exactly were they? However, the demon lord with a sly smile explained. These were elixirs of metamorphosis. The demons would transform into creatures no longer resembling fiends of darkness. This way they could change their appearance and infiltrate the human world without hindrance. However, the mere thought of eating such filth struck the cold monarch with genuine horror. However, the protagonist understood. This was a small price to pay for the chance to look exactly like a human. Fortunately, Baal turned out to be an unpretentious creature, so without hesitation he reached for the first worm and without thinking threw it into his mouth. However, despite his initial calm, the taste was simply disgusting. Only then did everyone present realize. It seemed the Lord showed that these bluish slugs were appetizing, so the demon decided to try them. But at that moment, Baal's body shone brightly with a dazzling light, taking on completely different contours. As is known, after consuming the elixir, the player took a form corresponding to his inner nature. So the hero could only hope his loyal subordinates would not turn into something excessively aggressive or frightening. However, when the glow faded, Baal appeared in the image of a cute, muscular young man. Moreover, he shyly explained, he somehow felt strange in this new, unfamiliar body. And now the hero understood why the game's description of the metamorphosis elixir included the mysterious phrase, "The potion can reveal the hidden desire of the soul." So now they all grasped the truth. What kind of soul was hidden in the simple-hearted Baal? Seeing such metamorphoses that happened to the general, the cold monarch immediately reached out her hands to the slugs, clearly craving to become an even greater beauty. However, to the colossal shock of all present, instead of gaining a human form, the warrior turned into an alpaca. When Sergei saw her own reflection, she almost went speechless from the shock. Still, the general, who was called the cold monarch, always secretly dreamed of warmth, and now found it in such an unexpected way, covered in soft wool. Since there was no time left for reflection, the protagonist had to forcibly feed Aserat these worms. But what was astonishing was that the prince turned into a pelican. After all, he was a vampire prince, craving freedom after a long painful service as a lightning rod. And now he gained wings capable of carrying him anywhere. After such a double disappointment, it was the hero's turn, who immediately swallowed the worms to see the result. However, in the end, the lord took on the most ordinary appearance of a local student without much success in life. But despite the mediocrity of the appearance, he looked much more like a human than the previous two. Therefore, the protagonist hoped this would be enough for the successful completion of the mission. However, looking at the skeptical faces of the two generals, he realized, most likely, he did not look very plausible or impressive. So the hero invented a legend for himself, that he was a man with a sick liver, which is why he was so pale and emaciated. After that, the lord decided to embark on a risky expedition to obtain precious seeds. He and Baal pretended to be ordinary people wanting to sell their goods. But the generals Aserat and Sergei turned into pack animals for their giant cart, pulled along the dusty road. However, unexpectedly the hero received an alarming notification from his system, which warned, during the use of the metamorphosis elixir, experience points are not awarded. These restrictions had angered the guy since the times of the game itself. Usually if you take damage and activate any skill, you instantly return to your original form. Therefore, one had to be extremely careful. For this reason, the protagonist decided to use an abandoned well for rapid teleportation to the human territory. Fortunately, group teleportation could be performed simply by holding hands. As soon as they arrived at the place, everyone immediately cleansed their stomachs after such unpleasant rides in the teleport. Thus, they found themselves near an impressive fortress wall. However, they had no idea how to get inside. In the worst case, they could run into the paladin himself. But since they had encountered him here last time, there was a considerable chance. The warrior had gone deeper into the human territory. And since enough time had passed, surely the paladin had already reached his goal and left this area. However, of course, there was a possibility of the opposite. The hero tried to comfort himself with the thought. In the new form he was completely unrecognizable. However, Kinjan Chol could not be sure of this at all. Therefore, he could only pray and hope for the will of the heavens. After all, this was the only way to quickly obtain the seeds. At that moment, the alarm trumpets sounded again as the people saw the approach of a suspicious group. However, although they initially appeared to the onlookers as demons, very soon the guards realized these were just people. Well, just by their appearance alone, one could say. They did not look the healthiest and strongest. Soon, to meet the arriving travelers, the captain in charge of this checkpoint came out. Casting a glance at the appearance of the newcomers, he made a grim conclusion. They were inhabitants of the village of outcasts, and he ordered them to turn back immediately. After all, they were categorically forbidden to pass through these gates. In principle, none of the generals were surprised by such a reaction. It would have been truly surprising if they had passed without any problems. Even the ruler himself expected something like this, especially considering that a monster attack had occurred quite recently, so the guards did not let just anyone through. But still, the lord was an extremely experienced veteran, having read all the books with stories of the world of this game at least 10 times. Therefore, his stern face changed in an instant, surprising the captain. And so the protagonist explained. He was a miserable outcast who had just returned from the cursed lands of demons to present a priceless offering. He said this because he knew. The king of humans had long desired to learn what was on the lands of the spawn of darkness. The monarch even sent his people to scout the situation and the terrain. So the captain had to let him through. Of course, the captain quickly realized. The offering was that very cart behind the young man, and he was amazed at the sharpness of the gentleman's eyes. After which the traveler hurried to explain. The monsters pulling his cart were from the lands of demons, and their meat was incredibly tasty and tender, melting in the mouth. At first, of course, the generals were surprised by the words of their ruler. However, when they realized that he was advertising them as food, they were quite enraged by what they heard. However, the captain did not believe that he was really seeing monsters from the demon territory. After all, they looked like the most ordinary pelicans or alpacas. But at the same time, the exile wanted to present this to His Majesty as a priceless gift. The hero was amazed by the audacity and ignorance of the captain. After all, the level of world development roughly corresponded to medieval Europe. He did not understand where alpacas and pelicans even lived, since the guard considered them ordinary animals. However, the captain made the situation worse by calling them simply worthless, stinking creatures. And he ordered the hero to take his rot and get out of here. And already completely enraged by his words, Sergei, unable to endure, shouted indignant words towards the captain. However, he was deeply surprised. This alpaca's pronunciation turned out to be as clear as a human's. Obviously, ordinary alpacas simply could not have such a thing. Looking at the captain's surprise, at that moment the hero realized this was the perfect chance. Therefore, stroking the alpaca on the head, he explained, "This animal is from the demon lands and really speaks quite clearly. But the pelican he brought sincerely weeps human tears." After which the Lord ordered Aserat to burst into tears. However, since the prince did not obey voluntarily, the protagonist had to quickly pluck a couple of feathers from his head. After which he really did cry like a little child. Seeing such a delightful performance, the captain immediately gave them permission to enter. Now they could penetrate beyond the walls, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief that they were inside. However, only after passing through the fortress did the captain warn. Despite their rare offering, the hero and his company still remained outcasts. So they were forbidden to roam the kingdom without escort. However, they were extremely lucky. Right now a royal envoy was heading to the capital, so they could set out together with him. Obviously, when the Duke received the news, he could not rejoice enough at his good fortune. After all, the noble lord was worried that he would meet his majesty empty-handed after his long journey through the demon lands. After that, bowing respectfully, he introduced himself as the royal envoy, and also introduced his faithful servant. The protagonist in response introduced himself by his human name, Kin-jan Chol, but Baal called himself Baal. Obviously, hearing their names, the Duke quickly assumed these two travelers were from the village of outcasts. However, he immediately noted, despite having lived in the village for some time, he had never met these two travelers. Of course, immediately after that, swords were pointed at them, demanding documents. The assistant only laughed at his lord, who in his enchantment repeatedly began to forget the faces of those he met. After that, he introduced the hero as a guy who lived next door on the left. Therefore, the servant suggested to the master to take these people with him. After all, they really could offer a lot to the king. Moreover, they were surely not demons. So the Duke, listening to the words of his assistant, immediately clapped his hands and apologized. He did not recognize Kratos, since they barely had time to talk when he was visiting the village. However, the young man's face still seemed familiar to him. The hero himself perfectly understood. This servant, who looked like a potato, for some reason decided to use them for his own purposes. Therefore, he persuaded his master otherwise. Obviously, the servant planned to squeeze these people dry and then throw them away like unnecessary junk. The Duke himself hurried to explain. It was better for them to leave the small talk and already set off on the road. But he warned. They had one more traveler. After that, he introduced their volunteer bodyguard, the paladin. However, as soon as the hero saw this stern warrior, his body instantly betrayed the most terrible fright. But still, despite the panic thoughts of imminent death, he hurried to introduce himself with his human name. Of course, the paladin immediately noticed his nervousness and asked Kratos to take better care of his liver, since he looked unwell, and his face had too strong a bluish tint. Only when the warrior turned around and followed the Master Duke did the protagonist begin to gradually recover. The Duke himself, as if nothing had happened, suggested to those who joined to chat next time when they would be closer to the capital. After all, now they needed to hurry and set off on the journey. The Lord exhaled with relief. The paladin really did not recognize him. It was pleasing that the elixir of metamorphosis worked flawlessly. He did not even notice how suspiciously the warrior of light himself had been looking at him all this time. Finally, after walking all day, they stopped in the evening to make a small rest. The protagonist continued to panic. After all, he knew. If bandits attacked them or they took even one hit, the disguise would fall off immediately. And then they would become pancakes in the hands of the paladin. It was still incredibly far to the capital. They needed to sell potatoes and buy seeds. So the hero no longer wanted to travel with these people. However, unexpectedly, when he looked at Paladin, he was met with his all-hating gaze. He immediately became worried. The ruler smiled peacefully, then waved his hand as if greeting the warrior. And then he hastily turned back to the fire, trying to catch his breath from the terrifying gaze, which, if he had eaten heartily, could have embarrassed him by soiling his pants. Obviously, the protagonist realized they needed to escape. Therefore, he decided to slip out of the camp as soon as everyone fell asleep. Obviously, the generals, the bloodthirsty prince and the cold monarch, were left outside despite the piercing cold as they played the role of pack animals. At the same time, the hero tried to revive his bodyguard in the tent. However, he was unwilling to get up. After all, he needed a full 8 hours of normal sleep. In the end, they somehow managed to wake the sleepy comrade. After that, having gotten out of the tent, the Lord called the generals to carefully follow him. Carefully moving after the Lord, Sergei decided to ask the master, Where was he heading at such a late hour? Moreover, the warrior spoke in a very human language. Previously, she could not do this because it took time to get used to the new structure of the throat. Despite the surprise, the Lord hastened to explain. There was no point in staying with the annoying little people here, as it made no sense. Their mission was extremely important. But if they were discovered, they would bring upon themselves many problems. Obviously, having heard these words, the paladin decided to find out. What were these little people so desperately trying to hide? Of course, the hero panicked when he realized their escape not only failed, but the paladin was also eavesdropping on their words. At this time, the events moved to the demonic lands, to the ruined castle of the Lord. Suddenly, a large crowd of demons with their meager belongings gathered at the walls of the warehouse, which was now serving as a temporary castle. Hartok was quite surprised by this, not understanding what was happening. Still, no matter how much he tried to remember, he could not recall an order to gather here. But they came anyway. It turned out that they simply did not have a master. Therefore, the demons gathered at the Lord's place because they heard he had food. However, to the greatest regret, the Duke did not have that much food. Therefore, they had to wait for the return of the Demon King with new seeds. However, these were not all the guests yet. There also appeared outraged ancient demons who looked at the crustacean spawn with distrust. After that, they demanded that Lord Hartok protect them as well. After all, they had nothing to do with their ruler's uprising. After this, the lizard-like ones showed up, begging not to destroy their lives. After all, they had traveled an incredibly long way. They arrived hungry and desperately wanted to eat. In the end, 3 completely different armies gathered, begging Hartok for mercy. He hurried to question Secretary Zephyros. How much provision did they have left? However, there was very little. They had to somehow feed the hungry mouths. The only question was, how many more days could they hold out this way? Hartok pondered for a long time, recalling the words of the ruler, which he had thrown to him before leaving. The Lord left Hartok the role of his deputy. He had to act and think like the king of demons. Therefore, without hesitation, the Duke immediately ordered the territory of their kingdom to be divided by races. In each group, a separate plot for cultivation had to be allocated. Hartok had already taken care to ensure that the supplies would last for everyone until the Lord's return. At the same time, the paladin ordered that the hero finally confess who he really was. Kinjan Chol immediately hurried to somehow come up with an excuse. However, he began to stammer, which Bale immediately noticed. So the loyal general suggested getting rid of this man so that the master would not worry and suffer. However, the hero hastily explained to his commander to avoid any fights, and he looked closely at this man. He did not resemble an ordinary warrior whose combat characteristics could be easily predicted. Even Bale himself found the paladin quite intimidating at first meeting. However, the entire conversation was clearly heard by the warrior of light, who hastened to inform Kinjan Chol. In fact, Paladin knew perfectly well. The Hand of God, the Demon King, and Kinjan Chol were the same person. At first, he made him kill demons 19 times in an endless cycle of slaughter, and now he claimed to crave peace. So the warrior wished to know, what were the true intentions of this man? And why had he gone so far? He wanted to understand what secret he hides in his heart. At this time, the protagonist honestly confessed to the paladin. They had come here not at all for gifts for the king. As a warrior, he himself should have perfectly understood that in their lands it was extremely difficult to find sustenance. But despite everything, demons continue to engage in agriculture. That is why they arrived with carts. They just wanted to sell potatoes to buy seeds and other vegetables with the earned coins. And they wanted to escape because they were worried they would be discovered. The hero did not intend to enter the capital, planning to bypass it and head to the nearest mountains. Of course, the Lord was extremely sorry that he had to lie for this, but he explained they were barely managing hunger. While telling this, the protagonist tried as much as possible to appeal to the paladin's sympathy so that everything would go smoothly. In principle, looking at the frightened look of the hero, the warrior saw he was clearly hiding something, but not lying. After that, he quickly concluded, all this time demons were attacking people because they lacked provisions. And although the paladin perfectly understood their desperate situation, he still could not allow this company to escape. After all, the Lord Duke helped them because he thought they were bringing gifts to the king, and the warrior could not let the Duke feel the bitterness of betrayal. Therefore, he suggested doing things differently. They would stay in the city, sell potatoes, and buy seeds, but they would still go to the capital, as originally agreed, and they would give 2 beasts to the king as tribute. Of course, Kinjan Chol immediately explained. He could not give these beasts away, since in their native lands they were as common as grass underfoot. In fact, despite these words, the Lord did not plan to give away the generals. He longed to escape as soon as they received the precious seeds. Soon morning came, and the whole company continued on their way. But the Duke, learning that the hero planned to sell potatoes, decided to find out. What did they look like? The young man immediately explained. There was nothing special about them. It was just a huge potato, which he pointed to when he lifted the wagon cover. Honestly, its size amazed both of them, although the aristocrat best concealed this behind a courteous smile. He only dignifiedly wished the travelers good luck. The assistant was outraged, demanding that the hero offer these plants as gifts. After all, they were much more valuable than some animals. However, the boy did not understand such words. After all, there was only a simple ugly potato in his cart, which had nothing special about it. Despite its size, there was nothing outstanding. To be honest, if size had such colossal significance and importance, then the king's palace should have had many huge things. Seeing the servant continuing to insist on the potato, even the aristocrat laughed, thinking that the servant simply liked this potato because of their external similarity. Such comments greatly infuriated him, and he swore, when the time came, he would earn enough money to buy this arrogant aristocrat as a slave. In fact, in some ways, the potato-headed one was right. Even the Lord of Darkness himself understood. They could offer the strange potato to the king and receive a generous reward. But escaping from the paladin was much more important. They needed to run before their plan was revealed. Fortunately, at that moment, the aristocrat explained. They had reached the nearest city. This city was indeed a trading city, so it would be easiest to sell their goods right here. In the end, thanks to the Duke's generosity, the protagonist and Bale got one room. Meanwhile, the paladin's team got another. The beasts, of course, got nothing, so they had to spend the night on the damp street. However, to be honest, Kinjan Chol could never have imagined. There could be so many empty rooms in a bustling trading city, and so shabby at that. However, he tried not to dwell on it. All that mattered to him was to sell their potatoes. While they were traveling, the vampire prince decided to find out. Was the Lord really going to hand them over to the human king? However, it was foolish to assume that the young man would part with his precious servants and the huge cart. However, at that moment, the previously silent cold monarch felt something strange. The warrior thought, the human market should be crowded. But everything turned out to be extremely desolate, even more than the demon lands. The protagonist himself found it no less strange. Since their arrival, all they had seen was a bottomed-out economy. So the hero even doubted that they could sell the potatoes. But he tried not to worry about anything. First, they needed to start acting. Soon, after spreading the cover, the Lord displayed his huge-sized goods, after which he loudly proclaimed they were selling potatoes the size of a head. One cost 20 coins, and for 30 buyers got 2 whole ones. He loudly called buyers, explaining they would not regret buying these potatoes. After all, they had simply excellent taste. However, Bale, seeing how hard the hero tried to attract buyers, was even a little disappointed and embarrassed by how the Demon King behaved. So the protagonist hurried to silence him. After all, shame was insignificant when it came to survival. His demon lands ate their own kind, saving themselves from hunger. So he was ready to do anything for survival. And one should be grateful for that. In the end, inspired by the words of his master, Bale began to dance next to him, beckoning customers to the large potato. Immediately after that, 2 generals also started singing and dancing as much as it was possible. As Kinjan Chol knew, in most stories where people from the modern world are transported to a fantasy world and try to sell something, they immediately create something grandiose, like ice cream or food with monosodium glutamate. But this was just a potato, albeit a big one. People might start buying it out of curiosity. Therefore, they had to give their all to attract those customers. After all, survival required doing everything within their power. Just as the hero's grandmother once did. Finally, the first customer approached them. Who could not believe it? The young man was selling 1 potato for only 20 gold. The Lord did not even have time to tell about their promotion when the customer already decided to buy several at once. After that, a huge crowd gathered around them. Everyone wanted to buy at least 4 pieces, and the number of orders reached up to 10 per person. The protagonist could not believe that something like this was happening, that their circus performance caused such a sensation. Even the generals were impressed that, in the end, the Demon King's plan actually worked. So they began to urge him to conduct sales faster. In the end, by the close of the workday, they sold most of their potatoes, earning a huge bag of gold coins. At the moment, they still had 2/3 of the prepared potatoes left. If sales continued like this, tomorrow they would be able to get rid of all their goods. Therefore, the hero suggested to the demonic generals to return to the tavern and rest. After all, when he buys new seeds after all this, they will perform another joyful dance in honor of the generous, excellent harvest. After that, the Lord arrived and approached one of the sellers to find out where to buy seeds. But he took it as a real joke. And the whole problem was that it was impossible to find any seeds in this city. It turned out that most of the provisions and seeds had already been bought up by other large trading guilds. However, suddenly, during the conversation, the seller noticed the hero's face was somehow too pale. However, the young man hastened to explain. He has a sick liver. and he began to inquire about those very trade guilds, hoping to find at least some trace of the seeds. However, unexpectedly, while they were talking, an unknown aristocrat approached our hero from behind. He was looking for the man who today at the square by the fountain was selling a large potato of extraordinary size. Upon learning that he had encountered that very merchant, the gentleman introduced himself as Ruslan. He was the secretary of the Merchants Guild and handled all operations of this influential organization. However, Kinjan Chol still could not understand. Why did this man need him? After all, he was the secretary of a truly large guild of merchants. But it turned out that the gentleman came to buy out all the hero's potatoes at a price inflated by 20%. To be honest, at first glance it seemed like an extremely profitable offer. But before agreeing to the deal, the Lord decided to find out. For how much was the young man ready to sell him cabbage seeds? However, the price turned out to be mind-blowing. As of today, it was 100 gold for a single miserable handful. Moreover, the protagonist knew perfectly well this was a real ripoff. Judging by the market analysis of this world, the maximum price should have been 50 gold. And they were charging twice as much. So it immediately became obvious. This guild specialized in speculation. That meant they controlled the distribution of goods, bought everything up clean, then made huge profits. It was not surprising that in this city old dilapidated hotels were visible everywhere, as well as dead market districts. Wherever you looked, there were desperate people who lacked money to eat properly. So the Lord of Darkness immediately came up with a cunning plan. How to deal with these greedy little people. Obviously, seeing the evil face of the Lord of Darkness, the guild secretary immediately became wary. The hero gradually realized, even if he sold all the potatoes, he still wouldn't be able to buy seeds at a reasonable market price. But there was no rule requiring him to buy seeds specifically from this guild. And even if such rules existed, he still remained the king of demons. And that means he could break these rules with impunity. Well, of course, Kinjan Chol could not ignore the fact. Paladin was watching his every step like a hawk. It seemed the warrior sensed something was wrong. But the hero was unfazed. After all, he found a way not only to get rid of the paladin himself, but also to obtain the precious seeds. In the end, the Lord, as if nothing had happened, decided to find out whether the guild was really ready to buy all his potatoes. And as soon as he learned that they were eager to acquire it, he immediately ordered the secretary to call his boss. Of course, the one displeased with such audacity reminded that he himself is responsible for the purchase and sale operations. However, Kratos did not hide his contempt, calling the secretary merely a rank-and-file employee, and he was extremely doubtful that he was capable of accepting his special offer. With these words, he deliberately wanted to provoke his interlocutor and show that they were not some petty traitors to be bossed around. However, the displeased green-haired young man explained that he was the vice head of the Guild of Merchants. This meant that he had the authority to make almost all decisions. For this reason, the hero named the price for his goods, 200 gold coins each, and he wished to know whether the merchant agreed to buy them at that price. Of course, Ruslan almost went crazy from such an exorbitant price, considering it excessively expensive. But the protagonist only laughed at this miser who could not make a decision. However, he hastened to explain. Any reasonable person should understand that he has a large product, processed potatoes, which are easy to store, and even in huge volumes. If he sells it to the royal army or someone else influential, he can hit the real jackpot. Therefore, the Lord calmly explained, if he really sells his product with a meager 20% markup, then the guild in turn will get a contract to supply the kingdom, and in the end he will only lose. For this reason, seeing that the secretary could not find a solution in this situation, the hero again ordered him to call his boss. That same evening, while the protagonist was solving his business matters, a heavy downpour fell on the land. Of course, Aserat was not pleased with this fact, and immediately began to curse the Demon King with all his might. Sergei hurried to shut him up. After all, the ruler warned that if someone spread the rumor that they could speak calmly, they would bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves. But the vampire prince was angry that the cold monarch suddenly became so devoted. It seems the warrior woman was not even angry that the Lord dragged them into this trouble. However, for some reason Sergei was partly even glad about everything that happened. After all, she had always been extremely curious. What were the human lands like? They said that humans had plenty of food, and neighbors did not devour each other. To her, this place seemed like a fairy tale. After all, the cold monarch's parents were eaten by stronger demons. She did not even grieve their death. For the warrior woman, it felt like a matter of course. It was roughly the same with Aserat when his younger brothers and sisters were eaten. But despite the fact that they ended up in a much poorer city than she expected, Sergei was amazed. The people here did not eat each other. And at the market she saw how the father of a child, who was also extremely hungry, first gave his potato to his son. So the girl thought, if they had been born here, perhaps their families could live happily. To be honest, thinking about this, Sergei was barely holding back tears. Even the usually cold-blooded Aserat was moved, hearing her story about fate. Therefore, He immediately hurried to shelter the warrior from the piercing rain with his wing. Along with this kind gesture, he also promised the general. Soon the demons would also be able to witness this era of happiness. However, unexpectedly, at that very moment they were caught by the enraged lord. Of course, the embarrassed generals immediately tried to explain. It was an unfortunate misunderstanding. And they began to blame each other right away, pointing fingers at each other as the culprits of this accidental closeness. However, it turned out, the lord was not angry at all, but he immediately gathered his subordinates, for they needed to hold a strategic meeting of the 4 generals. Soon, gathered in the house, everyone realized the main problem. The guild was buying up all the food supplies and then selling them at exorbitant prices. Of course, it was strange that they acted this way. After all, there was enough food in the lands of the people. But they continued to stockpile it. However, Kinjan Cholu knew perfectly well. They were not doing this because they feared hunger. They simply thirsted to increase their profits to become even richer. Baal already knew. As soon as the basic human needs were satisfied, the hierarchy of needs shifted towards increased demand. No matter how much Asaratu thought that it was no longer about needs, it was pure stinginess. Still, even when the strong had enough food, there was something else they thirsted to obtain. This was well known to him since childhood. Sergi, however, was angry. This guild continued to torment starving people just because they had no money. After that, she remembered her childhood, when she lost her parents because famine reigned in their lands, and she realized the whole problem. Even Baal was insanely angry. The lord hurried to explain to the generals. Such was the nature of people. Even if they were dissatisfied with it, nothing could be changed. Therefore, they needed to act with a cool head according to their goals, but at the same time, they could not abandon their demonic nature. So the hero proposed to plunder the warehouses of these greedy people. At that moment, a real tornado was raging in the demon lands. Farmers led by the secretary watched this spectacle without taking their eyes off. They had no idea why Hartok decided to summon such an element. He suddenly ordered to first build a giant cauldron, and for a long time he summoned the tornado like this. It was visible. At that moment he himself was exhausted under the weight of the work. And when, with his last strength, when his mana began to gradually run out, in the cauldron that the workers built, purest water splashed at the bottom. Coming to his senses, the Duke noticed the farmers who had been watching his work all this time without taking their eyes off. However, he only got angry, immediately driving everyone to work, so that these idlers wouldn't loaf around for nothing. The advisor himself decided to approach the Archduke to find out why was he exhausting himself so much and taking on too much on his shoulders. Moreover, Zephyros had no idea why there was so much water, since Hartok had collected it in many cauldrons. However, the foggy Archduke calmly reminded the advisor. So many demons had gathered on these lands that they couldn't be counted. They couldn't feed everyone with dried potatoes. Therefore, Hartok decided to boil the potatoes in water. After thinking a bit, he realized, with the same amount of products, he could feed a larger number of demons. Still, there should be no hungry ones on these abandoned lands. Such was the policy of their ruler. The little dragon looked at the foggy Archduke with genuine admiration. Zephyros knew perfectly well, Hartok was doing a good deed. But he had such an expression on his face as if he was about to mercilessly kill someone. However, the secretary suspected, perhaps because of their demonic nature, they simply never have another facial expression. However, he could not help but notice. Everything began to change rapidly since the Demon King announced that they would engage in agriculture. Now the cruel and cold-blooded Hartok was doing everything possible to obtain food for the other demons. So, naturally, Zephyros was extremely curious. What had made the foggy Archduke change so much? At the same time, Hartok laughed maliciously inside, understanding how much praise he would hear in response for his deeds from the ruler. However, Zephyros could not help but notice. To heat such a huge number of boilers, an incredible amount of firewood would be needed. Obviously, this would be impossible to do if they did not overcome the lower-level demons. For some reason, they decided to go to the third star zone, the sealed volcano, and catch a fire predator there. At that very moment, the head of the trade guild finally arrived in the trading city. However, upon seeing the place where the man they were supposed to make a deal with had stopped, the merchant tensed up considerably. He even explained to his heir Ruslan. He was a bit disappointed in him. After all, he was scared of some uneducated villager. A man who makes large deals cannot be so foolish as to stop at such a shabby tavern. In the end, the lord gave the order. The vice captain was to stay nearby, observing and absorbing knowledge about how a true master of negotiations takes everything earned by hard work from greedy merchants. Soon there was a persistent knock at the door. The protagonist immediately inquired about the identity of the uninvited guest. Beyond the threshold appeared the most ordinary merchant from this shabby little town, the very one with whom Kratos had expressed a desire to meet personally. Therefore, the lord kindly invited the visitor to enter, putting on a mask of hospitality. The old man stepped over the threshold with apologies, fully aware. Now before his eyes would stand a relaxed, ignorant villager, hiding behind feigned politeness. Surely these commoners did not even suspect that before them stood a true demon in the flesh, cloaked in a human shell. However, when the merchant entered the chambers, he saw an enraged hero sitting surrounded by his no less frightening and grim assistants. And then the old man finally understood why Ruslan was so terribly frightened. Apparently the young man had endured quite a lot of fear from this encounter. And Kinjan Chol, as if nothing had happened, nodded with a terrible inscrutable expression on his face to the visitor, indicating the chair where he was supposed to sit for the conversation. And looking at these four gloomy figures, the old man involuntarily felt as if the very devils of hell were sitting before him, not ordinary travelers. Moreover, it was quite surprising that in this room, along with their masters, there were exotic beasts. Formerly, they were ordinary animals, but their faces were distorted with very human angry expressions, full of discontent and threat. Behind Kratos himself sat a huge, drooling, handsome beast with a bored expression on its face, which looked even more frightening and sinister. But at that very moment, Kinjan Chol, as if not noticing the tension in the air, decided to find out what the venerable old man thought about his generous offer. The frightened merchant immediately reminded. Kratos had asked him for 200 gold coins for the miracle potato. However, the hero, as if not hearing, asked again. Did he really call such a ridiculously low price? The Lord recalled that he wanted to receive exactly 300 gold for a single piece of this precious root vegetable. Of course, the terrified old man immediately began to explain. 300 gold was an exorbitantly high price, exceeding all reasonable limits. However, the hero, as if nothing had happened, reminded an important detail. The Duke himself was traveling with them, known to be from the most noble family, receiving orders directly from the royal dynasty. So this was the best moment to demonstrate favor to such an influential house and earn their goodwill. In the end, the elder soon returned to his heir, explaining, they agreed on a price of 300 gold coins for each root vegetable. Moreover, the merchants were obliged to safely escort these esteemed travelers to the mansion, as well as prepare separate luxurious rooms even for their exotic animals. All this was already stipulated and written in an indisputable contract. Of course, the vice president of the trade guild was convinced. The old man had been far too generous and extravagant with these ignorant commoners, overpaying them threefold. However, he discontentedly reminded the naive Ruslan, any losses in trade are always recouped many times over if the established connections are used correctly. The elder immediately realized that the young man understood absolutely nothing about the art of trade and diplomacy. Right after that, the merchant left, only now slowly recovering from the experienced fear and tension, and the hero gathered all his loyal generals in the room for a military council. However, the warrior still did not understand. Why even conclude this dubious contract? It would be much easier to deal with these greedy traders by taking the precious seeds by force. However, the Lord patiently reminded, if a bloody battle began, their fragile transformation could instantly be undone by the received injuries and wounds. This would mean that in the presence of humans, a real war would start between the human and demonic lineages. At any cost, open clashes and fights had to be avoided. Therefore, the most effective and practical option was to stealthily steal the seeds and disappear under the cover of night. The ruler already had a cunning plan. After all, as is known, 3 most important things were required for the guild's successful earnings. First, the patronage of influential persons, protecting from the strictness of the law. Second, huge capital for business development. And third, a spacious warehouse where all valuable products would be stored safely. First, they had to infiltrate the luxurious mansion of this cunning elder and find out where exactly the coveted warehouse with the seeds was located. However, what surprised Sergei the most, the Lord was remarkably well versed in human psychology and habits. He behaved as if he had lived side by side with humans for more than a few decades, studying their weaknesses and fears. However, not finding a reasonable answer to this burning question, Kratos modestly called himself the all-knowing king, who simply had to understand such subtleties of governance and manipulation. In principle, the simple-minded generals easily believed this lie. They expected no less from their great and wise king. The entire bold plan of theirs was carefully overheard by the paladin hiding behind the thin wall. The warrior of light realized the demon king Kratos intends to boldly rob a man in broad daylight. Soon the entire motley company stopped at a rich, luxuriously decorated mansion. The Duke was immensely glad that Kinjan Chol managed to get them such a magnificent spacious room, and was eager to find out how he had pulled it off. However, he hastened to explain. They merely profitably sold the gigantic miracle potato at a fair price. And honestly, the aristocrat thought it was just a big potato of unusual size, not even suspecting its true fabulous value. Meanwhile, the loyal servant tried to convey to the master the potato was unrealistically huge, the size of a good pumpkin, And the Duke definitely should have told the king himself about this strange miracle, rather than allowing a commoner to sell all this wealth to some greedy merchants. However, the Duke was not going to listen to his servant greedy for profit and suggested he just lie down and have a good rest after the long journey. The very devoted servant immediately approached the hero, hoping he had not yet sold all the precious potatoes, leaving at least a little. However, the protagonist devoured all the root vegetables completely, down to the last piece, but at the same time promised he would definitely return all his potatoes back, boldly robbing their warehouse in the dark night. And of course, the faithful servant was fully ready to take part in this risky business and help his master. But the Duke immediately protested, not understanding. How are they even going to get the potatoes back legally? However, Qin Chol hastened to explain. All the carts of this trading guild were truly worthless and pitiful, stuffed with goods at inflated prices. Then the young aristocrat reminded. He could not accept the very fact of theft as a law-abiding and noble citizen of the kingdom. And the hero was well aware of this. However, the Lord also reminded the youth. These greedy people were monopolists, selling vital products at exorbitantly inflated prices, thereby undermining the city's economy and dooming the poor to a hungry death. In principle, this fair explanation very quickly convinced and calmed the young aristocrat, whose heart thirsted for justice. When Kratos went out for a leisurely walk, he noticed Ruslan, who was just managing the transportation of loaded carts to a secret warehouse. Therefore, the hero approached to greet the young man and politely inquired, how was he doing? However, the perceptive Ruslan immediately noticed. This suspicious merchant was behaving very strangely and intrusively. However, Qin Chol, as if nothing had happened, explained he would very much like to see their famous warehouse. He needed to personally make sure that his precious potatoes would be stored in ideal conditions worthy of such a treasure. But obviously, Ruslan was categorically against such a visit. Their warehouse was strictly confidential property. The youth believed that secrecy was the highest priority in their profitable business to ensure the integrity of all valuable products. However, Kratos, unable to hold back, burst out laughing loudly upon hearing about these ridiculous secrets, despite the fact that laughing so loudly and indecently looked quite unseemly. After that, the Lord even began rolling on the ground like a small child, demanding that the greedy man immediately show him his praised warehouse. After all, he had spent so much effort and time growing these potatoes with love and care. Their pitiful secrets were absolutely no more important than his righteous labor. While the confused Ruslan dealt with the madman rolling on the ground, he instantly ordered his coachman to set off quickly to the warehouse before this lunatic caused even greater chaos. However, the hero, without much thought, immediately crawled on the ground and lay flat right in front of the cart, blocking the way. The Lord made it clear the wagon would only pass over his lifeless corpse, for he definitely wished to get to that warehouse and make sure his goods were safe. When the coachman tried to forcibly drag the hero off the road, he turned out to be so unbearably heavy that he didn't move an inch. And Kratos all the while screamed hoarsely. A dirty brute is stretching his filthy paws toward his precious body. After that, the Lord began to behave like a true city madman, striving at any cost to be shown the coveted warehouse. And of course, the curious Bale was first and foremost incredibly interested. What exactly does their young lord do in public? However, even the usually loyal Sergei would have eagerly wanted to forget that this man was their ruler. They were so ashamed of his humiliating behavior. Soon the Duke looked out the window at the loud, hoarse screams, seeing the disgraceful scene on the ground. Now the aristocrat finally understood what Kratos meant when he warned. The hero was about to create a truly unbearable cringe. However, the Duke's faithful servant sincerely believed. This brave young man was a real macho. His daring stance meant complete disregard for human dignity in order to achieve the highest goal. So the loyal servant wanted to thoroughly learn this technique in order to use such brilliant methods until the end of his afterlife. However, seeing the disgraceful scene, the Duke sternly warned he would cut off both hands of his faithful servant if he ever acted so humiliatingly in public. And the aristocrat remembered their heartfelt conversation with the hero yesterday. Qin Chol knew perfectly well. The noble youth would definitely want to expose the crimes of greedy monopolists and justly punish the guilty with the full severity of the law. Therefore, the Lord inquired, how much precious time would be required to gather indisputable evidence and file an official complaint to the kingdom's highest court? Surely this would take many long years of legal red tape. Meanwhile, the unfortunate citizens would continue to starve all this time, dying of exhaustion. And Kratos, bursting into bitter tears, could not come to terms with this horrifying fact. And honestly, seeing the sincere tears of a common citizen, the noble aristocrat could not hold back and cried himself from overwhelming emotions. The hero himself, as if nothing had happened, explained. He believed that the Lord shared his righteous feelings and thirst for justice. Therefore, the ruler proposed to combine their efforts to restore justice to the deprived people. He was convinced. The evil monopolists shamelessly took what rightfully belonged to the common people. And, seeing such dedication to the cause and selflessness from the brave citizen, the aristocrat swore he would do everything in his power. Qin Chol promised to find out the secret location of the warehouse by any available means, and the Duke, in turn, was to prepare everything necessary, as the hero had initially asked him. At first, the youngest aristocrat himself thought finding the location of the warehouse would not be such a difficult task. Meanwhile, quite unpleasant things were happening to Kratos at that time. In the end, the enraged cabman, together with the guard knight, roughly threw the annoying guy off the road. They immediately quickly mounted their horses, rejoicing, finally got rid of this unbearable hooligan, and could drive the spirited horses away from here as soon as possible. In the end, the hero did not manage to chase after them. However, he simply did not need to. His cunning plan succeeded brilliantly, and the system immediately congratulated the Lord on completing the task. Now Ruslan would be irritated and furious for a whole 7 hours straight. He absolutely had to travel north from the current location to the secret warehouse in the underground coal mines outside the city estate. All this time, the paladin carefully observed Kratos' provocative behavior, peeking out from the window of his chambers. The warrior of light was well aware. The Demon King, if one tried hard and acted decisively, could be easily captured and publicly executed right here and now. However, the knight still thirsted to understand. What guided the mysterious hero? Were his daring actions for the sake of supreme justice, or was it simple base looting? At that very moment, Hartok had just reached his designated target, the lair of the Fire Devourer. Of course, Zephyros had warned the general in advance. This enemy was extremely strong and dangerous, so the battle would be tough. However, Hartok fully understood the gravity of the upcoming trial, so he flatly refused to take ordinary warriors as reinforcements. After all, if the general took these weaklings untempered in real battles, the number of wounded and dead would increase many times over. Therefore, the Misty Duke wanted to take care of his subordinates and took all the initiative, as well as the danger, upon himself alone. After all, this was precisely the sacred work of the heavenly kings and generals, to take the blow upon themselves, protecting the weak. And his noble words touched both Zephyros and the little snow dragon to the very depths of their souls. And Hartok himself hurried to remind faithful Zephyros he was to record every word of his exactly for posterity. In fact, the man was immensely proud of himself, understanding how cool and heroic he looked from the outside, and how the Demon Lord would surely praise him for such a wise decision. After all, he had shown himself as a brilliant strategist with great honor and dignity. All the general knew about the Fire Eater was the monster's low intelligence, high aggressiveness, and bloodthirstiness. The beast was to be executed for monstrous cannibalism, but due to its immense strength, the monster was simply sealed here in these cursed lands. Soon the Foggy Duke approached the huge bubbling lava puddle and ordered the Devourer to show himself immediately. After all, a job had appeared for the monster. Immediately after this formidable summons, the swamp boiled, and some sinister outlines and gloomy silhouettes began to emerge from it. After that, when the lava finally receded, a giant dragon appeared, which immediately took Hartok for easy prey. Food it wanted to devour immediately. However, although the Misty Duke did not show it outwardly, he was insanely terrified by the enormous size of this monstrous dragon, exceeding all expectations. While Hartok was dealing with the dragon in a deadly fight, Zephyros was busy gently stroking the little snow dragon. And despite his demonic nature, the advisor clearly enjoyed spending time with the little one, so he sincerely smiled, looking at the amusing baby. But suddenly, the deathly frightened Hartok ran out of the dark dungeon, demanding that the advisor immediately run away if he valued his life. Right after the Foggy Duke, an evil dragon broke through the magical protection, scorching everything around with blazing fire. Frightened Zephyros pressed the baby dragon to himself while trying to find out from the gentleman what had happened inside. For he had come to the dragon for negotiations so confidently, yet left having lost all his bravado and feigned courage. He hurried to explain. This contraption grew to the size of a mountain, turning into a real devourer. Of course, the loyal advisor immediately made a thorough note that the gentleman who was supposed to lead them bravely into battle was now cowardly running away, tail between his legs. However, the Foggy Duke reminded the advisor, this was a tactical retreat, not a flight. They will return, carefully consider the strategy on how to deal with the fire, and will definitely defeat the dragon. But at that moment, a tormenting image appeared in Hartok's mind. Their destitute inhabitants, who do not know how to make ends meet and feed their children. Therefore, the Misty Duke suddenly stopped, realizing they simply did not have time for a long strategy. He turned around and rushed back into the fight, attacking the dragon with fierce determination. After all, the general was ready even to sacrifice his life for the great cause and the welfare of his people. At that moment, seeing the unfolding battle, the angry little dragon immediately spat in the face of his huge kin, defending his friends. However, to the great shock of all present, after this ordinary childish spit, the body of the giant monster immediately began to rapidly cover with a thick layer of ice, freezing its movements. Immediately after this, shocked by the miracle that had occurred, the Misty Duke landed on the ground, realizing his help was no longer needed, since the little one had managed on his own. Zephyros, noticing at once how one of the 4 great commanders was surprised and confused by what had happened, made another entry in his notebook. And that one shamefacedly demanded that the advisor not dare to record such a disgrace for history. At that very moment, the hero gathered in the chambers with all his loyal teammates for the final briefing. He warned the trio they had to patiently wait for his conditional signal while he checked the warehouse from the inside, and reminded them the main goal was to provide food for the simple starving citizens, not personal gain. But despite his noble words, Qin Jianchol's face at that moment looked far too demonic, sinister, and frightening. Moreover, the Duke was incredibly curious. Why did the hero decide to hide his cunning plan from the Lord Paladin? Therefore, Kratos excused himself. The Warrior of Light attracts too much unnecessary attention with his bright aura. Therefore, ideally, only he himself and the aristocrat should have participated in the plan, acting covertly. The young aristocrat himself hastily glanced at the companions with whom the mysterious hero had arrived. But neither the strange animals nor the bored bale inspired him with special trust and confidence. Of course, he could have argued. After all, it was better to involve a powerful paladin in the operation. However, he decided to remain silent, allowing Kratos to act as he saw fit. At that moment, the demonic lord was already swiftly running across the roofs towards the cherished warehouse, like a night ghost. His plan was to take the precious seeds while avoiding direct contact with the paladin. Naturally, he was now moving, keeping the Warrior of Light at the maximum possible distance from himself. Fortunately, right now, no one was tailing him, so the Lord decided to carry out the entire operation under the cover of night as soon as possible. When he approached closer to the warehouse, he saw that it was guarded by 2 heavily armed soldiers vigilantly surveying the area. However, the hero, like a nimble cockroach, climbed straight onto the warehouse roof without attracting unnecessary attention from the guards. So he immediately understood. The security of this warehouse was simply at the highest level. One wrong move, and serious fighters would raise the alarm. Then he would not be able to escape. Moreover, the biggest drawback of the elixir of metamorphosis was that upon receiving any damage or injury, the fragile disguise instantly fell off. If the paladin found out about this, the overlord would be in trouble. After that, the hero crawled on the ground to find exactly where the seed storage itself was located. However, glancing over his shoulder, he saw a paladin watching him intently. Kratos was so terribly frightened by the unexpected event that he nearly had a stroke from the shock he experienced. And the paladin also noticed a funny detail. When this man was scared, his face looked even more terrifying and demonic than before. And since the paladin already knew that Qin Jianchol was going to share food with the poor townspeople, he came here to help the hero in this noble cause. He managed to get here thanks to his excellent hearing, which he honestly admitted to the Lord. The paladin could hear absolutely everything happening in the area, literally through several floors of the building. The frightened ruler of evil finally realized the terrible truth. The paladin heard everything they discussed with the 4 generals in the chambers. And yet the 4 generals all this time called him the Lord of Demons, which the hero was absolutely sure of. Although the protagonist sincerely doubted this, the chances were high that the paladin found out everything. However, looking at his panic-stricken fear, the paladin made it clear. These problems were not so important now, because they needed to hurry with the task and help the people. And Qin Jianchol hurried to calm himself internally. Indeed, if the paladin had found out that he was a demon, his head would have long ago been cut off by a holy sword. So it means the Warrior of Light did not hear everything from the conversation after all. Therefore, the Lord whispered to the paladin to quietly crawl after him, because they needed to check a safe route inside. But, despite the fact that the paladin was a good hero of light, he suggested killing everyone here indiscriminately, because that was exactly what he would usually do. And, remembering what Qin Jianchol was like when he himself controlled this character in the game, the protagonist was not even surprised by such a suggestion. He still had to patiently explain. In real life, this was a very precious and fragile thing that could not be taken away. Therefore, the best option was to finish this fight without unnecessary casualties and bloodshed. And the paladin decided to listen to the wise words, considering that this was the decision of the hero himself. In the end, they sneaked further into the territory. The most surprising thing was that the longer they advanced, the fewer living guards they encountered along the way, as if the warehouse was deserted. Finally, they reached the area where the guards were giant golems, whom the Lord had met in the game's battle log. It was a magical weapon created by people from the legendary magical tower. In the game, all of them had already been destroyed long ago, so they were not shown to the player, and Qin Jianchol had no idea how strong these constructs were in reality. However, He barely had time to properly think over the plan when the Warrior of Light had already dealt with all the golems one by one, acting lightning fast. Of course, Qin Jan Chol was extremely frightened by this sudden slaughter. The paladin could raise a commotion, and they needed to do everything as quietly and inconspicuously as possible. However, the paladin saw no problem in destroying inanimate objects that did not possess a soul. Moreover, he believed that this way the cleanup would go much faster and more efficiently. And honestly, Kratos was quite surprised when he heard from the paladin the very words he himself had said many times as a player. But still, possessing such a powerful resource as a light mage, they could handle the task much easier. Soon they reached the zone where only 3 huge golems were patrolling. However, if these guards noticed uninvited guests, they could raise a terrible uproar. Then the whole cunning plan would go up in flames. But the paladin quickly understood the strategy. They needed to check the golem's route about 10 times, studying their movements. And as soon as a suitable opportunity appeared, take them out one by one, starting with the farthest guard. This was the very plan that Qin Jan Chol himself had used more than once while playing the game. It seems the game character retained some precious memories from the time the protagonist controlled him. Now, carefully observing the golems, the paladin saw no weak spots in their construction. So the only chance for victory was to deliver a crushing blow simultaneously, hitting vital nodes. Fortunately, 2 of the golems were closest to each other, so they could take them out in turn when the guards dispersed along the route. However, the hero could not guarantee destroying a golem with a single strike. After all, he could not use full demonic power so as not to lose the fragile disguise. Having thought of nothing better, the paladin immediately began rummaging through his clothes in search of a magic wand. He decided to hand it to Qin Jan Chol. After all, when the Warrior of Light held this wand in his hands, he felt significantly stronger. And of course, Kratos immediately recognized one of the game's hidden ultimate weapons, the small heart-shaped hammer. When the hero first took the artifact in his hands, he thought it was just a joke of fate. But the more he learned about the item, the more he was convinced of how cheating this thing was. Just by taking it in his hands, his stats increased by a full 30%. With this, he could really fight worthily. After that, the paladin himself began rummaging further in his bottomless pockets. He decided to fight with a huge sword, which was well known to Qin Jan Chol from the game. So the protagonist quickly realized the game character retained absolutely everything that the Lord had ever thrown into the inventory over the years of playing. In the end, waiting for the perfect moment to attack, the paladin was the first to rush at the nearest enemy with a swift dash. He didn't even wait for the hero, although they had agreed to attack them simultaneously. Therefore, Kratos had to hurry to catch up with the Warrior of Light and not ruin the plan. The most surprising thing was that the paladin still stopped right in front of the enemy, as if waiting for the ally to approach. In the end, as soon as the hero approached the target, they began to beat their opponents together, destroying the golems with one powerful synchronized strike. However, unfortunately, the strike was loud enough for the 3rd golem to notice them and raise the alarm. Therefore, all they could do was dodge and spin to avoid being noticed by the other guards. The most amazing thing was that both heroes acted as synchronously as possible, like a single organism, which is not surprising considering it was the same person controlling the character. Immediately after that, they pounced on the last enemy with fury. While the paladin cut his torso from the legs with a powerful swing, Kratos knocked his head off his shoulders with a precise strike. In the end, Qin Jan Chol quickly realized his comrade on the dangerous mission was not just fast, but moved perfectly in sync with him, like a mirror reflection. But unfortunately, at that moment, vigilant knights arrived, who realized the golems had mysteriously disappeared somewhere, although they were supposed to guard this territory tirelessly. However, the guards did not notice how at that moment 2 warriors sneaked up on them from behind, swirling like deadly whirlwinds of Valkyries. Immediately after this, they struck 2 fighters on the left side of the neck where vital blood vessels passed, instantly knocking out the guards without any extra noise. After that, they continued clearing the territory, acting like one single flawless organism. And despite the fact that all this time Kratos was next to the monster that could kill him with one blow, it felt simply excellent and exciting. Even the paladin himself was no less surprised and puzzled. The man who once taught him to kill without hesitation now says that it is not worth doing. And the one who once thirsted to destroy humanity now craved peace and justice. Next to him was a mystical creature from another world, which amazed the Warrior of Light every time with its contradictions. But still, being next to Kratos, he felt incomprehensibly happy and calm. However, the paladin realized, if he asked about this directly, he might reveal the true nature of the hero, which was unacceptable. Thinking about this too deeply, he unconsciously squeezed the neck of the prisoner they had knocked out earlier too hard. So the unfortunate man almost died, already foaming from severe strangulation. After that, Qin Jan Chol himself hurried to explain an important truth to the paladin. In this world, there were not so many villains who truly deserved death, Perhaps these people were just earning a living by helping bad people out of necessity. Or maybe their tortured hearts already bore deep, unhealed scars. Therefore, the hero did not want to hurt them even more, causing unnecessary pain. Reflecting on the wise words of Kinjan Chol, the warrior of light suggested continuing the journey in search of the cherished warehouse. However, the further they went into the territory, the fewer guards or golems they encountered on their path. So Kratos rightly believed. The rulers could not even imagine that someone daring could get so far without raising an alarm. At the same time, the Guardian of Light himself saw a golem guarding a huge door ahead, even larger than himself. And of course, Kratos assumed. This was the so-called main treasure warehouse. The Lord wanted to return to his comrades and take what had been prepared in advance for infiltration. However, the paladin hurried to stop him, sensing someone was approaching the door from that side. It turned out to be the very elder, the head of the trade guild. When he approached the giant golem, he immediately bowed to indicate the person who wished to enter the sacred passage. When the robot was about to attack the uninvited guest, the old man extended his ring with a small bloodstain to him, and the golem immediately confirmed his identity through magic, after which it respectfully greeted the master and flung open the giant door wide. In the end, the hero realized, here, it seemed, a complex identification by the owner's blood took place. However, despite the initially seeming difficulty of the task, this only pleased the Lord. After all, getting inside turned out to be even easier than he originally expected. Inside, behind the massive doors, there was a huge warehouse filled with a wide variety of supplies. He could hardly believe it. So many precious resources were stored here. Bread, vegetables, even seeds were available, moreover in the most perfect condition, as they were stored in excellent conditions. So Kratos hurried to explain to the warrior of light. Their plans, it seems, would change a little for the better. Now was the perfect option to deal with the golems all at once, since the trio of them was just heading in the same direction along the route. In the end, both immediately rushed into a fierce battle, and while the hero swiftly flew forward, the paladin dealt with the lagging golems behind one by one. By that moment, Kinjan Chol had already run up to the unsuspecting old man and grabbed him by the shoulder with a death grip. And of course, the elder hurried to turn around to understand who was the man that called him so boldly. But he did not manage to fully turn around to examine the hero, when the latter already struck the old man in the face with full force. As a result, the merchant, losing consciousness, helplessly fell onto the cold stone floor as if cut down. And of course, this caused complete dissonance and misunderstanding in the paladin's eyes, considering the hero's words that they did not want to hurt people even more because of the scars on their hearts. Therefore, the warrior of light concluded, either Kratos had been blatantly lying to him all this time, or this guy was a complete lunatic, not responsible for his words. But despite this moral contradiction, the paladin helped to firmly tie the old man and bind him to a chair. After that, they waited for his awakening to conduct an interrogation. As soon as the old man came to his senses and saw the hero in front of him, he immediately demanded that the guy explain where exactly they were and what was happening. However, the Lord calmly, though displeased, explained, this was a torture chamber, which this greedy merchant had built with his own hands for the disobedient. And of course, Kinjan Chol was eager to find out. Why would an ordinary merchant need such a sinister place? Of course, he hurried to explain. It was just a room for physical training, nothing more. However, obviously, looking at the various torture devices in the room, it all sounded completely implausible. Therefore, unable to endure the lie, the hero grabbed his target by the face, staring straight into his eyes for 200 long seconds without blinking. When the old man's eyes welled up with tears from the tension, the merchant got a creepy impression. He was looking at a real maniac who cries before dismembering his helpless victim. But fortunately, activating the bloody eye skill, the hero now knew the truth. The merchant planned to grab Kinjan Chol, scare him to death, and steal the source of the giant potato by force. So with this knowledge, all of Kratos' doubts vanished in an instant, like smoke. The old man was frightened that this person first cried, then suddenly laughed ominously. Moreover, he even thanked the merchant for something the latter did not even understand. At that moment, Kratos stepped aside, leaving the old man alone, asking the paladin not to go anywhere to watch the unfolding masterpiece from the front row. But for some reason, despite all his threatening words, the old man did not panic internally at all. He understood. Now these ignorant villagers would learn firsthand how much they had underestimated his top-class security system. And as if by some magical summons, a huge golem of incredible size immediately appeared in the room. Of course, the old man did not hesitate for a second and ordered the A-class defender to immediately smear these insolent ones against the walls. However, nothing worked, because the hero immediately presented a rag that was covered in fresh traces of the old man's blood. So the robot quickly calmed down, confirming the master's blood through magical scanning. And, despite the fact that they could have passed by quietly, the paladin still eliminated the robot with one powerful strike, so that it would no longer dare to threaten them. And only after seeing such a stunning demonstration of power did the old man finally understand the terrible truth. The insane demon had with him a god of war as a partner. So the merchant was incredibly curious to find out what were these two madmen going to do to him next. For now, they were running away from the warehouse with some products in their hands. However, the paladin perfectly understood. Although they had locked the old man tightly, this would not stop the estate's security measures forever. Although Kratos knew this perfectly well, it did not scare him at all. After all, no matter how much security they sent here, there was no use in all this pathetic crowd against the paladin. At that very moment, somewhere in the central city square, Bale was working with all his might together with his motley team. 2 talking animals, the Duke and his assistant. They were all doing their best to lure customers to the grand sale of the Trading Guild's warehouse, which had supposedly gone bankrupt. So now ordinary villagers could take as much food as they could carry in their hands, completely free. Of course, they considered it a cruel joke. After all, you couldn't just enter private property and take whatever you wanted. But some still wanted to at least try their luck and check the truth of the words. But at that moment, the hero himself appeared before them with heavy belongings in his hands. He calmly explained to the people they could take as much food as their hearts desired. And immediately, seeing him and recognizing that very kind merchant who sold potatoes at low prices, the people believed him unconditionally and decided to take back what those greedy traders had shamelessly taken from them over many years. In the end, the guards near the warehouse quickly noticed a huge number of people who were coming to them as an angry crowd. It became clear at first glance. This entire angry crowd of townspeople was gathering to break through them by force. The guards desperately tried to stop them, reminding them this was private property of the Trading Guild, inviolable by law. However, Kratos explained to the simple folk they had no idea that their master had spectacularly gone bankrupt, so it was better to get out of the way while they were still alive. Of course, the panicked guards immediately ordered the golems, "Do not let these people inside at any cost," and the townspeople panicked in response. After all, the golems were indeed incredibly strong. Just a couple of them could take the lives of all the villagers who had gathered here with hope. However, Kratos calmly reminded them the owner of the Trading Guild himself allowed them to thoroughly clean out the warehouse, after which he brought a blood-stained cloth to the robot's eyes. The robot instantly confirmed the master's blood through scanning. Immediately after that, the golem opened the passage wide, and the joyful people immediately rushed to run through the long shafts deep inside towards the supply warehouse. The Lord sent his faithful comrade, the Paladin, ahead of the people, to eliminate every obstacle on their path without delay, and he obediently rushed forward right away, protecting the crowd. Meanwhile, the hero secretly mocked his noble naivety. Then he addressed Bale and the other generals, ordering them to retreat strictly according to the prearranged plan. As soon as they reached the warehouse and took the precious seeds, a real riot and chaos began there. However, while all the people only took what could be eaten immediately, the demons took seeds in huge whole sacks, hiding among the crowd. Fortunately for them, soon the heir Ruslan found the bound head of the Trading Guild in a sinister torture chamber. He hurried to explain to the old man. The very same potato merchant had brought a crowd of townspeople with him, and now they were clearing out absolutely everything from the warehouses. Therefore, without much thought about the decision, the young man ordered to activate elite high-class golems for protection. However, the old man was not going to do this unconditionally. He was merely a merchant, not a military commander, and he was not going to shed whole rivers of innocent blood here. But Ruslan was categorically dissatisfied with this answer. Therefore, he reminded, the old man had already sucked all the money out of the poor townspeople over years of monopoly, which was no different from slow bloodshed. And Ruslan himself was not going to follow the old man into poverty if he lost everything and went bankrupt. In the end, the merchant had no choice left, but he agonized for a long time. Should he take this terrible step? The people, unaware of anything, continued to carry out food, rejoicing. They would no longer have to starve and watch their children die. But suddenly a giant golem appeared on the path, programmed to prevent theft at any cost. Fortunately for the people, at that moment a battle paladin appeared, who eliminated the giant machine with a single crushing blow. And Kratos knew perfectly well. Right now the warrior of light was too busy protecting the fleeing townspeople from the golems. The aristocrat also fled with the rest of the people to a safe place. This meant they were no longer a problem for the hero. All that was left for Kratos was to successfully escape unnoticed with the seeds. Then he would hit the truly incredible jackpot he had dreamed of. At that moment, the Lord joyfully ordered his faithful brothers to immediately run back towards the demonic lands before it was too late. However, they froze in place, not moving an inch, looking at the collapsing ceiling above their heads with horror. Then it crashed down with a roar and began flying straight at the frightened people, who only managed to helplessly cling to each other in a final embrace. Of course, Kratos instantly ordered the 4 demonic generals to help save these unfortunate people at any cost. In the end, each general tried with all their might to support this huge balloon so as not to let it crush the unfortunate people who just wanted to finally stop starving and feed their children. Meanwhile, the vice president, watching these miserable worms from above, only laughed sinisterly, wishing to kill them all to the last and take back all the wealth. At that moment, in the lands of the Demon Lord, farmers continued to fill huge cauldrons with selected potatoes for boiling. Others bravely rode a dragon and, hitting its sensitive nose, forced it to spew scorching fire. As a result, in this way they finally managed to bring the huge cauldrons to a roaring boil, so the potatoes began to cook, filling the air with an appetizing aroma. But Zephyros, standing next to the commander-in-chief, saw. The Misty Duke was not rejoicing in the triumph, although everything turned out splendidly. He looked as if he was very upset because he could not defeat the dragon spectacularly in an honest duel. Therefore, the devoted Zephyros hurried to make a record that the little dragon was the one who managed to tame the fierce flame of the devourer. Because of which the dismayed Mr. Hartok fell into deep despair. However, in this story, of course, a lot of important details were missed. Therefore, the secretary hastened to add, all this became possible only thanks to the brilliant plan developed by Mr. Misty Duke, the smartest demon in all the lands. Immediately after these words of praise, the gathered farmers began to thank the head of the third squad of tillers. Now, thanks to his brilliant idea, their supplies increased several times over. And, looking at all this, the man was filled with unprecedented pride in himself. Still, he said shyly, each of the farmers could have come up with a similar plan themselves. He was not as great as they all thought. While Hartok rejoiced in his modest success, Kratos held this heavy wall on his shoulders, overcoming the pain. None of the generals could hold out any longer under the unbearable weight of this giant stone block. However, suddenly the system congratulated the hero for standing so firmly on his feet, thanks to his unyielding willpower and determination. For this, a new powerful skill was unlocked for him. It was the Throne of Sorrow. He needed 500 happiness points to unlock it, and it was the perfect skill, allowing him to create bloody spikes from the ground with a kick. With it, the hero could easily support this wall with magic. But, unfortunately, he was catastrophically short of happiness points. Instead of the required 500, he had only 325. Therefore, the Lord instantly ordered the people to continue crawling away from the rock, while the generals could still hold it on their shoulders. But unfortunately, their path was blocked by a huge golem, ominously preventing passage, and the appearing vice president maliciously explained to the little people, if they are not crushed by the boulder, then instead they will be crushed by golems. They could choose which was better to be crushed by and die. After which he explained to these miserable wretches, they were born only to crawl on their knees before the rich. And obviously, Kratos was enraged by the audacity of this vile parasite, so he applied maximum demonic power to lift this boulder higher on his own shoulders. The young trader himself at that moment explained to the pitiful commoners, the old man he followed was just a feeble wreck, and the boy showed leniency towards him only to achieve success. Of course, he regretted not crushing that old man earlier so that he could not recover and interfere with the plans. With these cruel words, he viciously attacked one of the men who was desperately trying to escape, breaking a path for his family to safety. Immediately after that, the rock cracked even more, forcing people to bend even lower to survive the pressure. But at that moment, the system congratulated the ruler on gaining new happiness points. They accumulated at an enormous speed, like a river in flood. So it seems the demon farmers ate deliciously and heartily, rejoicing at the first harvest. In the end, he accumulated almost 4,000 happiness points in total. And all because the prepared soup was enough to fully satisfy absolutely all the demons who sought protection and refuge in the demonic lands of their merciful ruler. In the end, the current amount of happiness points was 15,761. Therefore, Kratos instantly activated the ability Throne of Sorrow without delay. However, due to the use of magic happiness points, the effect of the fragile elixir began to weaken. Taking on his true demonic form, the hero continued to gradually lift the rock on his shoulders, but asked 4 generals to help him with this difficult task. After that, the Lord also spent absolutely all 15,000 of his precious points to raise the level of the Throne of Sorrow to the 13th maximum. At that very moment, the vice president was amazed. A simple man capable of lifting such a huge weight on his shoulders? Only by looking more closely at the hero did he realize the terrible truth. He was actually a demon in the flesh. The Dark Ruler himself kicked the ground with all his might, causing the very soil beneath his feet to tremble violently. And in response to this trembling, bloody spikes emerged from the ground, supporting this huge fallen wall like the columns of a temple. In the end, all the people quickly became convinced. It was true, a real demon stood before them. But at the same time, this very demon was saving them from certain death, so they could not consider him evil, despite his terrifying appearance. The vice president himself panicked greatly upon seeing the demon who was supposed to destroy the human race, so he sent his golems to attack the monster without delay. However, Kratos logically pointed out, it was not he who was threatening simple defenseless people now. It was the greedy vice president. After that, the Lord took out his magic wand, given to him by the paladin to increase his own powers. Although it was a cute little hammer in the shape of a heart, its real name was actually completely different. It was also called the Ancient God of Evil. In the right hands, it could turn into a real demonic sword, which it became now, having fallen into the hands of the ruler of darkness. Holding his mighty weapon firmly in his hands, the hero made it clear. He would never forgive those who manipulated others using food and hunger. After that, swinging his weapon, he destroyed all the golems rushing at him in an instant. Obviously, the magnitude of the attack could not fail to affect the man controlling all these golems from behind. However, the arriving paladin managed to save that man from certain death, but still the warrior of light was disappointed that Kratos turned out to be an ordinary demon who intended to kill a human. He believed that he revealed his demonic nature too early, and was even slightly disappointed, as he had recently believed in his noble lie. The hero, however, perfectly understood what his tragic end would be, so he immediately dropped his demonic sword, turning it back into a cute wand in the shape of a heart. And knowing that no mercy awaited him, the Lord asked at least for salvation for those who came with him, for the innocent people. All the paladin could do was nod at his last request, and honestly admitted he was sorry to kill the hero, as he sincerely wanted to get to know him better, to understand his motives. Despite Kratos already being ready to accept death at the hands of the paladin, his loyal generals were categorically against it, so they dropped their disguise right there, clashing with each other and breaking the spells. After that, they calmly made the man understand he would only be able to touch the ruler over their lifeless corpses. Of course, Kratos immediately rushed to defend his generals so that they would not get into deadly trouble because of him. However, seeing that the paladin warrior of light moved towards them with a sword, the generals stood in front of their lord, preparing their weapons to protect him at the cost of their lives. However, ordinary people stood up for the demons before the formidable warrior. After all, it was these demons who saved them from destruction. And it was not demons deceiving other people all this time. It was precisely Vice President Ruslan and his henchmen. However, unfortunately, realizing that now no one would protect him from the wrath of the people, the young traitor had no other way to punish these people except to wipe them all out. The old man who ran up, seeing the medallion in Ruslan's hands, immediately warned the people. It was a self-destruct device for the warehouse. As soon as he pressed the button, the entire warehouse exploded, burying people under the rubble. Fortunately, most of the residents have already managed to get outside under the leadership of the Duke. So everything they saw was that a huge destructive explosion had just occurred at the warehouse from which they were carrying out food. But to great relief, they noticed, the group of demons managed to get out of there, carrying people in their arms. After that, landing on the ground, Kratos instantly warned his generals. Now that they had been exposed, they needed to return to the base immediately. Kratos was carrying the old merchant in his arms, and he demanded that the demons release him immediately. However, the hero just cursed this useless miser, and decided from now on to use him as the manager for his warehouses, considering this a fitting punishment for the greedy robber. At that moment, the rest of the crowd was worried, because their friends and family members were still inside that exploded warehouse. But fortunately, the great hero led them out, the warrior of light, breaking the fire before their feet. Of course, as soon as he led the people out of the fiery hell, families and friends immediately reunited, joyfully praising the heavens for the rescue of their loved ones. But the Duke was incredibly curious. What had happened inside that warehouse? After all, they saw a fleeing crowd of demons. Obviously, he thought that this explosion was also their doing. However, the paladin hastened to correct the Duke. He was mistaken. Still, as far as he understood, these demons only looked that way externally, but inside they were kind. The warrior of light explained. At the moment when the explosives began to act, Kratos reacted faster than anyone. He ordered the demonic generals to shield the people from the explosion with their bodies. As a result, they protected the people even at the cost of their bodies and lives. For example, like Baal, shielding them from huge stones with himself, like a living shield. The only one who was happy about what was happening was the crazy Ruslan, laughing like a madman. However, in the end, he faced a worthy death. A stone crushed him to the ground. After all, no one wanted to save that scoundrel. He deserved his fate. At the same time, the paladin made the hero understand he would be able to save these people himself. The demons needed to take the seeds and run away from here before the hunt began. The warrior of light hoped that someday a harvest would also grow on the demon lands and peace would come. Only thanks to the paladin's help did the hero and his group manage to escape successfully in the end. Only now, fleeing away, Kratos finally realized the terrible truth. The paladin immediately guessed who he really was. He just didn't want to kill him. Of course, now it didn't matter to guess his motives and reasons. Therefore, the Lord loudly praised his loyal generals for the successful seed capture. He promised, as soon as they returned, they would plant everything immediately. A wonderful harvest and prosperity awaited them. With this battle-joyful cry, they rushed back to their native demonic lands, full of hope.